Task received. Initializing. JRVS's voice echoed calmly in Tony's helmet, juxtaposing the chaos around him. Sir, after full diagnostic, Mark IV has suffered structural damage exceeding 38.72%. The left weapon system, sensor arrays, and energy conduits are critically compromised. Current condition renders the suit unsuited for prolonged high-intensity combat. I strongly advise immediate tactical retreat and disengagement from the entities. Retreat. The word stung worse than any impact. A tactical withdrawal? That would mark him as a coward, worse, a quitter. Tony Stark didn't run, especially not in public. Bloodied and dented, his armor charred and limping with every servo whine, he still refused to back down. Pride held him firm. Negative, JRVS, keep tracking the fight and calculate the next best opening. I brought more than fireworks this time. That brute caught me off guard earlier, but now I've got a lesson to deliver. Mark IV groaned under the strain, but Tony's resolve remained unshaken. He wasn't planning to go down as some cautionary tale. SHIELD headquarters, surveillance hub. Nick Fury stood, arms crossed. I fixed on the wall of feeds, showing Harlem engulfed in chaos. His face was unreadable, but as one I burned with intensity. All field agents in New York converge on Harlem. I want boots on the ground 5 minutes ago. From a moment the first clash shook the city, Fury had been assessing threat levels. Hulk, Abomination, now Iron Man on the ground, nearly flattened like a tin can. And that confirmed it. He had underestimated all of them. Even Stark, with his cutting-edge armor, was tossed around like a chew toy. It forced Fury to re-evaluate the variant super soldier serum developed under General Ross. Its power was undeniable, but so was its volatility. These weren't soldiers. They were time bombs. Still, the potential was too great to ignore. While the armor project remained elusive, this serum could tip the global scale of power. And Fury wasn't the only one watching. In the shadows, Chinatown. Deep below the bustling streets, in a silent underground lair, other eyes watched too. Eren, better known in certain circles as Joker, stood beside Bucky in the shadows of a narrow alley. The battle's rumble vibrated through the concrete, and the sky above glowed with distant fires. Bucky's jaw clenched, staring at the destructive titans. Eren, however, was smiling. He remembered how this would end. Hulk, growing stronger by the second, would overpower Abomination eventually. But he wouldn't kill him. No, Hulk wasn't a killer, which meant the kill was up for grabs. Fate points, Joker murmured. So many, so ripe. Abomination wasn't just a beast. He was a rare and powerful vessel. If Eren's true body could reach him in time, the rewards would be immense. A puppet of that caliber would be priceless. If not, the corpse alone could be traded for unimaginable power via the scales of fate. His real body was already en route to Harlem. Back in Harlem, the battlefield was a slaughterhouse. Cars melted under collapsed buildings, windows shattered from sonic booms, and bodies lay buried beneath piles of broken concrete. Those who hadn't escaped in time had been reduced to limbs, blood, and screams. The air was thick with ash, fire, and the stench of death. The chaos showed no signs of slowing. General Ross descended from a military chopper, barking into a radio despite his injuries. Secure a perimeter. Evacuate all civilians immediately. No exceptions. His face was pale, lined with rage and shame. This wasn't just a failed operation, it was a catastrophe, and the cost was mounting. Armored convoys rolled into position, opening suppressive fire. The hail of bullets wasn't enough to kill Hulk or Abomination, but slowed them. Abomination snarled as shells pelted his skin, each impact chipping away his calm. Mongrels! He roared, grabbed a sedan, and hurled it like a missile, flattening one of the armored trucks. That's when a missile streaked in from the skyline, launched by a battered Iron Man. Eat this, Tony muttered. The rocket screamed through the air. Abomination turned just in time, caught it with ease, and smirked. Amateur move. Click. The warhead detonated in his hand, engulfing him in fire and fury. Boom. A second payload. A silver spike, burst from the flames and embedded in his chest, detonating internally. Abomination's roar of pain shook nearby buildings. As the fire cleared, blood dripped from a gaping wound in his torso. Yellow-green ichor sizzled against his scales. He had been wounded. The soldiers watching gasped. Their morale surged. Abomination bled. "General," a young officer shouted, requesting permission to use heavy missiles. Ross's glare could have frozen lava. "Do you want to be court-martialed for bombing New York City?" The officer paled. "Sir, I didn't mean." Ross cut him off with a hand and turned toward Stark in the distance. His eyes narrowed. Tony had done more damage in one shot than the entire ground team. Maybe Stark's tech was the key. Meanwhile, Abomination stood frozen, staring at his wound. I bled. It was the first true pain he'd felt since his transformation. Real damage. The disbelief quickly twisted into fury. "You insignificant pest. You're dead." He charged at Stark like a freight train. Tony's HUD lit up in red warnings. His thrusters sputtered. Only one hand and one foot could still propel him. He rocketed upward, but too slowly. Abomination leapt, just as a green blur tackled him from the side. Crash! Hulk smashed into Abomination midair, slamming the monster into a crumbling building. Tony hovered midair, watching them roll and crash through the remains of storefront. He exhaled, chest heaving inside the suit. "Nice timing, big guy." Despite their earlier clash, Tony couldn't help but feel relieved. Maybe, just maybe, they still had a chance to end this. Harlem rooftops, moments after the intervention. Tony exhaled sharply as the shockwave from Hulk's mid-air interception rattled his flight stabilizers. Relief washed over him, briefly. Then came clarity. That was too close. The kind of close that made his arc reactor flutter. Even with his distance-based strategy, Abomination had nearly ended him. It was a wake-up call. Distance alone won't keep him safe. Determined, Tony shot upward, boosting to the rooftop of a 12-story building. From this elevation, he'd have a clearer vantage, and more importantly, time to react if the monster came for him again. "JRVS," he muttered, keeping his voice level. "Sir, General Ross is requesting communication. Shall I patch him through?" Tony's eyes narrowed as he spotted Ross on the ground, bloodied, barking orders at soldiers while pushing toward the front line despite protests. He hesitated, then said, "Put him on." The feed crackled. "General Ross, what do you want?" Tony's tone was curt, colored by the carnage unfolding beneath him. Harlem looked like a war zone. In many ways, it was one engineered by the very man on the other end of the line. Ross didn't waste time. "We're preparing a brief window. When it opens, you hit that bastard hard. Right in the skull. Use whatever missile you used earlier. Take him down." Tony's brow arched. "And the green guy? What's your plan for him?" A pause. Then, Ross growled, "Are you blind? Hulk's fighting for us. Without him, we're already dead. Blonsky's the target." "Blonsky." Tony repeated the name, voice turning cold. "So that's what's left of your little science project." Ross didn't respond. Tony's voice hardened. "When this ends, you're going to need more than spin doctors. A military tribunal might be too kind." "That's my mess to clean up," Ross snapped. "You just make sure you don't miss." Tony clenched his jaw, but ultimately gave a clipped nod. "Fine. I'll be ready." Far below, the veins of the earth. Deep beneath New York City, a serpentine shadow coiled through the soil like a predator sensing blood in the ocean. 100 meters down, it writhed unseen, slipping between bedrock and pipes, drawn inexorably toward Harlem. Even through layers of earth, it could taste it. Blood, fear, rage, the flavors of mass suffering. The battle above was a banquet of emotion, and it was starving. Yes, it hissed to itself. So much raw, unfiltered despair. If I drink it all in. It paused. Paranoia flickered in its eldritch mind. A trap? Camartage sorcerers, perhaps, baiting me? But the scent was too rich. The hunger too great. Even if it is a trap, I'll take the risk. The black presence surged upward. Surface, Harlem's edge. The roar of panic still echoed through the barricaded streets. Sirens wailed, debris smoked, and the thunderous brawl between titans continued in the heart of the district. Eren's sleek Aston Martin coasted to a halt several blocks away, far from the blazing epicenter. Military and law enforcement had locked down Harlem. Police cruisers and emergency barriers sealed off all points of entry. The chaos of civilians trying to flee had created a human wall even thicker than the barricades. But Eren wasn't concerned. He stepped out of the car calmly, adjusted his jacket, and approached the nearest checkpoint without hesitation. Before the officers could speak, he flashed a card, ornate, glossy, with a sultry image on the front and embossed lettering. Their eyes flicked to the card. Then they widened. Just as their attention wavered, Eren's fingers flicked in a blur, leaving ghost-like trails in the air. An intricate, hypnotic pattern danced between his hands like a spell being cast. Invisible pulses radiated from his pupils, subtle, insidious. Psychic suggestions wrapped themselves around the officers' minds, twisting reality in their perception like warm wax. One of the cops blinked and muttered, "FBI, he's with the Bureau." "Yeah," another nodded. "Saw him before. Trainee back then, looks like he moved up. Good luck out there, Agent." Eren gave them a polite nod and slipped through the barricade like a shadow, unnoticed, unquestioned. Moments later, as Eren navigated the fractured streets, his eyes caught something odd. A small figure fighting against the flow of a fleeing crowd. A girl, no older than 10. White dress, tangled hair, face pale with terror. She tried pushing through the crowd, but her tiny frame was no match. A man, blind with fear, barreled into her. She fell. People didn't notice. Stampede came for her. Eren moved instantly. With a sudden burst, he pushed through the crowd, braced himself like a bulwark, and shielded the girl from the surge. His body formed a wall between her and the chaos. "Easy," he murmured, helping her up. He led her out of the crush and into a pocket of space behind an overturned fruit stand. "Why are you even here?" he asked, glancing at her bruised knees. She sniffled, tears streaking her cheeks. "I was looking for my grandma. I got separated." Eren pointed toward the officers down the road. "Go to them. It's not safe here." The girl hesitated. Then softly, "Can I stay with you instead?" I don't want to be alone." Eren stared at her, eyes unreadable. A long moment passed. Then he sighed and hoisted her onto his shoulders. "Fine. You lead the way." Through his eyes. From this vantage, Eren's spiritual vision came alive. Flickers of raw power, pulsing auras of unimaginable strength. Two burning figures locked in chaos, Hulk and Abomination. Their life forces were monstrous. Their conflict far from over. But Eren wasn't in a rush. After all, his Joker clone was already inside the battlefield's core, hidden, watching, waiting. And when the final blow neared, he would be ready.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It was fortunate. The apartment where Elena lived, though having a large hole in the middle, likely caused by either the Hulk or Abomination, had sustained only minor damage beyond its exterior walls. Overall, it hadn't suffered any major destruction. When Elena anxiously opened the door to her home, Eren also saw an elderly woman with a full head of silver hair, standing by the window with the support of a cane, gazing into the distance. As the elderly woman heard the noise and turned around, Eren noticed that her eyes did not reflect the slightest fear of the devastation outside. Instead, they remained as calm as a still lake, completely undisturbed, as if everything before her meant nothing. However, when she saw Elena, the tranquility in her eyes was instantly shattered. Her expression of disbelief seemed to question why Elena was standing before her at this moment. Soon, that disbelief turned into confusion and bitterness. I specifically enrolled Elena in a class in Queens. Right now, she should be in Queens. Why is she back at this moment? Why has everything returned to the beginning? Is fate truly immutable? When the elderly woman's murmurs reached Eren's ears, he froze slightly, his eyes narrowing as he quietly observed her. At that moment, Elena, standing beside Eren, suddenly rushed forward in excitement, embracing the old woman at the window. "Thank goodness, Grandma. I knew you'd be okay. I'll take you away from here right now." Feeling Elena's warm embrace, full of unconcealed affection and worry, a touch of comfort flashed through the elderly woman's eyes. She gently stroked her granddaughter's back, quickly dispelling the confusion and bitterness from earlier. "No, I can die, but Elena is still young. Her life should not end here. Even if everything is already predetermined, I will risk this old life of mine to create a chance, one where she can escape this fated catastrophe." Hearing this, Elena raised her head and protested. "Grandma, you're talking nonsense again. Right, we need to leave now. The middle of this building has been blown apart. Who knows when it might collapse? We have to get out of here quickly." The elderly woman sighed lightly and patted Elena's shoulder. "All right, Grandma will go with you." "Great." At this moment, Eren, who had sharp eyes, pulled a folding wheelchair from the corner and said, "Now isn't the time for talking. Let's get out of here first." "Thank you, big brother." Elena sweetly called out to Eren before letting go of her grandmother and quickly helping her into the wheelchair. With Elena's help, the old woman sat down, and Eren immediately pushed the wheelchair, swiftly leading them out of the dangerously damaged building. After walking for a while, Eren suddenly asked, "By the way, Miss Christine, what did you mean earlier by everything has returned to the beginning and the fated catastrophe?" By now, through casual conversation, Eren had learned that the old woman's name was Christine. Likewise, Christine had learned from her granddaughter that Eren had saved her from the chaotic stampede. Because of this, Christine held great affection for the young man who had rescued her beloved granddaughter. After a brief hesitation, Christine finally spoke. "Everything in this world, every fate, is actually already determined. In fact, this catastrophe had omens long ago." As she spoke, she glanced at the distant battlefield, where Abomination and the Hulk, amidst a hail of bullets, smashed buildings into rubble and reduced them to ruins. She murmured, "Do you know, the battle between those two monsters is merely the prelude to something even more terrifying and desperate. The crimson blood and despairing souls will become the fuel to awaken the devil. When the ultimate devil descends, everything will be reduced to ashes in fear and despair." Just as Christine was about to say more, Elena suddenly interrupted with a pout. "Grandma." Cutting off Christine with a single word, Elena turned to Eren and gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry, big brother. My grandma often has strange dreams. She's old, so sometimes she mixes up dreams with reality and says odd things. Please don't mind her. This is not nonsense. That dream was not just some random dream. It was a well-known prophetic vision. Back in my youth, I was the most famous medium in Connecticut. Had I not retired from the spiritual world after getting pregnant with your father and chosen to live in seclusion, I might have become the most renowned medium in the entire Federation." Looking at Elena, apologizing to Eren, Christine almost blurted out these words. But in the end, she held them back. The mystical world was far too dangerous and eerie. There were some things Christine had never told her beloved granddaughter. She didn't want Elena to know too much. Because Christine knew, once some things were learned, there was no escaping them. Even after decades had passed, the hidden dangers from her days as a medium still clung to her. They had even cost Elena's parents their lives. She did not want Elena to follow the same tragic path. Now that she thought about it, regarding the prophecies, Christine had always been cautious, fearing that revealing too much might alter the trajectory of fate. So why had she explained so much to this young man? Why had she even mentioned the impending catastrophe to him? Strange. Was it because she had already decided to defy fate for Elena's sake? Or was it because he had saved Elena, making her instinctively say more? Eren, pushing the wheelchair with one hand, gently ruffled Elena's hair with the other, smiling as he said, "I don't mind at all. To be honest, I've always been quite fascinated by these mystical matters." Interested in the occult, Christine shook her head. "That's not a good habit. Sometimes, curiosity about the unknown can bring disaster upon oneself. Really, actually, I find those disasters quite intriguing. As he spoke, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth in Eren's eyes. Disillusioned stare. A few minutes later, using disillusioned stare and mental palm seal, Eren finally managed, after much effort, to extract some of the information he wanted from Christine, whose mental strength was unexpectedly formidable. After obtaining the details he was after, Eren wasted no time. Before the effects of hypnosis wore off, he swiftly escorted Christine and Elena out of the core battlefield. He even arranged for two kind-hearted police officers to personally escort them far away from Harlem. Watching Christine and Elena being taken away by the officers, Eren's gaze deepened. A medium from ancient legends and so-called prophetic dreams? Interesting. Everything was becoming even more intriguing. Initially, Eren had only come here to take advantage of the situation. Yet unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a shocking revelation from Elena's mysterious grandmother. A prophetic dream? Could the bloody battle between Abomination and the Hulk truly lead to an even more terrifying catastrophe? Something that had never occurred in the original timeline. Was it really going to happen? Wait, in the original battle between Abomination and the Hulk, Tony hadn't appeared. But now, Tony had shown up early. Adding to that, both himself and Bucky, the Winter Soldier, were now here as well. The original course of events had already been altered. If an unforeseen disaster were to follow, it wouldn't be all that surprising. With this realization, Eren's eyes sharpened. Since that was the case, he had to make further preparations. Just then, Eren's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see that it was Tony Stark. His eyes flickered, and as he subtly raised his gaze, his sight landed on a rooftop several hundred meters away. There, atop a 10-story building, stood Tony Stark, staring directly at him. That guy. How'd he spot me? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Eren had disguised himself before coming out. While he hadn't changed his face completely, his appearance was significantly different from usual. A normal person wouldn't recognize him at a glance, especially from such a long distance. And yet, Tony, standing hundreds of meters away, had seen through his disguise? That was far too unbelievable. With a hint of suspicion, Eren answered the call. As soon as he did, Tony's exasperated voice came through the speaker. Well, damn, I didn't actually think it'd be you, kid. Have you not noticed the severed limbs and wreckage all over this street? I have no idea how you managed to sneak past the police and military blockades, but you'd better get your ass out of here now. Otherwise, I'm calling Pepper and having her personally drag you back. What the hell? This guy was actually threatening to call a parental figure on him? How shameless could he get? Ignoring Tony's words, Eren asked instead, "How did you recognize me?" The moment he spoke, Tony scoffed. "Buffed with that pathetic disguise? How could it possibly fool?" Jarvis' eyes. I just upgraded Jarvis' algorithm a few days ago. Now, it can analyze identities based on height, weight, body structure, and walking habits. Your disguise is basically useless to it. In reality, the new algorithm Tony had given Jarvis wasn't nearly that advanced. The real reason Tony had found Eren so quickly was because Eren's Aston Martin still had a tracking device installed. As soon as Eren drove into Harlem, Tony, who had flagged him as a high-priority subject due to his connection to Pepper, was notified by Jarvis. From there, using security cameras that were still operational, Jarvis continuously cross-referenced footage, until he identified Eren while he was escorting Christine and Elena out of the battlefield. The moment Tony learned that Eren had wandered so close to the danger zone, he nearly had a heart attack. Of course, at the time, Jarvis couldn't confirm with 100% certainty that the disguised individual was Eren. So Tony had simply called the number to test it out. And the moment Eren answered, he immediately confirmed his identity, which explained his first reaction when the call connected. Well, damn, I didn't actually think it'd be you, kid. On the other end of the line, Eren, of course, wasn't about to let Tony fool him. He scoffed. If Jarvis' algorithm was really that powerful, you wouldn't have been surprised when I picked up the phone. Let me guess, You track my phone's location? Observing Tony's emotional fluctuations through spiritual vision, Eren noticed that his aura hadn't changed. Meaning, that wasn't the answer. So that wasn't it. Then, could it be that Aston Martin you gave me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Eren saw Tony's aura flash orange, a sign of surprise. Instantly, he knew he had guessed correctly. Upon realizing this, Eren's expression darkened. Damn, so it really was the Aston Martin. I can't believe you, Tony Stark. You actually had the nerve to plant a backdoor in a gift. I totally misjudged you. Hearing his character being questioned, Tony immediately defended himself. Ahem. Hold up, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not that kind of guy. I only installed a GPS tracker before I gave it to you, for convenience's sake. How was I supposed to know you'd never remove it? After you drove the car off that day, I didn't touch it all. So really, this is all on you for being too lazy. After making his case, Tony couldn't help but wonder. How the hell did that kid figure it out? There was no way he had known before. Was fortune-telling really this powerful? Could he have foreseen this through divination? Leaving aside Tony, who was filled with confusion. On the other side, Eren sneered and immediately decided that once he got back, he would thoroughly inspect his Aston Martin. Then, all those little gadgets like GPS trackers would go straight into the trash. He had no intention of letting Tony track his whereabouts so easily ever again. On the other end of the call, Tony, realizing Eren had gone silent, awkwardly changed the subject. All right, this isn't the time to talk about that, kid. You really shouldn't be here. As he spoke, Tony's expression turned serious. Even though Eren possessed some mysterious abilities, Tony didn't believe those so-called powers would be enough to deal with the two raging monsters in the distance. Regardless of the fact that Eren was Pepper's nephew, Tony didn't want to see the kid get hurt, especially since Eren had saved his life multiple times before. Before Tony could finish, Eren interrupted, "Relax. Even if something happens to you, I'll be fine. If I dare to come here, I naturally have a way to survive." As he spoke, Eren suddenly noticed something moving within a pool of blood a few meters away. What is that? Focusing his gaze, Eren soon discovered several tiny, writhing figures twisting within the blood. To his surprise, they were small, pale worms. At this moment, these plump little worms were nestled in the pool of blood, making faint sucking noises as if they were greedily drinking the fresh blood. Where did these worms come from? Sweeping his eyes over them with slight curiosity, Eren was just about to look away when he witnessed something horrifying. Right before his eyes, in just a few breaths' time, the worms that had gorged themselves on the blood began to swell, as if they were balloons being inflated. Their bodies expanded at an alarming rate, their once firm outer skin stretching taut. From a distance, these bloated worms resembled overfilled balloons, their soft, reddish skins seemingly on the verge of bursting with the slightest touch. Pop! Squelch! Bang! No! Eren didn't even have to touch them. The overfed worms exploded on their own with just a slight breeze. However, contrary to what Eren expected, instead of blood and flesh scattering from the burst worms, what emerged were dozens of even smaller worms. Almost every worm that burst apart released countless tinier worms, multiplying their numbers exponentially. In just over 10 seconds, the number of worms within the pool of blood had increased several dozen times. What the hell are these things? Eren instantly realized that something was seriously wrong with these worms, and his mind involuntarily recalled the catastrophic disaster Christine had mentioned earlier. Could this be the disaster she was talking about? Eren frowned at the thought. Squish! Squish! As his doubts grew, the disturbing sound of wriggling worms filled the air. It was as if he had unknowingly stepped into the heart of a worm infestation, completely surrounded. This sound, don't tell me. A terrible premonition rose in Eren's heart as he scanned his surroundings. And sure enough, beyond the small pool of blood, he saw them. The worms were everywhere. Looking across the battlefield, he saw the twisted, wriggling figures crawling over the scattered chunks of flesh. The broken limbs strewn across the ground were covered in disgusting worms. Even the bodies of those crushed into pulp or slain by stray bullets were now infested. Some of the worms had even burrowed into abandoned, blood-stained cars, feasting on the corpses inside, gnawing at their flesh and drinking their blood. Just moments ago, when Eren had first stepped on a battlefield, there hadn't been a single worm in sight. Yet now, in mere minutes, these grotesque creatures had spread across the entire battlefield with unimaginable speed. Eren wasn't the only one who noticed. As the number of worms multiplied at a horrifying rate, more and more people became aware of their eerie presence. A wounded man, his leg pierced by a stray bullet, had been too injured to escape. He had dragged himself into a small alley, praying that the two monsters outside wouldn't come his way. But he failed to notice the few large, bloated worms that had crawled out from the shadows. Drawn by the trail of blood he left behind, the worms squirmed closer, inching up his pant leg and toward the gaping wound on his thigh. Feeling an unsettling movement near his leg, the man turned his head just in time to see a worm burrowing into his wound. The horrifying sight made his blood run cold. Who knew what kind of disease these things carried? Getting caught in the crossfire of two monsters fighting had already been a nightmare. But now these worms? He didn't want to die from some bizarre infection on top of everything else. Shit, get off me, you damn bugs. He reached down, intending to yank the revolting worm out of his wound. But before he could touch it, swish, the worm wriggled deeper into his flesh, disappearing entirely beneath his skin. Then from within his wound, it let out an eerie, low-frequency screech of delight. Oh God! Watching in horror as the worm burrowed into his body, the man turned deathly pale. The next second, searing pain erupted from his wound, tearing through his senses like fire. At the same time, dozens more worms slithered toward him, drawn to the scent of fresh blood. No! Terror filled the man's eyes as he screamed and thrashed, desperately trying to crush the worms swarming over him. With frenzied force, he slammed his hands against them, turning several into squirming piles of mush. But it was too late. He couldn't stop the worm already inside him. With a sickening pop, the wound on his leg ruptured, and from within, countless smaller worms poured out. A blood-curdling scream of agony and despair echoed through the alley. That unlucky injured man was not an isolated case, as the battlefield's blood and scattered flesh were completely devoured by the rapidly multiplying worms. These creatures, driven by their insatiable thirst for fresh blood, turned their attention toward the many wounded lying across the battlefield. Though these bloodthirsty, eerie worms were far stronger than ordinary ones, they were still vastly inferior to humans. Even those injured by the battle between Abomination and Hulk could easily crush the worms underfoot. A few worms alone posed no real threat to humans. However, as their numbers swelled, forming writhing torrents of flesh that surged toward their victims, human bodies, once resilient, suddenly seemed fragile before the relentless tide of worms. At the center of the battlefield, as General Ross commanded his armored vehicles and gunship helicopters to concentrate fire on Abomination, an urgent voice from a nearby captain cut through the battle noise. "General, we're under attack by worms." Ross doubted his own ears. He turned toward the captain, his expression questioning. The captain, assuming Ross hadn't heard clearly, shouted again. "General, worms are attacking us. 2 soldiers have already been swallowed." "Fuck." Before the captain could finish, Ross furiously kicked him. "God damn it. It's bad enough we can't take down Hulk or that freak Blonsky, and now you're telling me my soldiers are being overrun by worms. Spineless, squishy, goddamn worms. You want me to become a laughingstock?" Staggering back from the kick, the captain's face was pale with fear as he forced a bitter smile. "General, it's not our fault. There are too many of them. The bullets we have are completely ineffective. You need to see for yourself." He pointed behind him. Ross followed the direction of his finger and saw a monstrous wave of writhing worms surging through the street. The worm tide had already engulfed half the block, steadily advancing toward the wounded who couldn't escape in time. If the worms were any faster, the injured wouldn't even have a chance to run. At the front of the wave, several soldiers armed with submachine guns were unleashing a barrage of bullets into the oncoming horde. Ordinarily, submachine gun rounds were lethal to most life forms on Earth. Yet against this overwhelming tide of worms, their firepower seemed utterly insignificant. Each bullet that tore into the horde killed dozens, sometimes hundreds, of worms at a time, their bodies bursting into grotesque splashes of fluid. But in the face of the sheer mass of wriggling creatures, these shots were like pebbles dropped into an ocean, vanishing without a trace. The tide of worms didn't even slow down. The soldiers could do nothing as the creatures surged closer. Behind them, an armored vehicle was already swarming with countless worms. They clung to its surface in a pulsating, undulating mass, writhing madly as they climbed higher. The horrifying sight made Ross's skin crawl. Even without a fear of tight spaces, anyone witnessing this surreal nightmare would feel sick to their core. Ross involuntarily cursed. Shit, are these things even worms? Just then, a streaking missile, trailing smoke, struck the advancing worm tide. Boom! In the next instant, a fiery explosion consumed the writhing mass, turning thousands of worms into ash. A powerful shockwave followed, blasting apart nearly half of the massive tide, ripping countless worms into bloody shreds. The missile had been fired by Tony. At the sight of the monstrous wave of worms, he immediately recognized the threat. The sheer numbers alone were horrifying. Other than a few high-powered missiles meant for abomination, Tony's current arsenal lacked any weaponry capable of handling such a horde. Thus, seeing the worms closing in on the survivors, he decisively launched a missile to block their advance. On the ground, Ross and his soldiers quickly caught on. Ross bellowed at his captain. "Idiot! Bullets are useless. Use grenades, explosives, and missiles. Those things might be tough, but they sure as hell aren't indestructible. The weapons that couldn't pierce Abomination or Hulk might still work on these disgusting worms." "Yes, sir." The captain, now understanding Ross's intent, immediately rallied his troops to prepare for a bombardment. But just as they were about to act, the street ahead stirred. The half-destroyed worm tide was reforming. The worms that had been burned or blasted apart were being absorbed by the surviving ones. Using the corpses of their fallen kin as nourishment, the remaining worms began to grow at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Tony watched grimly as the swarm reassembled. His face darkened. God damn it, these worms were ridiculously persistent. Due to his rushed departure, combined with the limited carrying capacity of the Mark IV suit, Tony hadn't brought much heavy weaponry. His customized high-powered missiles were numbered. Each one he used depleted his stockpile. If he fired a few more, he wouldn't have anything left for Abomination. With this in mind, Tony activated his comms and patched into Ross's radio. "General Ross," he said, his voice serious. "We need you to mobilize weapons now. I have a very bad feeling about this. If we don't handle these disgusting worms properly, they might cause even more destruction than those two monsters." Hearing Tony's voice through the radio, General Ross's expression darkened. "You don't need to tell me that," he said grimly. "I've already submitted a request to base. A batch of specialized weapons is being airlifted as we speak." Tony let out a small breath of relief at the news. Drum Base was the nearest federal military installation to New York. With the military's efficiency, those weapons should arrive at the battlefield soon. With the sheer strength of the federal forces, taking out a bunch of mutated worms should be an easy task. It should be, right? Yet, as Tony watched the worm tide rise once more, an unsettling doubt crept into his mind. At the front of the surging worm flood, survivors, who had barely caught a break after the previous explosion wiped out countless worms, found themselves in yet another nightmare. Terror and despair returned to their faces. "Oh God, what did I do to deserve this punishment? Save me. I don't want to be eaten alive by these disgusting things. Mom, run. Don't just stand there, run." At this moment, under Ross's command, a few soldiers hoisted rocket launchers onto their shoulders. After a brief aim, they fired. Boom, boom. Two blazing fireballs erupted. The explosions once again shattered the rising worm tide into countless pieces. At the same time, a tank positioned at the far end of the street adjusted its turret, aiming at the still reforming mass of worms. Before the tide could fully take shape again, a shell roared out from the barrel. Boom! A massive explosion erupted at the heart of the worm tide, creating a several-meter-wide vacuum zone where no worm remained. In just a few attacks, the flood of worms was significantly disrupted, and their numbers were visibly reduced. Well done! A commanding officer couldn't help but celebrate the success of their counterattack. But his victory was short-lived. All across the battlefield, the manhole covers embedded in the streets began trembling violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, an endless stream of revolting worms began pouring out from the sewers. Shit! Perched atop a building, Tony Stark surveyed the battlefield. His eyes swept across the area. More than a dozen manhole covers had been overturned, each one spewing an unrelenting flood of worms onto the streets. And worse, 3 of those sewer openings were located at the far end of the street, right where hundreds, no, thousands of civilians were trying to evacuate. Seeing the massive crowd, the bloodthirsty worms reacted like ravenous wolves spotting a fresh meal. Their excitement was palpable. The horde surged forward. Worms wriggled out of the sewer grates, slithering up the pant legs of nearby civilians. Within seconds, entire bodies were engulfed, reduced to lifeless skeletons, their flesh stripped clean. At this moment, the tightly packed crowd of evacuees had become the perfect feast. A chorus of terrified screams erupted. The worm tide, like a wild, unrestrained beast, charged forward at full force. Just then, a glowing blue plasma grenade descended from the sky, landing directly at the mouth of the sewer. Boom! A blinding surge of electricity flashed through the damp sewers. The electric currents surged through the wet bodies of the worms, instantly spreading in a delicate web of energy. The entire entrance was enveloped. Zzz. A shrill, ear-piercing electric noise followed. The worms caught in the electrical net were immediately fried into thousands of charred husks. From atop a distant building, a woman with fiery red hair leaned casually against the rooftop edge. Natasha Romanoff. Seeing the plasma grenade's successful impact, she let out a small sigh of relief. Tapping her earpiece, she reported to Nick Fury. "Director, I've got good news. The plasma grenades work well. Their effect on the worms is stronger than expected. The bad news? I only have 2 left. If reinforcements don't get here soon, Harlem's body count tonight is going to skyrocket beyond what you can handle." There was no doubt. The terrifying worm tide swarming Harlem was no longer just a simple battlefield threat. It had become a full-blown supernatural disaster. And dealing with supernatural events? That was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility. If they didn't resolve the crisis soon, Nick Fury would soon find himself answering to the World Security Council. A scenario he definitely wanted to avoid. Fuck. On the other end of the line, Fury, who was watching the live battlefield footage, grimaced. 2 of our Special Forces units are en route. They'll reach the battlefield soon. Until then, Agent Romanoff, I don't care what you have to do. By time, stop those worms from spreading further. Minimize civilian casualties. Natasha, like stopping this was even possible, but rank had its privileges. Faced with Fury's orders, she had no room for argument. Jarvis, that person, am I seeing things? Natasha's swift and precise attack to save the civilians had momentarily exposed her figure to Stark's view. That strikingly familiar silhouette, Tony couldn't believe his own eyes. "You are not mistaken, sir," Jarvis responded. "The woman who just used that special plasma grenade to kill tens of thousands of worms is none other than Ms. Pepper's newly hired assistant. The same assistant you were planning to poach from her to be your next personal assistant." Before Jarvis could finish, Tony cursed. "Damn it, that's not an assistant. She's a spy. There's no way I'm letting a spy become my personal assistant." With his intelligence, Tony instantly realized why Natasha had infiltrated Stark Industries. It was obvious. That old bastard had set his sights on the Mark armor and the arc reactor, his technology. And now, S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent someone like Natasha to get close to him, using a honey trap to steal his secrets. The moment Tony grasped this, his face darkened. Jarvis, find out exactly which organization this spy belongs to. I'm suing them for attempting to steal Stark Industries' trade secrets. Understood, sir. Initializing investigation. Meanwhile, the newly developed plasma grenades from S.H.I.E.L.D. were in limited supply. Only elite agents like Natasha could acquire them. And there was only one Black Widow in the world. While Natasha's grenade had momentarily sealed off one of the sewer exits. At the two other sewer openings amidst the fleeing civilians, the worms surged forth at an unimaginable speed, creeping up pant legs, drowning victims in an unstoppable tide. Within seconds, dozens, then hundreds of people were devoured, flesh stripped from their bones, their remains left behind as bleached skeletons, lying eerily in the streets. Yet, the more the worms consumed, the faster their numbers multiplied. Beneath Harlem, at the intersection of the underground sewers, at some unknown time, someone had used fresh blood to carve an inverted ritual sigil onto the ceiling. A twisted figure, wrapped in black mist, stood upside down at the very center of this chaotic childlike scrawl. Arms crossed over their chest, they whispered. They prayed. Wanderer of the stars, devourer of the endless and the finality, supreme mother of proliferation, the sovereign of the worms, great mother of the worms, your humble servant offers the blood of despair and the souls of malice as tribute. Grant me your power, the greatest power, like the most devoted of believers. The shadowed figure chanted over and over again in this bizarre hanging ritual. And as their whispers resonated through the darkness, a formless power seemed to pierce through the void, carrying the prayer to a distant, unknowable place, to an entity beyond comprehension. For a moment, that being heard the whisper. Then, just like countless other prayers before it, the voice was ignored, bounced back by the very presence of the unfathomable. Yet, something was different. When the prayer was rejected, it was not simply dismissed. Tainted by an indescribable presence, the prayer twisted. It became an unnatural, distorted murmur. Then, in the very next moment, that murmur raced through layers of space, plunging back into the ritual. It entered the ears of the shadowed figure hanging in the sewers. And in that instant, a monstrous whisper, an eerie, incomprehensible chant, echoed through their mind and soul. In the depths of their consciousness, they saw something, a shadow, a form that no words could describe, an entity beyond meaning. And as they gazed upon it, a flood of information beyond human comprehension, beyond sanity, beyond the mind's capacity, poured into their brain. In that moment, every cell in their body convulsed. Their thoughts became mangled, their sanity twisted. In the depths of their soul, a massive worm-like form began to take shape. Was that the mother of worms? For a fleeting second, the inverted figure understood. And at the same time, the whispers became clearer. The sound alone awakened the primal, unending fear buried in the core of their existence. Faced with their deepest terror, for an instant, their eyes pierced through the illusions of reality, through the ever-shifting laws of the universe. They witnessed the despair woven into the very fabric of existence, and their fragile brain and soul could take no more. In a final act of self-preservation, the mind shut down, just as their unconscious body began to plummet from the sewer ceiling. The ritual sigil reacted. Threads, thin as silk but sharp as blades, shot forth. The nearly invisible strands impaled the falling figure, suspending them once more, fixing them in place. And then, the ritual glowed. A crimson light pulsed from the sigil, rapidly draining the fear and despair radiating from every dying soul within a 10,000-meter radius. Dark wisps of energy surged along the silk-like threads. Then, they poured into the figure's body. Darkness. Thick, heavy, endless darkness. A black cocoon formed around them. And soon, bottom, a heartbeat, bottom, bottom, like the steady beat of a war drum. Something new was growing inside. Something terrible. At that moment, as the tainted, worm-ridden essence seeped into the sewers, something stirred within Eren's fate balance. The ethereal scale within his mind trembled. A single ripple spread across the river of fate. For an instant, fate itself seemed to hesitate. Then, as if recognizing something, the balance quieted once more. Yet, though the fate balance had fallen silent, the river of fate continued to ripple, as if, somewhere, something had taken notice. Something ancient, something inevitable, and the fate balance, in response to the disturbance in the river, sent a single message to Eren's mind. Ding! Just as Eren climbed to the rooftop of a 5-story building, an inexplicable sense of unease filled his heart. At that moment, a notification rang in his mind. As he processed the information, his pupils shrank sharply. Eren had already sensed that these eerie worms were not normal, but he hadn't expected them to be so extraordinary. To think they were related to an evil god, it was far beyond his initial expectations. The evil god mentioned in the fate balance notification clearly wasn't some half-baked deity like Loki from Asgard. After all, Loki alone didn't have the power to shift the trajectory of fate just by leaving behind a trace of his aura. Seeing the special warning in the fate balance notification urging him to be cautious in making a choice, Eren quickly deduced the potential dangers of this mission. Thinking about it, he hesitated for a moment. This mission was undeniably dangerous, but the benefits were just as tempting. The notification explicitly mentioned a large number of fate points, which surely wouldn't be a small amount. If he could obtain them, it might mean another significant boost in his strength. Moreover, the phrase "may grant the host the favor of this world's destiny" caught his attention. The benefits of being favored by fate needed no explanation. Even if it wasn't on par with those so-called children of destiny, at the very least, it could improve his luck. And honestly, Eren could use some better luck. Ever since he had arrived in this world, disaster after disaster had unfolded around him in such a short time. Sometimes he seriously questioned whether there was something wrong with his luck. Otherwise, why did all these catastrophes always seem to find him? Of course, he had to admit that, in some cases, he deliberately put himself in dangerous situations just to gain more fate points. After a few moments of thought, Eren ultimately decided to see if he could purify this so-called evil god's aura. Not just for the rewards. He wanted to see just how powerful this so-called favor of destiny truly was. The moment he made his decision, a certain figure in a nearby alleyway, a clown-faced version of himself, poking at writhing worms with a wooden stick, received the same information from his main body. A cultist infused with an evil god's aura? A worm blood sacrifice? Well, this is getting more and more interesting. Tossing the short wooden stick aside, the clown-faced Eren stretched lazily before stepping out of the alley. In that case, let's test the quality of this so-called cultist. As he spoke, he gently ran his fingers over a bracelet woven from silver-white threads on his wrist. Speaking of which, you must be eager as well, huh? Behind him, Bucky silently watched his new boss. He didn't know why, but sometimes he felt like his boss's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. Stepping out of the alley, the clown-faced Eren spread his arms, gazing expectantly at the writhing mass of worms emerging from the sewers, merging together into a roiling tide surging toward him. "Come on, my little darlings. Damn it, I'm out of bullets," a soldier shouted after emptying his magazine into the tide of worms. Without hesitation, he unclipped a tactical grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and took 2 quick steps forward before hurling it into the mass of writhing creatures. However, before the grenade could hit the ground, 2 serpent-like appendages formed from the worms suddenly shot out, intercepting the grenade mid-air. Boom! The explosion obliterated the 2 worm serpents. But because the grenade detonated prematurely, its impact was significantly weaker than expected. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Those worms just acted like they have brains. They actually Before the dumbfounded soldier could finish his sentence, his squadmate yanked him by the arm and pulled him away at full speed. Idiot! Don't space out. The moment they fled their position, the tide of worms completely engulfed the spot where they had stood. Not long after, the escaping soldiers spotted a strange figure ahead. It was a man wearing a clown mask, arms outstretched, walking straight toward them. One of the soldiers immediately shouted, "Run! If you don't want to die, get out of here." "Oh, really?" The clown-faced Eren chuckled softly before speaking. "A worm blood sacrifice, huh? I'd love to see who kills whom in the end." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body shot forward like an arrow, charging straight into the writhing tide of worms. Web devour! In the split second before he made contact, the clown-faced Eren flicked his right hand toward the swarm. In the next moment, strands of cursed silk wove together, forming a crude silver spiderweb that shot forward and ensnared the front of the worm tide. Each strand of silver silk was as sharp as a legendary blade, effortlessly slicing through the mass of writhing creatures. Unlike before, the worms that were severed by the cursed silk did not get absorbed back into the swarm to serve as nourishment for their kin. Instead, the moment they were cut down, their flesh and blood were instantly devoured by the cursed silk. And as it consumed more and more, the cursed silk grew longer. Most noticeably, the spiderweb Eren had thrown now appeared significantly larger. Good. Seeing the cursed silk feed on the worms and extend in length, a crazed grin appeared on the clown-faced Eren's lips. With a sharp tug, he swung the cursed silk to the side. Like a blade through butter, the web shredded countless worms into halves, their torn flesh instantly turning to ash as the cursed silk devoured them. Finding the web somewhat unwieldy, he quickly altered his approach. The cursed silk rapidly twisted and wove itself into a crude whip in Eren's hands. Lifting the whip, he lashed it toward the approaching tide of worms. Dozens of silver threads sliced through the creatures, carving a massive gap in the swarm. I knew it. A clown and a whip. Now, that's a perfect match. Feeling the newfound ease of handling the whip compared to the spiderweb, the clown-faced Eren grinned and swung it again. Gripping this soul-devouring whip, he twirled his body into motion. The worm tide loomed ever closer, radiating an overwhelming sense of danger. Yet, instead of fear, the impending peril only heightened his excitement. The threat sent a thrill through his nerves, making his movements even swifter, more agile. With a simple step back, he dodged a torrent of worms spewed toward his face. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the soul-devouring whip lashed out once more, carving another deep gash in the swarm. Without hesitation, Eren stepped into the gap he had just created. From both sides, the worms surged like an avalanche, desperate to swallow him whole. Faced with this nightmarish tide, Eren showed no trace of fear. Instead, his grin widened. Then he started to spin. As he twirled, the soul-devouring whip spiraled around him, forming a deadly vortex. Like a dancer lost in his own world, the clown-faced Eren performed a waltz of death amidst the writhing tide. Each turn of his body brought another arc of carnage. With every graceful movement, the whip lashed out, tearing through the swarm, reducing the creatures to drifting ash. The more the cursed silk devoured, the longer the soul-devouring whip grew, its reach expanding, its power intensifying. Round after round, unknowingly, Eren had cleared a 6-meter-wide vacuum of death around him. Within this radius, not a single worm remained. At last, the monstrous tide hesitated. It seemed to realize that this clown-faced man was not someone to be trifled with. Instead of charging forward, a section of the worm tide splintered off, flowing in a different direction, deliberately avoiding him. "Oh, you know how to dodge? Seems you worms aren't as brainless as I thought." Yet, just because they wanted to avoid him didn't mean he would let them go. Tasting the benefits of the cursed silk's rapid growth, Eren was far from satisfied. With a flick of his body, he lunged toward the thickest part of the swarm, his soul-devouring whip lashing out relentlessly. Dashing through the sea of creatures with effortless grace, he moved as though wading through air. Under his control, the whip became even more bizarre, its strikes sharper, fiercer, brimming with an eerie power. Every swing effortlessly tore through waves of worms, carving deep scars into the tide. However, every move he made was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Despite how miraculous his performance appeared, it was not without cost. The reality was that every step he took was the result of razor-sharp intuition and precise observation. A single misstep could lead to his instant demise, swallowed whole by the tide. Eren's body was strong, far beyond that of ordinary humans, but he was no Hulk. If he let his guard down for even a moment, these creatures would devour him within seconds. Under such high-stakes conditions, his mind was running at full throttle. He pushed his clown instincts to the limit, sharpened his perception to the extreme. Even more, he forced his body into a semi-sleeping state, overloading his adrenal glands to enter a bullet time-like trance. Each step he took was carefully chosen, always landing on the safest possible spot with the least number of worms. Sometimes it was atop a car, other times on the lid of a trash can. And when no suitable foothold was available, he would simply create one, whipping open a brief moment of safety. His sheer willpower commanded his body with precision, carrying him through this deadly dance. But he wasn't repulsed by the madness of it all. If anything, he was enjoying it. The rush, the adrenaline, the ecstasy of defying death. Before long, his performance drew attention. The soldier who had earlier warned Eren to run stood frozen in place, his jaw practically unhinged. What the hell? This has to be an illusion. Above the battlefield, a news helicopter hovered in the sky, broadcasting the chaos live from Harlem. When the New York News Network reporter saw the insane spectacle below, he wasted no time shouting to the camera. "Oh my God, look at that." Millions of people across the city watched in stunned silence as the clown-faced figure danced among the worms. At that moment, countless voices erupted in shock. "Mom, that masked clown, he's dancing with the monsters. Holy shit, that guy's insane. Those deadly worms can't even touch him. He's dancing while butchering those things. Damn it, how strong is that clown? If only I had his kind of power. What the hell is that weapon he's using? Wherever it hits, the worms just disintegrate." The danger Eren faced, outsiders would never truly understand. What they saw was only what their eyes could perceive, an unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Even Tony, standing atop a nearby building overseeing the battlefield, couldn't help but twitch as he watched Eren dance amidst the writhing tide of worms, butchering them effortlessly. It's him again. This guy, he steals the spotlight more than I do. And fighting in that disgusting mess of worms, doesn't he feel grossed out? Wouldn't it be smarter to maintain distance and just wipe them out with heavy firepower? Why deliberately take such a risk, diving straight into the thick of them for close combat? Was it pure confidence? A thirst for adrenaline? Tony couldn't quite wrap his head around Eren's combat methods. But, confusion aside, seeing Eren take action and hold back the largest cluster of the worm tide brought Tony some relief. His Mark IV suit had already exhausted most of its on-board weapons from continuous use. Despite his efforts, maximizing efficiency with Jarvis calculations, minimizing ammo consumption, and delivering maximum damage at every opportunity, the infinite wave of worms kept surging from the sewers. Instead of improving, the battlefield was only getting worse. Damn it, I hope General Ross reinforcements get here soon. Otherwise, we're in deep trouble. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Natasha, having used up all her plasma grenades, stood observing the clown a short distance away. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in her sharp eyes. So he's the clown that caused S.H.I.E.L.D. such heavy losses? No doubt he's strong. To move like that within a nightmare-inducing flood of worms, dancing gracefully while slaughtering everything in sight. Even she wouldn't dare attempt it. And more importantly, he remained completely unscathed. But he had attacked S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how powerful he was, Fury wouldn't let it slide. The director always found ways to make people's lives miserable. Natasha knew this all too well. Poor guy. Still, with that level of power, even Fury might struggle to take him down. At the battlefield's center, General Ross watched in surprise as Eren single-handedly held back the worm tide. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Good opportunity. Without hesitation, he summoned a lieutenant, whispered instructions, and sent him sprinting toward a nearby armored vehicle. Moments later, a large mechanical device slowly rose from the vehicle's top. What the hell is that? From his rooftop vantage point, Tony squinted at the massive contraption. Something about it felt strangely familiar. Sir, Jarvis spoke up, scanning the device. It shares a 67% similarity to the particle freeze gun you once built. Wait, what? However, unlike your original swimming pool cooling gun, this machine is significantly larger. Larger? That thing is easily 1,000 times bigger than my little freeze gun. Okay, now I understand why it looked familiar. But how the hell did my little invention end up in Ross' hands? Sir, Jarvis replied calmly. Years ago, Obadiah Stane took your particle freeze gun, claiming it was for pool maintenance. However, he never returned it. Tony, Obadiah. Again, of course. Activate targeting system. General Ross pressed a button. The center of the large device shifted, revealing something resembling a cannon barrel. Under the operation of several soldiers, the cannon rotated, locking onto a different street infested with worms. Unlike Eren's location, that street had no one holding the tide back. The destruction was worse there. Hundreds had already perished in mere moments. Ross frowned, glancing at Abomination and Hulk, the original targets of this weapon. This freeze cannon had been designed to neutralize those two, freezing them solid so they could be captured for government research. The military wanted to study their biological structure, perhaps even replicate their power for a new generation of super soldiers. But instead of freezing gamma mutants, the weapon was about to be fired on worms. And once the cannon's capabilities were revealed, it would be harder to use it against Abomination or Hulk in the future. They weren't mindless beasts, after all. Ross clenched his jaw, looking at the panicked civilians trying to flee, and at his daughter, whom he had already sent to a safer location. He sighed. For America. Then, he barked a single order. Fire! As Ross' command echoed, the massive cannon barrel began to glow. Blue energy rings spiraled along its length, converging at its core. The buildup of energy intensified. Then, a blinding blue beam of particle freezing energy blasted forth, slamming into the writhing mass of worms. The moment it hit, a wave of pure, biting cold erupted, dropping the battlefield's already freezing temperature even further. Frost rapidly spread, creeping across the worm tide. The absolute zero temperatures flash froze the creatures into grotesque ice sculptures. And with the continuous firing of the particle freeze beam, the frost kept spreading. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the frozen worms began to shatter. In mere seconds, the enormous tide of wriggling worms, stretching for dozens of meters and inching relentlessly toward the crowd, was instantly frozen solid by the radiant blue beam. As if the freezing blast wasn't enough, the energy continued to envelop the icy figures, adding an extra thick layer of frost, ensuring the creatures were completely sealed away in ice. Within 10 seconds, the once ravenous tide, devouring anything in its path, was entombed, forming a frozen graveyard along the streets. A breathtaking spectacle of ice sculptures stretched across the battlefield. No wonder I paid billions for this from Obadiah, General Ross murmured, a mix of satisfaction and frustration in his voice. This Stark Industries prototype weapon, its power is definitely worth the price. But its limitations are still too. Despite the impressive results, the particle freeze cannon had begun emitting thick white steam from its vents, signs of severe energy overload. Without extensive cooling and repairs, the cannon was out of commission for the time being. And knowing that every second of firing cost a fortune, Ross felt a sting in his chest. We're saved. Just outside the frozen tide, a young woman who had fallen in panic, twisting her ankle in the process, had all but accepted her impending death. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume her, a miracle arrived. A brilliant blue light split through the darkness, eradicating the monstrous horde, pulling her back from the edge of doom. Thank God, I'm alive. Aha! The survivors, those who had been moments away from death, burst into shouts of joy. Some dropped to their knees, praying in gratitude. But, among them, those with sharper instincts didn't waste time celebrating. They bolted toward the edge of Harlem, desperate to flee the Hell's Cape before another catastrophe struck. Nice work. On the rooftop, Tony grinned, watching the spectacular results of the freeze cannon. Looks like my old toy gun had more potential than I thought. Turning to Jarvis, he smirked. Remind me later, I'm adding a particle freeze system to my next Mark suit. Understood, sir. Tonight's battle had reignited Tony's interest in his abandoned freeze weapon project. Originally, he had set it aside because the power supply was too much of a hassle. But now, with his arc reactor technology, he was certain he could turn it into a masterpiece. And beyond combat applications, cryogenic weapons were an excellent non-lethal suppression tool. The daring reporters who had braved the Harlem battlefield had been recording everything. Now, broadcasting live, they praised the U.S. Army's heroic intervention, showering them with compliments. But not everyone shared that sentiment. As the footage spread, some viewers and netizens quickly began criticizing the military. If they had a weapon this powerful, why didn't they use it sooner? Hundreds died before they acted. This is criminal negligence. Even among the survivors, resentment brewed. People grieved for their loved ones, cursing the military for their delayed response. If they had fired the particle freeze cannon earlier, would their families still be alive? While the world erupted in debate, deep beneath Harlem's sewers, the sudden extermination of millions of worms triggered something. A massive, black cocoon, hanging from the sewer ceiling, shuddered violently. The next second, an eerie, insect-like screech pierced the air. A shock wave rippled outward, invisible yet overwhelming. Instantly, the horrifying screech reverberated through the battlefield. Every living being who heard it felt their consciousness shift. Their minds plunged into an endless abyss. A twisted cosmos, unfathomable, filled with horrors beyond mortal comprehension. No, this was not an illusion. Eren was the first to snap out of it. His eyes widened. He looked up. Above Harlem. No, above all of New York. The polluted night sky suddenly cleared. And beyond it, a colossal phantom loomed, casting its presence over the entire city. This was a manifestation of the Mother of Worms. Sanctum Sanctorum. At the New York Sanctum, Mordo and Wong stood frozen, their gazes locked onto the monstrous silhouette in the sky. What is this? The phantom stretched across New York's skyline, its form unfathomable. If not for the fact that it lacked the full presence of an elder god, along with the associated madness-inducing aura, they would have believed that a true outer god had breached Earth's dimensional barriers. Before anyone could react, the massive apparition shattered, collapsing into a smaller, more concentrated form, a dark cocoon floating in the sewers. Inside that writhing cocoon, a humanoid figure curled into itself, undergoing an unknown metamorphosis. With the complete absorption of the evil god's aura, the figure inside radiated a twisted aura of evolution, corruption, despair, terror. The cocoon began distorting further. Faint visions flickered around it. Desolate wastelands, cracked and soaked in dry blood. An endless tide of worms engulfing entire cities. Mountains, rivers, people, flesh. Nothing could escape. Everything was being consumed, reduced to eternal silence. Light and shadow overlapped, giving rise to countless phantoms. An endless stream of illusions, both real and unreal, beyond human comprehension, continuously emerged around the shadowy cocoon. It was as if they were injecting power into the pitch-black cocoon. The dark cocoon shadow became more solid with each passing moment. Bang! 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 At that instant, the eerie worms infesting every street, house, car, trash bin, and even scattered bones throughout Harlem were all simultaneously crushed by a mysterious force. Each one burst apart, transforming into crimson orbs of mystic energy. The countless blood-colored light points converged into torrents, rushing toward the spectral figure suspended in the sky. At the same time, a mysterious, blood-red ritual circle suddenly appeared within the shadow in the sky. As light flickered, the black cocoon, previously hanging from the sewer ceiling, emerged with a crimson glow, now fully visible above Harlem. It materialized at the center of the mysterious cocoon shadow. The very moment the dark cocoon descended, a nearly twisted aura of corruption spread throughout Harlem, stretching even further beyond. Simultaneously, strange and overwhelming information forcefully poured into the minds of anyone who looked up at the scene. Within this torrent of knowledge filled with corruption and madness, eerie murmurs, reminiscent of insect chittering, echoed continuously. The whispers relentlessly eroded the sanity and thoughts of those who heard them, disrupting every neuron in their brains. A horrific mental contamination erupted instantly. Countless people who laid eyes upon the shadow suffered intense psychological shock, falling into madness amidst the distortion and corruption. Those watching through television or live broadcasts fared slightly better. They only experienced severe mental distress, nausea, dizziness, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort. However, the residents of Harlem, those closest to the shadow, suffered an unprecedented level of psychic corruption. Some pounded their heads violently, desperately trying to expel the terrifying whispers from their minds. Some lost their will entirely, their faces drooling blankly, reduced to mindless husks. Others, completely overtaken by the presence in the sky, collapsed to their knees, worshipping the entity with blind devotion, becoming its followers. Under the guidance of the unknown ritual circle, the dark cocoon and its shadow in the sky continued to condense, seemingly on the verge of merging completely. Sorry, but I have no intention of letting an entity fully integrate the battlefield's flesh, despair, and death to ascend into something even more terrifying. So this ends here. Standing atop a rooftop, Eren looked up at the black cocoon absorbing flesh, despair, and fear, evolving into something beyond human comprehension. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a staff from his right arm. The angel's staff. The moment the sacred staff appeared, Eren channeled his spirituality into it without hesitation. As waves of immense spiritual energy surged into the staff, a terrifying power, dormant within the angel's staff, began to awaken. A ripple of milky white radiance emanated from the staff in Eren's hand, spreading outward in layers. Summit, with a single command from Eren, a brilliant pillar of pure white light descended from the heavens, enveloping him completely. Feathers of pristine white drifted down from the sky, filling the air. A celestial hymn echoed across Harlem, as though the heavens themselves were singing praises. Even those watching from afar could feel the divine presence radiating from the white pillar. At the same time, white feathers drifted across the battlefield. The moment a feather touched someone suffering from the psychic corruption, a warm sensation washed over them, instantly purifying the affliction. For a brief moment, they were freed from the madness that had overtaken them. If mere scattered feathers possessed such power, then Eren, standing within the light pillar, was experiencing something far greater. Under the pillar of radiance, the divine light mended the very essence of his cells, healing the damage left by years of malnutrition. His cells brimmed with renewed energy. In mere moments, a soothing warmth spread through Eren's body. An overwhelming sense of comfort and satisfaction surged from the very core of his being. This feels incredible, but does an angel really need such an extravagant entrance? Watching the scene unfold, Eren couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This level of spectacle would make any stealthy angel summoning nearly impossible in the future. The sheer grandiosity of the entrance crushed all hopes of summoning an angel in secret. I wonder if this entrance effect can be changed, otherwise this is going to be a real problem. As he mused over his predicament, a golden strand of hair emerged from the radiant pillar. From within the light, an incomparably beautiful face appeared. Her flawless features exuded a sacred radiance. Beneath her fair and slender neck, she wore a silver-white form-fitting battle armor adorned with intricate, mysterious engravings. Her chest plate struggled against the fullness beneath, seemingly on the verge of bursting. And behind her, 6 enormous white wings fluttered gracefully, exuding an aura of nobility and divinity, an existence beyond mortal reach. A ripple of energy passed through the air. The 6-winged angel slowly opened her eyes. A pair of emerald blue pupils met Eren's gaze. Yet, despite her perfect features, those eyes were empty, devoid of a soul. Oh, right. She had been refined into the angel's staff. Her soul was long gone. What remained was her immense power and instinctual combat prowess. Under Eren's gaze, the 6-winged angel spread her wings once before descending, landing softly beside him. The next moment, she folded her wings behind her back, gracefully lowering herself onto one knee before Eren, awaiting his command. As the angel's wings folded, the celestial phenomenon caused by Eren's summoning, the sight of a 6-winged angel kneeling before Eren fell into the eyes of all witnesses. Throughout Harlem, countless onlookers were left utterly shaken. Disbelief filled their voices as they cried out, "An angel! Angels actually exist! Oh my God, I just saw a real angel!" Amid the crowd, some devout Catholics and Christians dropped to their knees, making the sign of the cross over their chests as they bowed toward Eren, murmuring in awe, "O Lord, have you heard our prayers? Have you sent your messenger to the mortal world to save us?" The divine pillar of light descending from the sky, the feathers capable of healing the wounded, and the sacred hymns echoing across the heavens had left no doubt in countless minds about the angel's identity. At the same time, the kneeling 6-winged angel raised even more speculation among the onlookers. A Catholic priest, overcome with emotion, whispered, "Heavens! A seraph? The highest-ranking angel. Who in this world could be worthy of a seraph kneeling before them? Could it be?" For a moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, not only on the battlefield, but also among those witnessing the event through live broadcasts. The internet was in an uproar. Prayers, disbelief, and rampant speculation about the figure standing before the angel flooded every social media platform. Fortunately, due to the distance and the divine radiance surrounding Eren, none could clearly make out his face. On the battlefield, Eren had no time to concern himself with the reactions of ordinary people. Pointing at the black cocoon floating in midair, now absorbing blood-colored energy at an accelerated pace, he issued a command to the angel behind him. "Kill it." The 6-winged angel did not respond with words. Instead, the moment Eren willed it, the angel, once kneeling, abruptly spread her massive wings. With a single flap of her 3 pairs of immaculate wings, she vanished from Eren's side. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared high above the battlefield, shifting once more with near-instantaneous speed to arrive beside the grotesque, shadowy cocoon. Reaching out, she grasped into the void. A brilliant, golden holy sword materialized in her hands. Without hesitation, she swung it down upon the monstrous cocoon. Zheng, a blinding arc of golden light, spanning over 100 meters, erupted from the blade, cleaving through the dark phantom of the cocoon. The attack struck the true cocoon at its core, where it was wrapped in countless blood-colored energy points and blackened despair. Dang! The radiant blade clashed against the dark shell, releasing an ear-splitting metallic clang that echoed across the sky. Crack, crack! Although the 6-winged angel's strike did not shatter the cocoon outright, thin, intricate cracks did form across its surface. However, The attack did not inflict direct harm upon the entity gestating within, but it did send the cocoon flying backward. More importantly, the sheer force of the strike fractured a segment of the ritual circle beneath the cocoon. The moment the circle shattered, the blood-colored energy feeding into the cocoon dissipated, along with the battlefield's overwhelming death, resentment, and despair. Even a massive shadow looming over Harlem faded into nothingness. The indescribable, eldritch presence that had polluted the air vanished. From the very start, the six-winged angel's true target was never the monstrous cocoon itself. It was the ritual array fueling its transformation. By destroying the circle, she severed the cocoon's source of power. Without it, the entity inside could no longer evolve. Even if it forced its metamorphosis at great cost, the result would be imperfect, crippled, flawed. No, the six-winged angel, possessing the full combat instincts of her former self, would never allow the entity to evolve in the first place. Instantly, the angel vanished from her position once more, reappearing directly above the black cocoon. With both hands gripping her golden holy sword, she prepared to strike down upon the cracks she had previously created. But this time, the cocoon did not remain still. From within its dark mass, countless black threads shot forth. Like an endless web of steel wires, they surged toward the angel, attempting to ensnare her sacred form. Countless onlookers gasped in horror at the sight. But before the black threads could fully engulf her, a brilliant white blaze erupted from within. The angel's divine radiance surged outward, incinerating the black filaments upon contact, reducing them to nothing but ash. Yet, by the time the angel had freed herself from the ensnaring web, the black cocoon had disappeared. Rear right, 60-degree angle. At that moment, Eren, now more attuned to controlling his summoned angel, relayed a command through the angel's staff. The instant she received the directive, the six-winged angel reacted without hesitation. With a sharp pivot, she swung her golden holy sword in a 220-degree arc, slicing upward at her target. At that very moment, in the exact position Eren had pointed out, two black, spider-like limbs, wreathed in despair and the wailing of countless tormented souls, lunged at the angel's back. Ding! A deafening clash rang out as the golden holy sword met the dark appendages in midair. The sheer impact of the collision generated an immense shockwave, sending violent gusts roaring across the battlefield. The maelstrom of force blasted outward in all directions. ZZZZT. In the brief moment of deadlock, a faint golden lightning flickered within the six-winged angel's azure eyes. In the next instant, a soft golden divine glow radiated from her body. With the blessing of this golden light, the six-winged angel's power surged dramatically. Wielding her sword in both hands, she suddenly slashed sideways, cleanly severing a spider-like appendage brimming with an aura of despair. Seeing its ambush fail and even its newly evolved limbs severed, a figure eerily similar to the humanoid spiders encountered before, yet distinctly different, emerged into view. This creature bore the face of a human male, but its body was like that of a massive worm. It had 8 razor-sharp spider-like limbs and 3 pairs of insect wings on its back, resembling an abominable amalgamation of multiple monsters. It rapidly flapped its wings, retreating backward with astonishing speed. The grotesque fusion of its form was so disturbing that merely laying eyes on it evoked intense discomfort. Some onlookers, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of its appearance, couldn't contain themselves and vomited on the spot. Despite its disturbing appearance, the creature possessed incredible strength and speed beyond human comprehension. With a few rapid beats of its insect wings, it had already retreated dozens of meters. Now at a distance, the monster glared at the six-winged angel with venomous malice, its voice raspy and filled with hatred. An angel? A lapdog of God dares to appear so openly in Midgard? Looks like the Supreme Sorcerer's lineage has completely lost control over this realm. But Earth is not your god's divine kingdom. If you choose to stand against me here, have you decided how you want to die? The six-winged angel ignored the creature's threats. With golden light once again rippling across her form, she gathered her strength. Her 3 pairs of massive wings stirred a powerful whirlwind. In the next second, her figure blurred, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear hundreds of meters away. Brandishing her golden holy sword, she slashed toward the air before her. As the sword cleaved downward, the space in front of her rippled, and in that very moment, the grotesque figure that should have been hundreds of meters away abruptly materialized midair. For an instant, disbelief flickered in the human-like eyes embedded in the creature's horrific body. It seemed incapable of comprehending how the six-winged angel had so easily seen through its hell-infused invisibility magic. Caught off guard, the creature had no time to react. Having already experienced the terrifying power of the angel's sword firsthand, it had no choice but to cross its 6 sharp, blackened limbs in front of itself in a desperate attempt to block the incoming strike. Clang! A metallic clash rang out as the immense force sent the monstrous figure hurtling through the air. Boom! 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 A series of deafening crashes followed as the grotesque entity was flung through a building, tumbling across half the battlefield before landing directly in front of the Hulk, who was still locked in battle with Abomination. Whether due to their immense strength making them fearless or the gamma radiation suppressing their intelligence, the Hulk and Abomination continued their savage brawl, utterly indifferent to the swarming tide of monstrous worms around them. Even when the imposing figure of the six-winged angel descended from the sky, shaking the world, these 2 behemoths remained fixated on their fight. Until, boom, the grotesque creature launched through the battlefield, smashed through a brick wall, and landed right at the feet of the Hulk. The Green Titan, already boiling with pent-up rage from the ongoing battle, looked down at the intruder who had interrupted his fight. With saliva flying from his mouth, he roared in deafening fury. "Hulk!" And with that battle cry, the already battered monster was sent flying once again by the Hulk's monstrous strength, like a mere ragdoll. Even before it could react, the figure that had previously threatened the six-winged angel dissipated into a fleeting afterimage, vanishing completely. On a rooftop, gripping the angelic scepter, Eren watched the scene with deep solemnity. His eyes were filled with caution as he stared at the spot where the grotesque entity had been struck. That thing, it was sneaking towards me earlier. It was definitely planning to attack me. In such a short time, the creature had already deduced that the six-winged angel was nothing more than a soulless battle construct. It had even conjured an illusion to distract the angel, using the opportunity to stealthily close in on Eren, intending to eliminate the summoner directly. Its cunning battle tactics and execution sent a chill down Eren's spine. If the six-winged angel hadn't possessed the ability to pierce illusions and perceive hidden entities, allowing her to strike the monster before it could act. Given its speed and strength, there was no doubt that if it had reached Eren, he would have been killed before he could react. And if that had happened, the angelic scepter would have fallen into its hands. No one could predict how terrifyingly powerful the monster would become if it wielded the scepter. Even the fate of the alternate Eren, the one who might revive him, would become uncertain in such a scenario. Cold sweat ran down Eren's back as he watched the distant battlefield where the creature had been flung. His expression grew even more grim. His mind raced. Even though the grotesque entity was tainted with the aura of an eldritch god, which severely interfered with and distorted divination attempts, Eren had no intention of being foolish enough to attempt a direct divination on it. Instead, he tapped into his power as a seer, methodically setting up one divination ritual after another on the rooftop. He carefully added elements favorable to himself, turning the rooftop into his personal battlefield as much as possible. Meanwhile, the grotesque figure, already battered from the six-winged angel's attack, had barely regained its footing when it was struck by the Hulk's fist, sending it flying once more. As it was flung through the air, its human-like face contorted with venomous fury. Being struck by an angel was one thing, but to be assaulted by a mindless brute like the Hulk, something no different from a rampaging beast, was utterly humiliating. Before it could even finish speaking, a massive, rough, yellowish hand covered in thick callous skin suddenly clamped down on one of its limbs. A moment later, a colossal force, greater than anything it could have imagined, slammed it into the ground. Boom! The shockwaves spread across the battlefield as the ground trembled. Cracks radiated outward like a spiderweb from the impact crater where the monstrous figure had been smashed. Its captured limb, gripped tightly in Abomination's powerful hand, had been twisted into a grotesque, unnatural shape. With a sneer, Abomination callously stomped his massive, foul-smelling foot down on the monster's human-like face, grinding it deeper into the crater. Filthy bug, don't interfere with my fight with Hulk. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Just as Abomination was about to trample the grotesque figure that had interrupted his battle and charge at Hulk once again, a series of spider-like appendages, gleaming with an eerie black sheen and entwined with countless wailing spirits, surged forth from all directions, stabbing toward Abomination's body. Not good. Abomination, who had initially dismissed the creature as a mere nuisance, finally sensed danger the moment those appendages lunged at him. For the first time, he felt a mortal threat. With a furious roar, his instincts kicked in, and he stretched out his hands, grabbing the two most dangerous limbs aimed at his chest and the back of his head. However, although Abomination managed to seize the deadliest two appendages, the remaining four, coated in that ominous black glow, still managed to pierce through his tough, seemingly impenetrable skin and penetrate his flesh. Two of the creature's appendages had already been lost, one severed by the six-winged angel, the other broken when Abomination slammed it into the ground. Crack! Crack! With a series of bone-snapping sounds, Abomination's massive body was lifted off the ground, suspended in midair by the four razor-sharp appendages. You damned fool! How dare you humiliate a priest of Sotheth? I will imprison your soul and let it burn in the hellfire for eternity, suffering endless torment for your sins. The infuriated, venomous voice of the grotesque entity roared from the human-like face embedded in its monstrous form. As its piercing appendages, seemingly imbued with an armor-piercing effect, sank into Abomination's flesh, the creature suddenly sensed something remarkable. The monstrous vitality coursing through Abomination's body was terrifyingly potent. The entity had already suffered multiple setbacks, its evolution interrupted due to a lack of absorbed essence, followed by a series of injuries in battle. Now, feeling the immense life force within Abomination, its face twisted into an expression of ecstatic delight. The four impaling appendages instantly transformed into something akin to mosquito proboscises, greedily siphoning Abomination's life energy. No! For the first time, fear flickered in Abomination's eyes as he felt his life force being rapidly drained. Suspended in the air, he thrashed violently, struggling to break free. However, at that moment, the creature's remaining appendages launched another flurry of attacks, preventing Abomination from escaping the clutches of the mutated priest of Sotheth. In mere seconds, not only had Abomination failed to break free, but his once powerful physique had already begun to visibly shrink. Witnessing this scene, even the fearless Hulk hesitated, halting his steps and refraining from approaching the two entangled figures. Now's my chance. At that moment, Eren raised his hand and tossed the angelic scepter. The near-divine artifact instantly appeared in the six-winged angel's grasp. The moment the scepter landed in her hand, she channeled the holy energy used to forge her radiant sword into it. As the condensed golden brilliance surged into the angelic scepter, golden runes faintly surfaced upon its surface, radiating an aura of untouchable divinity. Raising the scepter high with one hand, she aimed it directly at the priest of Sotheth, who was still siphoning Abomination's life force. Then, with a sharp twist of her slender waist, like the taut release of a bowstring, she hurled the angelic scepter forward with all her might. The scepter, now radiating golden light, transformed into a streak of divine lightning, tearing through the air in an instant, plunging straight toward the priest of Sothith. Judgment scepter. No! The instant the angelic scepter locked onto its target, the priest of Sothith, once a powerful sorcerer, immediately sensed the overwhelming danger bearing down upon him. Forcing himself to suppress the near-orgasmic euphoria of absorbing Abomination's formidable life force, his instincts screamed at him to react. However, the angelic scepter, now a golden streak of divine lightning, moved at a speed beyond imagination. The moment he realized the threat, it was already too late. The scepter first pierced through Abomination's chest, then continued its trajectory, hurtling directly toward him. Feeling the overwhelming divine energy closing in, the priest of Sothith, a once human who had abandoned his mortal flesh to become a demonic insectoid abomination, was stricken with horror. At this critical moment, he activated the innate ability he had awakened after transforming before the angel's scepter could completely descend. The priest of Sothith, in a desperate attempt to evade this fatal strike, detonated his own magical energy, choosing self-destruction without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the priest's flesh transformed into billions of wriggling worms, scattering in all directions with the force of the explosion. On a distant rooftop, Eren watched the scene from afar, a faint smile flashing across his face. At this point, tried to escape from the scepter of judgment? Not that easy. Boom! Almost at the exact moment, the priest of Sothith self-destructed, unleashing a torrent of magical essence and sending billions of worms fleeing. Judgment descended. A radiant golden light, centered around the angel's scepter, burst outward in all directions. In an instant, the golden radiance engulfed the worms that had once been the priest's flesh. That golden light, filled with holiness and purity, transformed into a terrifying purging flame the moment it wrapped around the wriggling creatures, flames capable of incinerating all evil. Within mere seconds, the worms caught in the golden brilliance were burned to nothing but ashes. Nearby, at the moment the angel's scepter unleashed its attack, Hulk, sensing the overwhelming danger, turned and sprinted away at full speed. But before he could get far, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Abomination, who had been locked in a fierce, even fight with him just moments ago, instantly pierced by a golden lightning bolt, killed on the spot. And that massive worm, which had been overpowering Abomination and draining him, was also obliterated in a flash of golden lightning. The creature shattered into countless smaller worms, only to be immediately incinerated by the surging golden flames. The sight of this holy fire reducing everything to ashes made Hulk's massive heart clench in terror. Then, in a desperate burst of survival instinct, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. The sheer velocity of his escape stirred up a raging windstorm, clearing away everything in his path. But, even though he had tapped into his latent potential in the face of life-threatening danger, Hulk was never built for speed. How could he possibly outrun the speed of divine judgment? Thankfully, just as the radiant golden light was about to envelop him, Hulk instinctively sensed a sliver of hope and immediately changed course. He dove toward the entrance of an underground parking garage, rolling through the impact and crashing through several walls before tumbling deep into the structure, just barely escaping the terrifying holy light. The golden radiance, centered on the priest of Sothith, swept across a radius of 100 meters, reducing every escaping worm to ash. Then, as if possessing a will of its own, the golden halo retracted, compressing with a force so immense that it pulverized the ground within the affected area, grinding everything into dust. Only then did the golden energy surge back into the angel's scepter. Ding! You have slain Abomination Emil Blonsky. A ripple has been triggered in the river of fate. Fate points plus 3,000. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Eren's expression shifted. Because, this time, he had only received the fate notification for Abomination's death. There was no notification confirming the death of the true mastermind behind this disaster. The priest of Sothith. He survived that? This guy's life force is truly stubborn. Just as Eren prepared to activate his spiritual vision and, together with the six-winged angel, search for the priest, who had self-detonated into billions of worms and was likely hiding somewhere on the battlefield. A terrifying presence, filled with chilling malice, suddenly emerged behind him. A gust of eerie wind howled toward him, carrying a sinister aura. Ritual magic array, phantom shift. At the very moment the translucent figure lunged at him, reeking of decay. Eren, who had long prepared several temporary ritual arrays on the rooftop, activated one of them immediately. In a flash, his body reappeared 7 or 8 meters away, leaving behind nothing but an illusory afterimage. As an intra-level ritual technique, Phantom Shift had many limitations. It was a one-time use spell, restricted to a maximum teleportation range of 10 meters. Moreover, activating it required spiritual energy to trigger the magic circle. For many higher-level beings, 10 meters was practically insignificant. By the time they activated the ritual, they could have easily moved 10 meters or even 100 on their own. But for Eren, who only needed to buy a moment of time, it was enough. The instant he teleported away, the six-winged angel, who had been scanning the battlefield for any surviving worms that had escaped the angel's scepter's judgment, suddenly turned. In the blink of an eye, a golden holy sword materialized in the angel's hands, slashing toward the figure that had just appeared on the rooftop. Just as the holy sword was about to strike, a strange ripple distorted the air around the translucent figure. Rather than dodge or evade, the entity allowed the golden sword to pass through it. A second later, the golden blade sliced through the figure. But, this time, the dazzling holy sword, which had previously obliterated all evil, seemed to cut through an illusion. Like slicing through flowers reflected on water, or the moon mirrored in a pond. The translucent figure remained completely unharmed. Keek. Seeing that the six-winged angel's sword had failed to harm him, the distorted shadow behind the void ripple let out an unsettling, shrill laughter. Eren, now standing several meters away, glanced at the figure and sneered with mild disdain, deliberately goading him. "Oh, you managed to dodge the six-winged angel's sword, and that alone is worth celebrating." Hearing his voice, the translucent figure snapped its head around and fixed Eren with an expression of pure hatred. "Don't bother trying to anger me," it sneered. "If not for the fact that my void talent can only affect my soul and not my physical body, mere puppets like this wouldn't be able to destroy me." Wait, had the six-winged angel's attack already destroyed his physical form? And because his immensely powerful soul had not perished, the system had not. Someone like this couldn't be trusted so easily. It was entirely possible that his physical body still existed. After all, during the moment of his self-detonation, billions of worms had scattered. Who knew if some had survived? It was quite possible that everything he was saying now was a lie, a deliberate attempt to mislead Eren into making the wrong judgment. But if this was his true form, was this what the priest of Sothith really looked like? In his semi-transparent spectral state, the priest now resembled a human once more, though his ghostly body occasionally bulged and twisted, as if something was squirming beneath his translucent skin. Still, at least he had a humanoid form now, and that made him a little less disgusting to look at. As he continued observing the entity before him, Eren spoke again, his voice calm and detached. "Is that so? But the reality is, you've already lost your body. You're nothing more than a wandering specter now. A vengeful spirit? Keek. I'm not some lowly undead creature." As he spoke, the priest of Sothith, now in a spectral form, suddenly had his eyes flare with a crimson glow. An invisible mental shockwave gathered into a sharp spike and shot toward Eren's mind in an instant. Die, fool. Kiki. This psychic spike was an exotic, soul-piercing ability that the priest had acquired in his youth from a perilous ruin. In the past, this very ability had allowed him to ambush and kill countless opponents who had once stood on equal footing with him. Now, this arrogant man before him would be no exception. And once he had killed this wretch who had ruined his evolution ritual and destroyed his body, that powerful scepter emanating divine radiance would become his spoils of war. Just as the priest began reveling in his fantasies, two overlapping voices suddenly echoed in his ears. Gaze of despair. Gaze of despair. Boom. Two raging mental blasts shattered the psychic spike mid-air and then, in an instant, struck deep into the priest's soul. A miserable scream erupted from the priest. At the same time, the void ripple that he had been maintaining with his spiritual power faltered, leaving an opening. Now's my chance. Without needing any command from Eren, the moment the void ripple around the priest weakened, dissolving significantly, the golden holy sword in the six-winged angel's hands erupted with dazzling radiance. Like slicing through tofu, it cleaved into the priest's spectral form. Simultaneously, Eren and his clown double, who had crept up unnoticed, seized the opportunity. Both focused their mental energy, and each unleashed another gaze of despair, hammering into the priest's mind. Under this barrage of attacks, the priest's spirit sustained heavy damage, just as Eren prepared to press the advantage, aiming to eliminate him entirely. A flicker of clarity flashed across the priest's eyes, followed by madness. Kill me. Impossible. I am immortal. When the end arrives, I will return. Since you all wish to kill me, then I'll kill you first. Death shockwave. As the priest roared, his spectral body cracked apart, piece by piece, shattering as an unknown force transformed him into an unstoppable wave of death energy. An invisible death shockwave erupted like a hurricane, sweeping across most of the rooftop in an instant. With spiritual sight, Eren could clearly perceive the true terror of this death energy. It was not simple death. It was absolute death. Wherever the black tendrils of death passed, every insect on the rooftop perished instantly. Potted plants withered at an unnatural speed, as though they had been killed rather than simply decayed. Even the red bricks of the rooftop, when touched by the black death energy, began to rot and crumble, as if a single gust of wind would reduce them to scattered dust. This is bad. Seeing the horrifying power of death shockwave, Eren's expression shifted, and he retreated at full speed. But how could he possibly outrun a suicidal detonation fueled by the priest's very existence? Just as the black wave of death was about to reach him, a single golden strand of hair flashed across his vision. Then, a perfect, radiant face appeared before him. A moment later, this tall angel, significantly taller than Eren, suddenly embraced him tightly. And then, her 3 pairs of white wings folded around him, completely shielding him within. At the same instant that the wings closed, a divine barrier of light formed within, sealing Eren in 360 degrees with no gaps. As soon as the light barrier materialized, the wave of death energy swept past like a raging storm. It engulfed the 6-winged angel, who had wrapped herself tightly around Eren, and also caught the clown double, who had been desperately fleeing but still couldn't outrun death shockwave in time. From a distance, the clown double, seeing how the original Eren was protected, let out a grimace. Surrounded by the corrupting power of death, his soul grew darker and darker. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, why did I rush in so eagerly? That was his last thought. The flame of his soul extinguished completely. His fleeing body, now lifeless, collapsed like a discarded rag doll. After rolling several times across the rooftop, his corpse finally hit the edge of the roof, coming to a halt. The Sothith priest used his own soul as a medium, triggering the sliver of evil god's aura fused deep within his soul, unleashing Death's shockwave. Though its power was immense, its area of effect was not particularly wide, and its duration was extremely brief. The near absolute force of death swept across most of the rooftop before being abruptly pulled away by an eerie force, dissipating rapidly. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the devastation wrought by Death's shockwave was unparalleled. In a mere moment, the portion of the rooftop engulfed by death energy became a forbidden zone for all life. Every insect, every plant, even the microorganisms in the air, everything within that space perished instantly. Everything except Eren, protected within a barrier of light formed by the 3 pairs of pristine white wings of the seraphim, remained alive. Beyond that, no living being remained in this space. Not far away, on the rooftop of an even taller building, Tony had been standing, utterly dumbfounded. The sight of Eren summoning a 6-winged angel had shattered his understanding of reality. And just now, he had witnessed the entire battle unfold. He saw the ghostly figure launch a sneak attack on Eren, and in the final moment, self-detonate, obliterating most of the rooftop and sending Jester Eren flying. Not good. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tony immediately piloted his smoking Mark IV armor and sped toward Jester Eren. Though Tony often found himself annoyed by how Jester Eren stole his spotlight, deep down, he was grateful. This was the man who had stood up against the writhing swarm, who had risked his life to stop the catastrophe, and who had once saved Pepper's life. For that alone, Tony didn't want to see him perish. As he neared the fallen Jester Eren, sparks flew from his heavily damaged armor. Jarvis scanned Jester Eren's body, projecting a red beam over him before reporting. "Sir, according to the scan, Mr. Jester has lost all vital signs." Tony's expression changed instantly. He swiftly crouched down, flipping open his faceplate, and called out, "Hey, buddy, wake up. This isn't nap time." At the same time, he reached out, attempting to adjust Jester Eren's body in hopes of administering first aid. However, the moment his armored hand touched Jester Eren's body, the spot where he made contact instantly crumbled in a black ash. "Oh shit, what the hell?" Startled, Tony immediately pulled his hands back. "Jarvis, sir, I cannot explain." "Tony, I wasn't asking you." At that moment, a radiant burst of pure white light illuminated the battlefield. The 6-winged angel, whose wings had been tightly folded around Eren, slowly spread them open once more, revealing the young man she had been protecting. Though the near-law-like death energy had been overwhelming, its brief duration meant it could not breach the barrier of light. Thus, the Jester had perished, but Eren himself had remained unharmed. Even so, as he emerged from the angel's protection, Eren's face was deathly pale. Even with the Seraphim's holy light continuously flowing into his body, attempting to heal him, the pallor refused to fade. Because of his twin soul ability, though Jester Eren had been utterly annihilated by Death's shockwave, Eren himself had not truly died. At any moment, he could create a new clone. However, all the experiences his clone had endured, including the pain of being erased by death energy, were now vividly flooding his mind. The sheer influx of memories made Eren's head throb. But more unbearable than the mental overload was the pain, the excruciating agony of being erased at a soul level. As he stepped out of the barrier of light, the first thing he saw was the remains of Jester Eren, or rather, the black ashes drifting away in the wind. Watching his clone's body disperse into nothingness, Eren let out a quiet sigh. He had imagined many ways in which he, or one of his clones, might die, but he had never considered this possibility. After just 2 brief attacks, his clone had been dragged into mutual destruction. What an utterly wasteful way to go. Behind him, Tony, who had instinctively turned his head at the sound of movement, met Eren's gaze. And the moment he did, he froze. Eren's expression was indescribable, a mix of emotions too complex to decipher. Seeing this, Tony quickly defended himself. Whoa, this wasn't me. I came here to help. I swear. I had no idea he'd just turn into, Well, that. Before Tony could finish his explanation, Eren simply nodded. I know. Hearing that, Tony let out a small sigh of relief before pressing on. What the hell happened? That guy was crazy strong. Why did he just disintegrate? Eren glanced at the last lingering traces of Jester, Eren, fading into the wind, and sighed again. Death energy. The words were heavy. The Sothith priest self-destructed, unleashing a death storm. Within its radius, both body and soul were completely obliterated. In truth, if not for her stepping in to shield me, I would have suffered the same fate. As he spoke, Eren turned slightly to look at the seraphim standing quietly behind him. Her? Tony caught the pronoun. His eyes flicked briefly between the angel and Eren, clearly curious about their relationship. The seraphim, however, paid no mind to Tony's scrutinizing gaze. Raising a hand, she beckoned toward the distant street, where the angel's scepter had embedded itself into the ground, leaving a crater in the asphalt. The scepter emitted a low hum, trembled violently, then shot through the air in a streak of golden light, landing gracefully in her palm. Without hesitation, she raised the scepter high and slammed it down toward the space where the Sothith priest had perished. Because his death had left something behind, the evil god's aura that had once been fused into his soul had been forcibly expelled upon his destruction. And now, it was twisting and writhing in midair, trying to dissipate into the atmosphere. The seraphim would not allow that. Bringing her scepter down with divine force, she struck the corrupted energy, unleashing a golden radiance that erupted from the weapon's tip. Seal. The holy light enveloped the evil god's essence, trapping it within a brilliant sphere of sacred energy. And just like that, this battle had finally come to an end. Elsewhere, the eerie death energy that had vanished from the rooftop suddenly reappeared in a dim, confined space. A realm trapped between Earth and Helheim. Thunderous divine lightning raged outside, coiling around the prison-like dimension. Runic chains, woven from Asgardian magic, bound the area tightly. They had been placed by Odin himself to seal away a terrible existence. And within this dark space, a pale, bloodless pair of lips curved into a chilling smile. Then, with a soft breath, they inhaled the drifting remnants of death energy. For others, it was a harbinger of doom. For her, it was nourishment. As her colorless face regained a faint trace of vitality, she whispered, "It's been far too long since I last tasted death energy this pure. Too bad there wasn't more. But it doesn't matter. Soon, the old man will perish. And once Odin dies," her expression darkened, "this cage will no longer hold me. Just wait, old man. You will regret imprisoning me here." Meanwhile, watching as the evil god's aura was completely sealed within a sphere of holy light, Eren finally let out a deep sigh of relief. It's finally over. Now, as long as we purify this aura, the mission will be complete. Originally, Eren had intended to let the seraphim purify the evil god's aura on the spot. However, she had already expended a great deal of energy, first to shield him from the death energy, then to maintain the barrier of light, and finally, to execute the judgment of the scepter. Right now, the seraphim was significantly weaker than when she was first summoned. Given her current state, Eren wasn't entirely confident she had enough energy left to fully purify the sealed aura. If she failed to purify it and exhausted herself in the process, it would be disastrous. The seraphim could only be summoned once every 3 months. If this attempt failed, Eren had no way of summoning another to deal with the crisis immediately. And if the sealed evil god's aura were to break free in that scenario, things would spiral completely out of control. So instead of gambling on an uncertain outcome, it was better to just pay to solve the problem. At the same time, Tony watched the seraphim's actions with narrowed eyes before stepping closer to Eren. "What exactly is she doing?" he asked. Still looking pale, Eren glanced at Tony and replied, "Sealing the source of this disaster." "The source?" Tony frowned, looking around at the devastation. Then, pointing at the ruined cityscape below, he asked, You're telling me that all of this was caused by whatever's inside that glowing golden sphere? Eren nodded. Hard to believe. That's the true remnant of an evil god left behind on Earth. He continued. The priest, before he turned into that inhuman monstrosity, was using that aura. He relied on it to summon countless worms, creating the disaster we just fought against. If his transformation had succeeded, it wouldn't have been so easy to stop him. If the writhing swarm had fully taken form, he could have just hidden somewhere while controlling the worms to devour every living person in New York, turning the entire city into a wasteland. And by then, he would have become even stronger and nearly impossible to deal with. Tony paled slightly at the mental image Eren's words painted. Then, as if processing something else, Tony muttered, "So this whole mess wasn't just because of that thing. That Hulk guy and the other, puke-colored abomination. Those weren't from your evil god?" Eren shook his head. "No, those two. That was the military's mess. Their experiments went wrong, and they turned into what you saw." Hearing the word military, Tony fell silent. Then his eyes drifted over the ruined cityscape, where the battle between the Hulk and Abomination had left massive destruction in its wake. Finally, Tony murmured, "No one has the right to decide who lives or dies. Not even the military." Seeing Tony's dark expression, Eren watched him silently for a moment before turning his attention to the massive crater where the Angel's scepter had struck. Within that crater lay the Abomination's corpse, torn in half. With a simple thought, Eren transmitted his intent to the Seraphim through their shared link. In the next second, the Seraphim spread her wings and soared into the sky, rising to a height of nearly 100 meters. From above, she looked down upon the shattered ruins of Harlem, where countless people lay sprawled on the ground, some covered in blood, some bleeding from their orifices, clutching their heads in agony. The brutal battle between Abomination and Hulk, the relentless federal military's firepower, the grotesque, writhing swarm disaster, and finally, the evil god's projection, which had momentarily manifested over New York and inflicted untold mental corruption upon thousands. All of it had turned New York City's night into one tainted by blood and madness. Gazing upon the suffering masses below, the Seraphim's flawless, perfect face seemed to soften with a touch of compassion. "God loves all." Her soft, divine voice echoed across the battlefield, carrying with it an ethereal quality. Then, she gently flapped her 6 pristine white wings. A radiant light erupted from her body, illuminating the entire night sky. When the light faded, her form had vanished. But in her wake, countless pure, white feathers drifted silently down from the skies over Harlem. Each feather, as if possessing a will of its own, landed precisely upon the injured. These wounded, some had been caught in the crossfire of tonight's battle. Some had tripped and fallen while fleeing in panic. Others had been rushed out of hospitals on stretchers, their bodies bearing wounds from long before tonight's events. Some had old injuries that had tormented them for years. But the moment the sacred feathers touched their bodies, a warm sensation filled them. Their cries of agony quieted. Their pain dulled. When it finally came back to their senses and checked their injuries, they realized the wounds they had been suffering from, whether old or new, had begun to heal at different levels. Is this a miracle? A young woman, her face previously scarred by shattered glass, caught a glimpse of her fully healed reflection in a car's side mirror. She began trembling violently in shock and joy. No one else could truly understand the despair she had felt when her once beautiful face had been ruined. Had her friend not pulled her away from the battlefield earlier, dragging her to safety, she might have already lost all will to live. But now, she was healed, and for that, she prayed from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you, God, thank you, Angel." Of course, this miraculous event did not only happen to her. All across Harlem, tens of thousands of people experienced the same healing light. Though the feathers did not bring people back from the dead or regrow lost limbs, they greatly alleviated pain and suffering. Severe injuries became manageable wounds. Serious illnesses weakened. Minor wounds vanished completely. It was an undeniable miracle. And for the people, the seraphim had become a figure straight out of myth. Throughout Harlem, countless voices rose in prayers of gratitude. Some devout Christians and Catholics even knelt in the direction where the seraphim had disappeared, their faces full of reverence and faith. While the people below were enraptured by the divine miracle, no one realized something else had also vanished alongside the seraphim: the mangled corpse of abomination. At that moment, the seraphim was already carrying it away, flying at high speed toward Eren's base. Of course, Eren wouldn't let her openly carry a corpse through the city like that. From a moment the brilliant light had filled the sky, the seraphim had activated a stealth barrier, wrapping both herself and Abomination's remains in a light-based illusion. To ordinary eyes, she had simply vanished. Even if she flew directly over their heads, not a single soul would notice. Meanwhile, Eren stood in place, watching as the last traces of his jester clone faded into ashes. Letting out a silent sigh, he was interrupted by Tony, who spoke up. "Need me to book a fancy grave for him?" Tony asked, his tone half serious, half joking. "You know, Stark Industries has a pretty broad business portfolio. I happen to know a guy in the burial business." He then glanced at the pile of ashes left behind by Jester Eren, shaking his head. "Someone like him deserves a proper hero's burial. Not this." Truth be told, Tony didn't actually know anyone in the funeral industry. But in the few minutes since Eren's clone had died, he had purchased an entire cemetery business just so he could personally ensure Jester Eren got the best burial possible. Eren's expression turned strange at that. Was Tony seriously going to hold a funeral for his clone? His Jester persona wasn't even truly dead, just temporarily inactive. Eren couldn't help but wonder, what would Tony's face look like the next time Jester Eren appeared before him? Still, rather than refuse, Eren simply nodded and said, "Thanks." Since his Jester clone had died publicly, it was best to keep it that way for now. Earlier today, his clone had wiped out a Hydra base and slaughtered a number of their agents. Right now, Hydra likely considered him their top enemy. No doubt, they were already scheming various plans to eliminate him. But with the Jester now dead in the public eye, it would throw Hydra off balance. When his clone revived, he could move in the shadows, catching them off guard. It was a strategic advantage. Seeing that Eren had accepted, Tony grinned. "Leave it to me, then. I'll take care of everything." Just as he spoke, a burst of sparks erupted from the Mark IV armor, specifically from its right leg. "Ah shit." Tony flinched from the heat, then quickly started dismantling the damaged portion of his suit. Now that the battle was over, there was no point in wearing a half-destroyed suit. "Hey, Eren, give me a hand with this crap, will you?" Eren shrugged. "Fine." As he stepped forward to help Tony remove the broken armor pieces, Tony suddenly asked, "Hey, kid, how the hell did you summon that six-winged angel?" Pausing for a second, Tony continued, "You know, I've lived a long time, and this is the first time I've actually started to believe angels might be real. If my mom were still alive, she'd probably lose her damn mind. She was a devout Catholic." Glancing at the kneeling crowds still praying below, Tony chuckled. "Actually, I think half of New York feels the same way." Then, with a mischievous smirk, Tony added, "If the Pope in Vatican City finds out you can summon an angel, I bet they'll rush to bring you in and treat you like royalty." Eren chuckled. "Not interested." "Good." Tony smirked. "I'd hate to see you stuck in a place full of rules and rituals. Being a superhero in New York sounds way cooler." Then, his eyes gleamed with amusement. "I even thought of a name for you. What do you think of Angel Knight?" Eren winced. What the hell kind of name is that? At least for now, he had zero interest in playing superhero. Eren shook his head at Tony's suggestion. "No way. That name is awful. And besides, I have no intention of being a superhero." Tony looked surprised. "Huh? Why not?" "No real reason." Eren shrugged. "I just don't feel like it right now. I prefer keeping my life in order instead of having it disrupted." Hearing this, Tony paused for a moment before nodding. "I guess that makes sense." But then, his expression turned serious. "Still, you might not have a choice." Eren raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Tony sighed. "The six-winged angel you summoned, the impact it had was beyond anything I've ever seen. Jarvis just did a quick scan of the internet. There are already tens of millions of discussions about it. Your angel is all over the news. And that's just the beginning. Once the full story spreads, the entire world will be talking about it. Tony then glanced up. Right now, we probably have a dozen satellites locked onto us. Every journalist in the city must be scrambling to get footage. Then he smirked. And don't even get me started on the Vatican. If they find out you can summon an actual angel, they'll probably try to drag you to Rome and treat you like some divine prophet. Eren's gaze flickered, but his expression remained calm. Oh, is that so? Of course. There's no way you'll stay hidden. The moment Tony finished speaking, Jarvis's voice came through the Mark IV armor speakers. Sir, I must correct you. Our satellites, along with every camera within a 1-mile radius, failed to capture any clear images of Mr. Eren. Tony's eyes narrowed. What? Several images and video clips popped up on his helmet's HUD. In every single one, Eren appeared as nothing more than a blurry, glowing figure. His features were completely indistinct. Even footage from Stark Industries' own high-definition satellites showed the same results. Eren was reduced to an unrecognizable silhouette of light. Tony's mouth twitched. Eren chuckled softly. A true magician never performs a trick without preparation. Did Tony really think he'd step onto a battlefield, summoning a 6-winged angel, without taking precautions? Before he even arrived, Eren had already laid the groundwork. And once he summoned the Seraphim, she had cast an optical distortion field over him, bending light in a way that made it impossible for any cameras, or even ordinary human eyes, to see his true form. Unless someone was standing within 10 meters, they wouldn't be able to recognize his face. Even Tony, who had been next to him the whole time, had probably only seen a distorted blur instead of his actual features. Tony stared at the distorted images and let out a long breath. Okay, I'll admit it. You're good. Then, smirking, he added, since you've already thought this through, let me help you out. Jarvis, erase all records of Eren's presence in the center of the battle. Keep only the footage of him at the outskirts. After all, plenty of people had seen Eren's Aston Martin entering Harlem tonight. Instead of completely erasing him, Tony chose to alter the records, shifting Eren's presence to the edge of the battlefield rather than the center. This way, no one would suspect anything. Jarvis, understood, sir. Eren nodded. Appreciated. Tony gave him a thumbs up. No problem. With that settled, Eren helped Tony remove the last damaged pieces of his Mark IV armor. Finally, with a satisfied sigh, Tony stretched his arms. Man, I need a drink. And a long nap. Eren chuckled. Try not to crash any more suits. Tony grinned. No promises. As Eren turned to leave, his gaze swept across the ruins of Harlem, then toward the distant shadows of another building, where he could sense Natasha Romanoff watching. His lips curled slightly. Let's see what happens next. Meanwhile, far below the ruined streets of Harlem, in the underground parking lot where the Hulk had fled, a pale, bony hand suddenly reached out from the darkness. A hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, grabbing Bruce Banner, who had reverted to his human form, and pulling him into the shadows. Who? Bruce's heart seized in shock, and in the dim underground parking lot, his skin began to glow with a faint green hue, a telltale sign of the Hulk trying to surface. Doctor, stay calm. Control your emotions. I'm here to get you out of here. Of course, if you'd rather return to the military and become one of their test subjects, helping them create more monsters like Abomination, I can leave right now. The choice is entirely yours. Just as Bruce was about to transform, a hoarse voice echoed from the shadows of the underground garage. At the same time, Bruce finally caught sight of the figure in the dim lighting. A pale, sickly face, as though deprived of sunlight for far too long. But more striking than the unhealthy complexion was the missing left arm. Seeing that the stranger was a cripple, Bruce's guard lowered significantly. The green glow beneath his skin gradually faded away. Even in my weakest form, I should be stronger than a man missing an arm, right? Unaware that he was standing before Bucky Barnes, Bruce instinctively thought to himself. This small bit of self-reassurance helped him regain his composure. After a few deep breaths, Bruce replayed Bucky's words in his mind, his emotions stirring. Bruce hated the idea of returning to the military. He had been running from them for years to avoid becoming their lab rat. And after witnessing what they had done tonight, after seeing abomination unleashed upon New York, causing destruction and killing innocent people, Bruce's disgust toward them only grew stronger. Without hesitation, he said, "No, I don't want to go back to the military. There are already two uncontrollable monsters, Hulk and Abomination. I won't help them create more." Even though Bruce had made his stance clear, he wasn't foolish enough to fully trust the stranger. Shrugging off Bucky's grip, he eyed him warily. "I don't want to be the military's experiment, but I don't want to be someone else's tool either. Tell me, who do you work for? And what do they want from me?" Bucky smirked. "You've already met my employer." Bruce frowned. "What? Unlike the military, my boss values your intelligence, Doctor. We have medicines, formulas capable of changing the world. But due to material limitations and production issues, we can't mass-produce them. My boss wants your help in refining the formulas, finding alternatives, simplifying their production. That's all." Then Bucky's voice turned amused. "And in return, my boss can help you control, or even seal away, the big guy inside you." Bruce's eyes widened slightly. "He can do that?" "Of course. With my boss's help, at the very least, you wouldn't have to worry about transforming into the Hulk during certain intimate moments." Bucky smirked. "Sorry, that's exactly how my boss phrased it. Not trying to be rude." He shrugged as if to say, "Not my fault." Bruce stiffened. The way Bucky phrased it was crude, but it struck a nerve. Ever since the gamma radiation accident, Bruce's life had become a living nightmare. He had spent years in hiding, always on edge, fearing that a single moment of anger or excitement could trigger the Hulk. Even recently, when he had tried to reconnect with Betty, things had nearly gone wrong. He barely managed to suppress the transformation. It left him feeling utterly helpless. For years, he had been forced to live like a monk, constantly restraining himself, avoiding strong emotions, and living in self-imposed exile. The stress was unbearable. If this so-called boss could truly help him gain control over the Hulk, then maybe it was worth considering. Cough, cough. No, that's not what I meant. If this mysterious employer could actually seal the Hulk, then working for them, temporarily, might not be such a bad idea. At worst, if things went south, Bruce could always escape using the Hulk's power. At that moment, Bucky's ears twitched, and he immediately turned toward the entrance of the underground garage, his expression sharpening. From outside, the sound of boots marching and armored vehicle engines rumbled in the distance. The military was closing in. "Doctor, you need to decide now." Bruce might not have superhuman senses like Bucky, but even he could now hear the sounds of approaching soldiers. The noise was like the final straw. Taking a deep breath, Bruce clenched his fists and said, "Fine, you convinced me. Just tell me how we're getting out of here. And don't tell me I need to fight my way through the military. I've had enough battles for one night." Bucky chuckled. "Of course not. Just follow me. I'll get us out of here without a fight." With that, Bucky turned and walked ahead, leading the way. As he did, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. So this is the power of the instigator. Not bad. The truth was, from the moment he appeared, Bucky had been using the abilities of the instigator to subtly influence Bruce's thoughts. Without it, convincing a paranoid scientist like Bruce Banner to trust him wouldn't have been this easy. Still, he had to give credit to the military. Their perfectly timed arrival had helped seal the deal. Bruce hesitated for a moment, but as the footsteps of soldiers grew louder, he quickly shoved his doubts aside and followed Bucky into the shadows. Guided by Bucky, the two slipped into a partially sealed maintenance tunnel, emerging into an abandoned subway line. From there, they entered New York's massive underground transit system, successfully evading the federal forces hunting them. Elsewhere, "You lost him, you useless fools. Are you all incompetent?" In the underground garage, General Ross erupted in fury as his men reported their failure. A high-ranking colonel, one of Ross's trusted subordinates, let out a bitter smile. "General, with all due respect, this isn't entirely their fault. New York's subway system is too complex. We don't have enough manpower to search every tunnel. Losing Banner was inevitable. Then, hesitating for a moment, he leaned in and whispered, "Besides, maybe this isn't a bad thing." Ross's glare was ice cold. The colonel gulped, but continued, "Even if we did find Banner, what could our men do? We all know their weapons wouldn't stand a chance against the Hulk. Sir, our troops have already suffered massive casualties tonight. Morale is at an all-time low. They're in no condition for another fight." Ross stared at him for a long, silent moment. Under his icy gaze, the colonel broke into a nervous sweat. If this were wartime, Ross would have shot him for such defeatist talk. But looking around, at his exhausted, demoralized soldiers, still shaken from the horrors they had faced tonight, Ross let out a long sigh. Fine, call them back. With Hulk gone, there were other problems to deal with. Meanwhile, changing into a fresh outfit, Eren blended into the crowd, leaving Harlem's ruins behind. As he walked, his gaze drifted to the praying survivors, thanking a god that hadn't saved them. He smirked. "You're praying to the wrong person." But then, that smirk slowly faded. Would he be any different if he lacked power? And if that fateful snap came, could he truly escape it? Eren moved steadily through the crowd, his eyes sweeping across the devastated remains of Harlem. The air still carried the stench of blood and decay. Countless skeletons littered the streets, bodies devoured completely by the writhing swarm. Among the survivors, some were muttering prayers, thanking a god that had not answered them. Eren's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. They're praying to the wrong person. But as he continued walking, that amusement faded. The despair on their faces, the fear in their eyes. How many of them even understood what had truly happened tonight? They didn't know why their peaceful lives had suddenly turned into a nightmare. They didn't know why two monsters had descended from the sky, leveling buildings as they fought. They didn't know why the writhing swarm had suddenly appeared, consuming their homes, their loved ones. And most of all, they didn't know what they had truly witnessed tonight. A projection of an evil god, staring down at them from the skies. An angel descending like a figure from myth, performing miracles before their eyes. To these ordinary people, tonight was nothing but chaos. And in their helplessness, they turned to prayers, begging for salvation. Because that was all they could do. For a brief moment, Eren felt a strange sensation, a suffocating sense of inevitability. If he had been just an ordinary man, lacking power, wouldn't he have been just like them? Wouldn't he, too, have been powerless in the face of fate? Wouldn't he, too, have been forced to kneel and pray, hoping for some invisible force to save him? And if the snap really happens one day, will I be able to avoid it? Eren clenched his fists. If he wasn't strong enough, if he was turned to dust in an instant, then the him that returned 5 years later, would he still be the same person? Could a man who had ceased to exist for 5 years truly call himself the same person upon return? And as a traveler from another world, someone who wasn't even supposed to exist in this universe, would he even be brought back at all? A momentary sense of resignation and confusion about fate rose in Eren's heart, but it did not last long, because after walking a short distance, he caught sight of that little girl Alina and her grandmother Christine from before. At this moment, witnessing that the disaster foretold in her prophecy, one that should have destroyed all of Harlem and even obliterated much of New York, was abruptly halted by the sudden descent of the six-winged angel. Christine's deep, time-worn yet lively eyes were filled with disbelief, mixed with overwhelming excitement and joy that had nowhere else to go. Fate truly had been changed. Although her prophecy had shown that it was indeed the six-winged angel from myth who ended this catastrophe, not her, who had been ready to risk her life. This altered fate at least proved one thing. Not all destinies are as unchangeable as prophecies suggest. Of course, for Christine, who had long since given up her identity as a medium, the nature of fate itself no longer mattered. What truly filled her with excitement and happiness was this. She and her granddaughter had survived. We made it. We both made it. Realizing that her granddaughter would no longer die young, but could fully enjoy her youth for a long time to come, Christine clutched Alina's small frame tightly, tears streaming down her face. Because he had changed into another outfit and used a disguise, Christine and Alina, crying and embracing each other, did not notice the person who had once helped them. That figure paused for a moment to look at them from amid the crowd, then quietly moved on with the flow of people. Eren cast a glance at Christine and Alina, who were holding each other close. He adjusted the gold-framed glasses perched on his nose for disguise and strode purposefully out of Harlem. If Christine and Alina could alter their destiny, why couldn't he? He had no certainty that he would be one of the survivors when Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers. So why gamble on that 50% chance? If in this lifetime, Thanos still plans to invade Earth and snap his fingers, then I'll just send him on his way first. Never mind that Thanos is some galactic warlord whose forces far surpass Earth's imagination. If the Avengers could pull it off, why couldn't I? Push me too far, and at worst, I'll get my hands on one Infinity Stone, then simply offer it to the scale of fate. I refuse to believe that Thanos, missing even one Infinity Stone, could still perform that snap that wiped out half the universe. And as it happens, I'd also like to see what the scale of fate would grant in exchange for something containing a universe-level power source like an Infinity Stone. With that thought, the confusion in Eren's mind dissipated like dust being swept away, leaving him utterly clear-headed. Step by step, as Eren walked through the crowd, it seemed as though his footsteps were in sync with the pulse of the very earth beneath him. Unknowingly, his footsteps and the earth's rhythm merged into one. Eren, who was headed out of the war-torn area, did not realize that at this moment, in a dimension invisible to the human eye above the kneeling throng praying to the 6-winged angel, countless unseen threads were quietly extending from them and converging upon his head. With the convergence of these millions of invisible filaments, the unceasingly active cosmic brain within Eren, ever immersed in comprehension, was supplied by that intangible energy spinning at high speed. At last, it fully displayed the marvel of the cosmic brain meditation method. A surge of inspiration flared again and again, colliding in a blazing burst of insight. Amid Eren's steady stream of thought, it was as though he could faintly see a mysterious force extracting power from those countless, converging threads in the void, wordlessly transforming his physique from within. When from this grand dream does one awaken? At least I know myself. Along with his deepening comprehension of the cosmic brain meditation method, Eren's body began emitting a low, resonant rumble akin to the tiger's roar in ancient texts. Though subtle, the sound carried an ineffable sense of sanctity. Gradually, as Eren continued to delve into the cosmic brain meditation method, and as that mysterious force within continually transformed his body, the faint rumbling grew louder, then spread outward. It echoed along the street like thunder in early spring, silently washing over people's hearts, like a sage preaching or a deity bestowing gospel. That sacred peal of spring thunder reverberated above Harlem, lingering in the air as though it might never fade. Simultaneously, with the cosmic brain meditation method operating at full capacity, an invisible ripple of thought began emanating from Eren, centering on his steps, swiftly expanding outward. As that holy resonance echoed, and Eren's ripple of thought spread through the crowd, the people on the streets, crowded together, wrapped in sadness, pain, confusion, or the joy of survival, seemed to undergo a baptism of sorts, calming rapidly. One by one, those who stood before Eren instinctively made way for him. Some even dropped to their knees in silence, bowing to his departing figure as though worshipping something beyond themselves, until his silhouette vanished from sight. Phew! With a soft exhalation tinged with faint black wisps, Eren felt a lightness suffuse his body. Then he opened his eyes once more. In that instant, a subtle, tranquil aura clung to him. It was as if he and his surroundings had become one, perfectly integrated into the natural world. If one didn't pay close attention, one might pass right by him without realizing a living person was there. So this silent infection of thought. My mind has unexpectedly stepped into the trance realm at a time like this. With a mere flicker of a thought, Eren radiated an intangible mental field. At that moment, in their eyes, Eren appeared to be the center of the universe, the endpoint of everything, around which all things revolved. So this is the invisible psychic field that manifests once you enter trance. What a wondrous power! Feeling this strength so different from the potion-based system, Eren allowed a small smile to curve his lips. Heightened mental power brought Eren a surge of confidence. Even his gaze appeared brighter because of it, lending him a subtle quality that made him stand out from the crowd. Yes, entering the trance realm elevated Eren's ability to harness his mind to a new level. With a shift in thought, he effortlessly stifled his own delight. Then Eren quietly employed this powerful influence of thought to hypnotize the surrounding crowd, blurring their memory of him. After completing this, he swiftly vanished from the streets of Harlem. When he next appeared, he had already reverted to his former appearance. Slipping on a set of clothes identical to the ones he had worn earlier, Eren returned to his Aston Martin, only to find two unexpected visitors waiting by his luxurious sports car. They were Tony and Natasha. Normally, Eren might have shown some surprise at these two sudden visitors. But on his face now, there wasn't even a ripple of emotion. Honk, honk! He walked to the car and deliberately pressed the horn, looking at Tony and Natasha, who seemed to be arguing about something in front of his vehicle. Tony, Natasha, could you please step aside? You're my way. Hearing Eren call Natasha by name, Tony paused and asked in surprise, You two know each other? Eren smiled. I wouldn't say we know each other well. We've only met once. But a special agent as lovely as Natasha is hard to forget. S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony murmured, chewing over the vaguely familiar name. In a split second, his phone lit up with data Jarvis had compiled on SHIELD. SHIELD stand for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, with Director Nick established. With Jarvis's help, Tony quickly recalled that this was the same organization that had helped both him and Pepper out of a tight spot before. He had never expected that Natasha, who'd been planted in Tony's company, turned out to be from SHIELD, the same group he'd once had a decent impression of. Tony's face darkened as he stared at Natasha. Oh great, it's that SHIELD. I was planning to privately sponsor your organization with a batch of funding and equipment in honor of what Agent Phil once did for me. But now you can go back and tell your director that the deal, easily worth at least hundreds of millions, no longer exists. For Tony, letting the infiltration slide without retaliation was enough of a concession, due to his respect for Agent Phil. However, that didn't mean he was going to just let it go entirely. This was how he expressed his displeasure, canceling a sponsorship that Natasha, as Pepper's assistant, had certainly known about. Tony believed that Director Nick would remember this lesson well. He still seemed unsatisfied, though. After a brief pause, he went on, and once I get back, I'll be running a full sweep of my company to weed out any other hidden plants. I expect not to find any more SHIELD agents there. Otherwise, everything Phil did for me will count for nothing. Natasha merely smiled serenely in response, as if entirely unfazed. Got it. I'll be sure to pass the message on to him. In truth, once she dropped that plasmatic charge from the rooftop to halt the swarm of worms, Natasha had known that she couldn't possibly continue her undercover role at Tony's side any longer. No matter how generous he was, he wouldn't let her remain privy to the company's core secrets after her identity had been compromised. So be it then. Truthfully, she'd never been too fond of babysitting Tony, this arrogant playboy who saw himself as the center of the universe. If the mission ended now, so much the better. After giving Tony a piece of her mind, Natasha turned her alluring gaze toward Eren. Well then, dear seer, could I trouble you for a ride? This wounded lady needs some help. She pointed to the bloody patch on her shoulder as she spoke, presenting a pitiable air of vulnerability. Seeing Natasha deploy her charm, Tony, still frustrated, cut in before Eren could reply. Huh, she can flirt all she wants. Our little fortune teller won't fall for that. Trust me, he's not about to give a ride to a conniving agent. Yet before Tony could finish, Eren unexpectedly said with a faint smile, "Actually, I'd be happy to let Natasha ride with me. It just so happens I have a few questions for her." He opened the Aston Martin's door, got into the driver's seat, and motioned for Natasha to take the passenger side. Tony was momentarily dumbstruck. By the time Natasha, wearing a playful smile, slipped into the passenger's seat, Tony snapped back to reality. He had originally planned to ride back with Eren, so watching Natasha settle into the car and even give him a teasing wink, he couldn't help gaping in disbelief. "Hey, Eren, you can't do this. I gave you that car." Eren simply rolled down the window and showed him the keys with a grin. As he said, "This Aston Martin is now mine. If you were me, would you rather give a ride to a dirty-looking guy or to a gorgeous woman? Besides, between sending home a grimy, sweaty man or a gorgeous woman, of course I'd prefer the latter. But if I were you, Tony, I'd be more concerned right now about how to explain everything to Aunt Pepper instead of worrying about hitching a ride in my car." As Eren spoke, he pointed to an area over 100 meters away. In that direction, a large, broad-shouldered Happy was forcing his way through the crowd, Pepper following close behind, and they were both rushing toward them. "Happy, Pepper, when did they get here?" Sweeping his gaze through the throngs of people, Tony quickly spotted Happy and Pepper. He sounded a bit surprised. Seeing them, Eren didn't bother replying. He started the car, and with the roar of the Aston Martin's engine, drove away from the rapidly growing crowd. Tony was like a living beacon, impossible to ignore. If Eren hadn't used his mental force field to slightly distort the crowd's thoughts, even that brief moment would have given the onlookers, and the reporters following Tony, enough time to swarm this secluded corner and bury his car completely. Though extremely powerful, maintaining his mental force field drained Eren's energy. Fresh off a large-scale battle that had consumed much of his inner strength, he wasn't about to exhaust himself further on Tony's account. Of course, the real reason was that Eren would rather avoid Aunt Pepper's inevitable lecture. So, he left Tony behind to bear the brunt of Pepper's questions. Hey. Caught off guard when Eren sped off, Tony stared at his retreating car window where Eren had waved goodbye, his mouth twitching a couple of times. That guy, running off the moment a pretty face is involved. Before Tony could finish grumbling, the mental force field masking him vanished. Almost immediately, a mob of ravenous reporters, cameras in hand, raced toward Tony. Startled, he took an involuntary step back. Within moments, Tony was swamped by reporters, their microphones practically in his face, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. "Tony, I'm from the City Evening News. What are your thoughts on tonight's disaster in Harlem?" "Tony, witnesses saw you on a rooftop in Harlem talking briefly with the person who summoned the six-winged angel. What did you two talk about? And was that radiant figure human or some form of deity?" "Tony, you were the first hero on the scene. Do you know anything about the origins of the two monsters that appeared initially or the identity of the demon that emerged later? Some say those two monsters were the result of military experiments. Is that true?" Not far away, Pepper saw the chaos and immediately shouted to Happy. "Happy, Tony needs help. We have to hurry." Already red-faced from wrestling with the crowd, Happy sucked in a deep breath and said, "Got it." Meanwhile, Eren had no idea about the mess Tony was facing, having already driven out of Harlem. As the traffic gradually thinned, Natasha turned to Eren and asked, "Our little fortune teller, did you see something beforehand? Is that why you showed up in Harlem right when everything went down?" "No, I drove here from Chinatown after seeing it on the news," Eren replied, shaking his head. "That said, I did catch glimpses of it in one of my earlier divinations. In fact, several gifted mediums sensed something bad was coming before it happened. Fortunately, tonight turned out better than most of us predicted. Someone managed to summon a six-winged angel that ended the disaster. In our vision, this whole city was destroyed by that cultist who transformed into an insect-like demon." Natasha's lively eyes flickered with doubt as she studied Eren. Could he really have foretold this catastrophe? And there are other mediums who predicted it, too. She had encountered her share of frauds posing as psychics in her line of work, but she'd also heard from some colleagues that a few true mediums indeed had mysterious abilities beyond normal understanding. Though she'd never put much stock in such tales before, tonight made her think it might be worth asking Nick for help in enlisting a few real seers. If more supernatural disasters like what happened in Harlem occurred, the authorities might tear their agency to pieces for failing to stop them. Catching Natasha's skeptical look from the corner of his eye, Eren simply smiled without explaining. He changed the subject. Speaking of which, how's your colleague Coulson doing? Feels like I haven't seen him in ages. Coulson? During that Iron Mongrel incident, he was badly injured by a rocket blast at close range. He barely pulled through thanks to prompt medical attention, but lost half an arm. If Tony hadn't built him a custom prosthetic to thank him for helping Pepper, he'd still be a one-armed man. Natasha paused, eyes flickering as if remembering something. A friend and I were planning to visit him at the hospital tonight. If it weren't for what happened in Harlem, we'd already be there. If you don't mind, maybe you could take me the rest of the way. I can introduce you to that poor guy. His hospital is near my place. Eren glanced at Natasha, sensing she had some sort of motive. I'll pass on the visit, but since Coulson did help by Aunt Pepper a bit of time back then, I can share a little something with you. What is it? Natasha's eyes sharpened at once. Another prophecy? Something like the Harlem incident. Seeing her tense expression, Eren smiled. Relax. It's not about a disaster this time, just a list of spies Hydra has planted in your agency. Upon hearing it wasn't a calamity, Natasha began to relax, then froze as though she'd just heard something even more shocking. Her pupils narrowed. Taking a deep breath, Natasha asked, Hydra, are you sure? Truth be told, it didn't surprise Natasha that another agency might have infiltrated theirs. All sorts of groups around the world try to slip moles into their rivals. But Hydra, a group that once followed a certain dictator and nearly took over the world, was supposed to be a relic of the past. The fact they were still active and had even embedded agents where she worked was astonishing. With a quiet snap of his fingers by Natasha's ear, Eren produced a small silver thumb drive, as if by magic. This holds the names of the Hydra moles inside your organization. Whether it's true or not, you can see for yourself. Natasha moved to take the drive, but Eren flipped his wrist, and it vanished. Caught empty-handed, Natasha frowned slightly. Didn't expect our little seer to be a magician, too. Have you changed your mind about giving it to me? Huh? Eren looked at her, puzzled. But I already gave it to you. Gave it to me? Before Natasha could protest, her expression shifted. The next second, she unzipped her jacket and looked down. There, nestled between two soft curves, was that same silver thumb drive, faintly gleaming. Shocked, Natasha pulled it out, realizing it was the very drive that had disappeared from Eren's fingers. When did he? She hadn't noticed a thing, despite her jacket being zipped up. If Eren hadn't pointed it out, she might never have realized there was anything there at all. Natasha's gaze flicked toward Eren, momentarily tinged with wariness. If he could plant this on her without her noticing, he could just as easily have slit her throat. This so-called fortune-teller was far more dangerous than he let on. But Natasha was, after all, one of the agency's top agents. Her guarded look vanished almost as soon as it appeared. Instead, she calmly tucked the silver drive back between her chest and asked, half smiling, "How'd you manage to slip it there?" Eren shrugged with a grin. "Like you said, I might have a talent for magic tricks." "Magic tricks?" "I'd say more like a talent for being a little pervert," she teased. With a laugh, she nestled the drive back in place, then leaned close to Eren's ear, her breath brushing his cheek. "So, does your studious girlfriend know you like taking advantage of other women?" As she spoke, her body pressed forward, creating an eye-catching curve. If Eren just turned his head, he'd be met with a stunning sight. The gentle brush of Natasha's hair against his face sent a faint tingling sensation over his skin. Ah! Seeing her drawing closer, Eren simply put his hand on Natasha's face, pushing her back into her seat. "Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do anything improper. It was just a simple sleight of hand trick. Anyone with enough speed and technique could pull it off." Don't you agents learn that sort of skill, too? With that, Eren somehow produced a small chocolate candy. Flicking his wrist, he tossed it straight into one of Natasha's jacket pockets with perfect accuracy. Because Eren slowed down intentionally this time, Natasha was able to see what he did. Yet, despite witnessing the process more clearly, the smile on her face never wavered. After all, the pocket of her jacket was vastly different from the front of her chest, and the two areas had completely different levels of sensitivity. Besides, she'd been zipped up earlier. Could Eren really have tossed the drive in the same way? Natasha shot him a knowingly amused look, then decided to let it slide. She patted the USB drive, still secured at her chest, making sure it was safe. "I'll take this back to Nick for a thorough investigation," she said. "But aside from the mole problem, I really want to know, is the mysterious figure who summoned the six-winged angel tonight actually you?" "Me?" Eren looked surprised, returning Natasha's curious stare. "I wish, but you need serious power for that. A six-winged angel is practically divine. Even in the church, summoning one is extremely rare, maybe once every few centuries. Plus, you'd have to be a devout believer, right? Do I look like one?" "Devout believers?" Natasha frowned slightly. "You're saying one must be a devout believer in God to summon an angel?" Eren gave a dismissive laugh. "What did you think? That anyone could just summon an angel? You really believe that God is so kind and generous, responding to any random call by sending an angel? Like interdimensional travel is so simple." Natasha wasn't actually a believer, so she showed no reaction to Eren's flippant remarks about God. On the contrary, she seemed pensive after hearing him out. If it really was as Eren claimed, then the sudden appearance of that six-winged angel in Harlem would make more sense. Otherwise, given how long S.H.I.E.L.D. has been around, they would surely have documented more than one angelic descent by now. Still, if this is all true, then who exactly summoned the six-winged angel in Harlem earlier? Could it have been one of the high-ranking figures in Catholic or Christian circles? Someone who, like Eren said, foresaw the demon's arrival and rushed to New York to summon the angel and save the city? In that case, maybe I should suggest that the agency investigate prominent religious figures who've appeared in New York lately. We might turn up some clues. Of course, it's also possible the mysterious summoner is someone local. That would make the search range a lot bigger. Natasha glanced at Eren again, almost involuntarily. Even though Eren's sarcastic comments about God didn't fit the profile of a devout believer at all, she couldn't shake the feeling that the person who summoned the angel might be connected to him in some way. Of course, she had no proof, only a gut instinct. Seeing her uncertain gaze, Eren quietly sighed inwardly. She still doesn't believe me? How did she end up suspecting me at all? Are women's instincts really that scary? In the next moment, Eren's star-like eyes seemed to darken, becoming infinitely deep. Natasha, who had been watching him closely, felt as if her consciousness were being pulled into a bottomless abyss. At the same time, the mental force field that had been quietly circulating inside the Aston Martin invaded Natasha's mind, helping Eren subtly alter her thoughts. Having failed at hypnosis several times before, Eren didn't plant any deep-seated mental imprints this time. He simply nudged her suspicion of him toward the idea that some high-ranking member of the church must have performed the summoning. After all, it was already more plausible to suspect a prominent church leader than Eren. Even if Natasha eventually broke free of this mild hypnosis the way Norman or Bucky had, she wouldn't find her new assumption strange, nor would she guess Eren had tampered with her thoughts. A little over 10 minutes later, the Aston Martin pulled up in front of a somewhat older apartment building. Natasha got out and leaned into the window. "Thanks. If the intel you gave me is legit, we'll compile some global data on supernatural incidents for you soon." Not waiting for a reply, she headed toward the entrance with confident, graceful strides, then stepped into the lobby of a building labeled Stark Apartments. Eren watched her disappear through the door, a hint of meaning flashing in his eyes before he steered the car back toward Chinatown. The USB drive he'd given Natasha was information gleaned from a Hydra base his Joker double had infiltrated, filtered by Eren, and finally passed on to her. Though it didn't contain a huge list of Hydra agents, it included enough leads that, if Nick was even half as capable as his reputation suggested, he'd trace out some real clues to Hydra. And given Nick's famously suspicious nature, he would definitely mount a relentless pursuit of Hydra after this, likely turning S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra alike into a madhouse. Just what Eren needed to reap some rewards and deliver a dose of payback, teaching Hydra the severe consequences of provoking him. Driving back, Eren kept glancing at the magician's ring on his finger. He had originally assumed it was different from those dangerous, taboo objects with severe side effects. He thought it might be a harmless, extraordinary item, but he'd been mistaken. The ring does have a side effect. It's just subtle enough to go unnoticed at first. Had his mental training not reached a point of inner tranquility, he might never have realized how the ring was quietly influencing his behavior. The side effect is basically a growing desire to perform. After wearing the ring, the bearer unconsciously wants to show off in front of others, an understandable trait for a magician seeking the spotlight. Reflecting on it, Eren realized that when he disguised his low-level holy light healing as a magic trick for Helen, or when he summoned the six-winged angel atop the rooftop earlier, this urge for showmanship had likely played a part. He could have been more discreet, summoning the angel from a hidden spot. If he had, not even Tony would have guessed his identity. Yeah, similarly, that little stunt with Natasha and the USB drive, magically placing it at her chest, was probably also influenced by the same urge. Eren swore he was only trying to perform a quick magic trick to surprise her. He had no idea she'd interpret it as flirting. He rubbed his thumb over the ring, hesitating briefly before deciding to keep it on. Forget it. I'll treat this as practice for playing the magician role. When Eren finally returned to Chinatown, he parked in a nearby garage and went into his house. Down in the basement, which he'd remodeled as part lab and part cold storage, lay the massive corpse of the abomination. The six-winged angel that had carried the body here had long since vanished in motes of light once its time was up. Eren stopped in front of the cold storage door. Gazing at the abomination's large corpse, he patted the head of the little monster at his side. That corpse probably holds special power. Want to devour it. After all, the abomination was created through an imperfect super soldier serum combined with Hulk's blood. Although its potential was definitely less than the Hulk's, the fact that it could overwhelm the Hulk at first showed that its body contained significant secrets. If the little monster could gain something by absorbing the abomination's flesh, it'd be a boon. Eren considered exchanging the corpse with the scales of fate, but he wasn't sure what it was worth. What if it's basically worthless to the scales? So he figured it was better to let his pet devour it. The little monster tilted its head, enjoying Eren's affectionate pat, and looked toward the abomination's mangled remains in the cold storage. A sharp chomp sound escaped its mouth. Ever since the angel had brought the abomination's body here, the little monster had caught its unique scent, so enticing it made the creature drool. Yet it never tried to take even a nibble without Eren's permission. It had even collected the dripping blood in a glass jar, awaiting Eren's instructions. Now, with Eren personally allowing it to feast, the little monster practically jumped for joy. It darted its long, wet tongue toward Eren's hand in a lick of gratitude. "Stop! Quit licking me." Eren managed to push the drooling tongue away, only to find his sleeve soaked in monster spit. He scowled playfully at his dog, then stepped over to a sink to wash the sticky drool off his hands. The moment Eren turned around, the little monster's maw expanded to fill almost the entire cold storage. In an instant, the abomination's huge corpse vanished, along with the jar of blood, which the monster eagerly licked clean. As Eren, now with his back turned, dried his hands, he spoke again without looking. "Make sure you brush your teeth afterward. And hey, clean up the cold storage too, yeah?" The abomination was nasty looking, and I'm pretty sure it left the place a mess. "Chomp," the monster replied. A red glow flickered over its body, and a moment later, the walls of the cold storage began to ripple as if alive. Sprinkler heads, more fitting for a bathroom than a cold storage room, emerged from the ceiling, spraying down every surface. Neat rows of towels appeared, somehow already soaked with cleaning fluid, wiping the corners of the room. Mops, guided by some invisible force, dragged themselves across the floor, and dirty water drained neatly away through newly formed grooves in the floor. Once done, the little monster trotted to its oversized water basin to brush its teeth. Finished washing his hands, Eren glanced over at his pet, who was happily cleaning up, and at the seemingly animate cleaning tools busily making the cold storage pristine. He couldn't help but smile. Ever since this strange creature was born, it had never once betrayed him. It was a faithful companion, and on top of that, he never had to clean his home again. Not needing to handle any housework sure is nice. Just as he was basking in that thought, Eren noticed a faint yellow radiance flicker around the little monster's body. The light quickly spread through the entire house, leaving subtle yellowish patterns on the walls and floors. "What's this?" Surprised, Eren stepped forward and touched the wall and floor, which seemed to be veined with pale yellow lines. The little monster, done brushing its teeth, hopped over excitedly, letting out rapid chomp, chomp sounds. Thanks to his enhanced mental abilities, Eren found he could sort of decipher the creature's chatter. Stroking the monster's smooth head, he asked, uncertainly, "So you're telling me that after devouring the abomination, you absorbed some unique power and grew tougher? Is that it?" Hearing that Eren understood, the little monster made more happy chomp, chomp noises, bobbing its big head in excitement. Greater toughness. The abomination's skin was nearly impervious to conventional weapons. Machine guns and rocket launchers couldn't penetrate it. So if the little monster gained a similar defensive trait, that'd be huge. To confirm, Eren had it retrieve some animated firearms it had stored, pistols, submachine guns, and even a sniper rifle, and test them against the newly transformed walls. After a round of gunfire, Eren noted a clear improvement. Already fortified by the monster's abilities, the walls now seemed to have an extra layer of protection. Pistol and SMG rounds couldn't even leave a dent. Sniper rounds did sink in a bit, but were ultimately bounced off by some invisible membrane. Not bad. Seeing how his base of operations was now even more secure, Eren smiled. At the very least, he'd be able to sleep more soundly at night. Elated, the little monster kept nuzzling him with its head. Then, a golden sphere suddenly rolled out of Eren's pocket. A golden sphere suddenly rolled out of Eren's pocket. Just as the golden sphere was about to hit the floor, a slender hand swiftly scooped it up in a graceful motion, holding it firmly in the palm. Looking at the sphere he'd just retrieved, Eren felt his earlier unease diminish somewhat. This thing really can't take a fall. What lay sealed within that golden sphere was none other than a wisp of an evil god's aura, bound by the power of a six-winged angel. Although the six-winged angel had used a fair amount of strength to set up the seal, making it not so easily broken, the aura of the evil god within was no weakling either. In less than an hour, the once radiant golden sphere had already been heavily corroded by that evil aura. Gazing at the sphere in his hand, which would occasionally flicker with a ghostly gleam, Eren's eyes shimmered slightly. "Looks like I need to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible." Without the ace up his sleeve, summoning an angel, Eren's risk tolerance had plunged. He no longer had a powerful means of dealing with this evil god's aura. If he got careless and allowed the aura to escape, he would be in serious trouble. As just a mere jester, he definitely couldn't handle the kind of abomination that would emerge once tainted by an evil god's aura. Worse still, if it actually got out, Eren might be the very first one it tried to pollute. Just as Eren was about to enter the balance space to spend some fate points and purify the evil god's aura inside the golden sphere. Off to the side, little monster, seeing the golden sphere in Eren's hand, started drooling profusely, the corners of its slightly open mouth dripping with a puddle of saliva. "So good. Wanna eat. Really wanna eat. Huh?" Eren was still stroking little monster's head with his other hand when he suddenly sensed the strong emotion coming from his dog-like companion. He turned his head, looking with surprise at the little monster that was practically drooling over the golden sphere. Lifting the sphere, he asked in puzzlement, "You want to eat this?" Little Monster hesitated for a moment, then let out a series of kabiye noises. By now, Eren understood Little Monster's vocalizations well enough to translate them in his head. "Want to eat, but scared." Huh? Scared yet still craving it? Hearing that, Eren tapped Little Monster's head in mild exasperation. If it had such a strong appetite for the golden sphere or the evil aura within, it must surely mean there was some unknown benefit to be gained by devouring it. However, it was a power that even a six-winged angel had to cleanse with all their might, most likely far beyond Little Monster's current ability to digest. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hesitating out of fear. All right, quit drooling. There's no way you can handle what's inside this thing right now. After patting its head, Eren dismissed the idea of feeding the golden sphere or the evil aura inside to Little Monster. The evil aura of a god was different from something like an abomination's remains. If it were just that abomination, it could be eaten and digested without too much worry. Little Monster might not get anything from it, but it also wouldn't suffer. A god's aura, though, was on a different level altogether. Even if it was just one wisp, its essence was terrifying. Who knew what effect it might have once devoured? Physical distortion would be the least of concerns. If the evil aura were to twist and pollute Little Monster's mind, that would truly be a disaster. Eren would never want to see that happen. After he reassured Little Monster, Eren once again entered the balance space. Treading on that mercury-like white mist, he walked slowly to the edge of the limitless silver river. Gazing upon the vast surging waters, Eren raised a hand, and a massive silver scale appeared before him. Manifest, light of purification. Ding. Spend 1,000 fate points to condense a light of purification from the river of fate. Confirm? Yes. Right after summoning the projection of the silver scale, Eren didn't hesitate. He immediately used 1,000 fate points to manifest a light of purification from the river of fate. Staring at the pure radiance that floated before him, emanating brilliant light at every moment, Eren lobbed the sealed golden sphere straight into it. The instant the golden sphere sank into the light of purification, its outermost golden glow was quickly dissolved and absorbed, becoming fuel to strengthen the purifying radiance. Having lost the sphere that imprisoned it, that wisp of evil god's aura, finally free, surged up like a horse thrown off its reins. Yet it could do nothing before it was instantly surrounded by the light of purification. Almost the moment it touched the evil aura, that radiant light seemed to meet its natural prey. It flared with an impossibly dazzling brilliance, so bright Eren had to shut his eyes against its glare. It felt as though an eternity had passed, and yet it might have been just a moment. When Eren opened his eyes again, the wisp of sinister aura had been wholly cleansed. But what Eren failed to notice was that the moment he opened his eyes, after purging the evil god's aura, the light of purification did not entirely vanish. It flickered for the briefest second, and a last glimmer of it slipped into Eren's body. At the same time Eren purified that wisp of evil god's aura, the seemingly boundless river of fate before him heaved up a gigantic wave, crashing down with a roar. Simultaneously, Eren's ears picked up a familiar notification. Ding! Congratulations on purifying the evil aura and resolving the god's corruption, receiving the world's blessing of fate. In that instant, a mysterious azure beam of light descended from above and poured directly into Eren's body. At the same time, the silver scale hovering at the edge of the river of fate seized its chance as the waters roiled, greedily siphoning off a massive amount of fate points from the endless current. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 8,000 fate points, 5,000 from purifying the evil aura, 3,000 from changing Harlem's doomed fate. Ding! You have exceeded 10,000 fate points once more. The hidden advanced draw option is now unlocked. Do you wish to spend 10,000 fate points to form one advanced draw? Note, the advanced draw guarantees at least a blue item, with increased odds of drawing a purple or higher. There's also a certain chance of acquiring a gold item. First advanced draw comes with doubled success rates, guaranteeing at least a series of alerts echoed through Eren's mind in rapid succession. Sweeping his thoughts across the stream of prompts, Eren saw that his fate point total now stood at 12,702. He fell silent, pondering. The fate points he'd gained today were far beyond anything he'd anticipated. Previously, after the clown clone had killed the Hydra operative known as Crossbones, Eren earned 500 fate points. He'd then spent 298 points, along with some other extraordinary items, to trade for the Instigator potion, leaving him with 202. Next, he sniped another Hydra agent, one who had actually appeared in the story, earning another 500 fate points. Later, once home, Eren discovered he'd also received the bounty for destroying the soon-to-be-born second-level forbidden item, Shadow of Suffocation, in the abandoned apartment building the night before, a hefty 2,000 fate points. Just that alone was worth the trouble of last night's excursion. In a single day, Eren had already gathered around 3,000 fate points. He assumed his next big gain would come from the former director of a certain agency, the hidden Hydra leader known as Alexander. Who would have guessed that, on the way home, his clown clone would happen upon the battle between Hulk and the Abomination, only for a calamity of worms and the arrival of a worm demon to follow. Summoning the six-winged angel to slay both the Abomination and the worm demon had netted Eren a massive haul in one go. 3,000 fate points for the Abomination, and then 5,000 more for fully purifying the evil aura, plus 3,000 for preventing Harlem's destruction. While it cost him 1,000 fate points to conjure the light of purification, that was a small price to pay. 500 to 298 plus 500 plus 2,000 plus 3,000 plus 5,000 plus 3, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. It added up to 12,702. Eren had earned over 12,000 fate points in just one day, which left him feeling elated despite the calm of his newly attained meditative mindset. Phew! He took a deep breath, then finally paid attention to the next piece of information on the fate panel. Advanced draw? So the system had originally offered basic draws, and now that he'd amassed more fate points, it had revealed a hidden advanced draw. 10,000 points for one single draw. That gave him a distinct whiff of pay-to-win game design. But, jokes aside, the description of the advanced draw was very tempting. It guaranteed at least a blue-ranked reward, eliminating the low-tier white or green items outright. Even that alone wasn't the biggest hook, though. Its significantly higher chance to net a purple or even the elusive gold item was much more alluring, especially given the note that the first-ever advanced draw guaranteed a purple at minimum. Eren had only drawn purple-grade items twice before, and both times they had been exceptionally powerful. The Cosmic Mind Meditation Method and the Angel's Scepter each possessed incredible abilities. Spending 10,000 fate points for an item of that caliber was undeniably worth it, let alone the possibility of striking gold, an even more exalted tier that Eren had never caught even a glimpse of. He felt his heart race, threatening to disturb the stillness he had only just regained. I can't let my thoughts stray. If I lose my composure, I might drop from this new meditative state. With effort, Eren steadied his emotions. Then, with a single silent command, he used 10,000 fate points to form one advanced draw on the fate compass. A moment later, a projection of a massive fate compass, easily 100 times larger than before, appeared above him. It was clearer than ever, and even the faint outlines of various mysterious prizes were now partly visible upon its surface. Taking a deep breath, Eren muttered, "Draw." As soon as the word left his mouth, the colossal fate compass spun with dizzying speed. Though larger, it took about the same amount of time as past draws. Barely had Eren registered the motion before the pointer halted over a region shimmering with purple light. Purple? So that meant a purple item. Even though Eren had half expected it, he still felt a pang of disappointment that it wasn't gold. While his emotions dipped, the fate compass overhead dissolved into countless particles, vanishing into the strange realm. At the same time, a purple orb fell from above. Before Eren could catch it, That orb dazzled in a rainbow of flashing lights. At its core, a shape gradually revealed itself, colorful, shimmering, and vaguely human. A second later, a gaudy, rainbow-colored jester pressed its hands outward, tearing a hole in the purple orb from within, then poked its head out. The jester that emerged from the purple orb looked as though it had just broken free from some great restraint, bursting with joy. Still suspended in midair, it did several somersaults in a row. Then, a bright red sphere suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The multicolored jester landed lightly upon the floating sphere, sitting on it with perfect balance. Stretching lazily, it waved a hand in passing, conjuring a rainbow before itself. Having frolicked enough, the jester finally cast its gaze upon Eren, who was standing a short distance away. Sniffing the air once, the jester's painted face lit up in delight. "Oh, I smell a jester scent on you. How interesting." In the next moment, the vibrant jester vanished from sight, reappearing on Eren's shoulder. Its palm-sized body began climbing all over Eren, as though scaling a mountain wall, pinching here and there, thoroughly enjoying itself. Seeing the jester hopping and prodding about on his body, Eren frowned slightly and asked, "What are you?" Eren had used the fate compass for countless draws, but this was the first time he had ever drawn a living creature from it. Hearing Eren's question, the jester hooked a finger on the hem of Eren's clothing and swung back up onto his left shoulder. "I'm certainly not something." It paused mid-sentence, seemingly realizing the wording was off, then jabbed an accusing finger at Eren's nose. "Wait, did you just call me a thing?" "No, you're the thing. Your whole family's a bunch of things." Furious, the jester went off into a string of curses. Then, as though suddenly recalling something, it raised its voice. "I am the greatest jester who gambles with life in the universe." But the jester's shrill declaration suddenly cut off, as if it had remembered something else. "I recall, I destroyed the Wheel of Fate. Then a bunch of gods dragged me down to die with them. So this..." It hesitated for a couple of seconds. Then, the clown's multicolored face cracked into a wide grin. "Oh, so I've actually been dead all along." The jester who gambles with life seemed utterly unconcerned about its own demise. Gazing up at the colossal scale of fate that loomed above the endless river of fate, the tiny figure perched on Eren's shoulder seemed to comprehend something. "So now I'm just a phantom somebody fished out of the annals of history? Fascinating. But fate's will can't control my destiny. And you, a corrupted little scale, want to manipulate my life? Screw you and your fate." All of a sudden, it turned to Eren and announced, "Watch closely, kid. This is what a real jester is." Without waiting for Eren to reply, the clown stood proudly atop its hovering red orb, raising a finger toward that primordial, unchanging scale of fate, towering above the silver river. "In the name of jester's folly, reverse it. Fate!" With the jester's manic cry, an overwhelming aura began to flow from its fingertip. It was an energy very much like that of the river of fate nearby, yet wholly different at its core. The instant that energy appeared, the vast river, so broad it resembled a great galaxy, quivered ever so slightly. Then, a silver-white phantom river manifested behind the jester, as though a Milky Way hung upside down in the sky. It surged in reverse, rushing toward the massive, towering scale of fate. Eren stood not far off, dumbfounded by the sight. He never imagined that something summoned by the fate compass could actually attack the scale of fate itself. Having only just performed his first advanced draw, Eren had no idea if this was an unusual quirk of high-level items, or if this particular jester who gambles with life was simply special. After all, he had drawn purple-grade items before, but never something like this, a living being that defied all expectations. In the face of the jester's rebellion, the ancient, unmoving scale of fate seemed to shudder. A tremendous power, far mightier than anything Eren had witnessed, burst forth. Vast and all-encompassing, it rippled through the scale, making it impossible to describe in words. In that instant, the very space around them turned upside down. Even time itself, appeared to invert. All of it converged on the upward surfing phantom river, crushing down upon it. In a single blink, all light, sound, and sensory perception vanished. The mighty phantom river, which looked ready to wash away heaven and earth, was mercilessly obliterated by that indescribable force. Nothing remained. It was as if everything had been purified and returned to its most fundamental origin, the fragments flowing back into the scale of fate. Yet, even faced with such crushing defeat, the jester rushing along the phantom river only wore a mocking grin. Its lively eyes seemed to mouth two words, "Dumb F***CK." In that next moment, an immeasurable force poured down over the jester, leaving it in ashes. Eren thought it was finally over. Then, to his shock, the jester who gambles with life abruptly reappeared on the pivot of the true scale of fate. A heartbeat later, "Tui, screw you and your fate," the clown spat. "Even if I'm only a phantom, I'm no plaything of yours." Just as the jester's spittle was about to land on the scale, that crushing power descended once more. It erased both spit and clown alike without a trace, leaving no remnant behind. Seems like it's finally finished off now. Watching from a distance, Eren let out a slow breath of relief. Surely the jester was truly dead this time. There was no way it could reappear yet again. But at that precise moment, a booted foot suddenly materialized behind him and delivered a swift, brutal kick to his backside. The force sent Eren flying forward. Simultaneously, the clown, potion coursing through his body, reacted as though triggered, instantly completing its digestion. "Hey kid, remember this. Jesters are the freest spirits in all the realms, unbound by rules or shackles. Whether it's potion or any other power, never forget, you wield it. Don't let it trick you into being its pawn. Acting is just a tool to help you master that power. Don't ever let yourself become the role you're acting. Accept this gift. Grow to your heart's content. Maybe one day, you'll break free from Topple." Before Eren could fully catch the jester's words, the figure that had appeared behind him in a blink was struck by an overwhelming force from the sky, dissolving it to nothing. This time, the jester who gambles with life truly seemed gone. Eren lingered for a good while, but it never reappeared. Standing there, Eren could sense two distinct changes inside himself. First, the clown potion had been completely absorbed. Second, a strange new power had taken root within him. He remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he turned his gaze to the now quiet scale of fate in the distance, exhaling slowly. This one advanced draw had been quite the roller coaster ride. Even the scale of fate clearly had not foreseen that the jester it summoned would take a shot at it. On the upside, Eren had gained a rare first-hand glimpse of the scale's tremendous might, deepening his understanding of its power. Although the jester had been obliterated, Eren had still come away with a real benefit. In that last sneak attack, the jester had somehow helped him completely finish digesting the clown potion, while also implanting a special seed of power within him. It was called the power of Jester's Folly, extremely elusive and equally extraordinary. Born of fate, yet shunned by it, this energy could conceal itself from destiny's watchful eye. It could draw nourishment by toying with fate, gradually increasing its potency. If grown strong enough, the power of Jester's Folly could even twist destiny itself and rewrite the fate of all things. Of course, for now, it was just a fledgling seed of strength, nowhere near capable of altering anyone's destiny. Even so, Eren's eyes flickered with thought as he regarded that lofty, ancient scale. Perhaps this power represented a hidden chance. The jester's appearance, and that final kick that instantly finished digesting Eren's clown potion, had pretty much derailed his original plans. He had intended to do another quick round of draws to see if anything useful might turn up, then slip away to hunt down the Hydra leader who had tried to kill his clown clone. Now that he had fully digested the clown potion and could break through at any moment, he naturally decided to shift priorities. Before going after Hydra, it was time to level up. In the Seer pathway, Sequence 7, Magician, marked a turning point where one moved from simple support abilities to remarkable power. Upon ascending to magician, Eren's capabilities would undergo a complete metamorphosis. Armed with an array of mystical and uncanny techniques, dealing with Hydra would be far easier. All the same, Eren chose not to attempt his advancement in the balance space. Instead, he retrieved a vial he had drawn long ago, magician potion. With it in hand, he returned to the real world. In the vial, shimmering clouds of red, orange, yellow, green, and more, billowed and faded like fireworks. Eyeing the magician potion, Eren flipped his fingers, and a certain coin appeared between them. A coin now imbued with a glimmer of spirituality, one he practically cultivated into his personal divination tool. With a crisp ring, the coin spun into the air. Eren was using divination to check if the advancement would go smoothly. Clink! It landed heads, a positive sign. Excellent. Confident, Eren did not down the potion immediately. First, he went and showered, then changed into fresh, comfortable clothes. At last, he picked up the magician potion once more and brought it to his lips. With one swift motion, he tipped his head back and swallowed the multicolored liquid in a single gulp. Glug! The cold fluid slid down his throat. Multi-hued bubbles fizzed and burst along the way, blooming like tiny fireworks as they entered his body. Almost immediately, blood vessels bulged across Eren's forehead, shimmering strangely with the rainbow hues that pulsed to the rhythm of his heart. The rush of blood in his veins sounded like the crash of water against a rocky shore. The magician potion was many times more intense than Clown. Floods of uncanny knowledge and power, punctuated by unspeakable murmurs, poured into Eren's mind all at once. The liquid itself broke into countless microscopic particles, endlessly reshaping him on a cellular level and imprinting his being with exotic new abilities. This time, though, Eren found it easier to handle the dreadful whispers. They affected him far less than the ones he'd faced upon becoming a clown. No, it wasn't that the dreadful whispers had grown weaker. In fact, they were even more maddening this time than before. To be precise, Eren's mind was now far stronger than it had been in his last advancement. It was this strength of spirit that gave him a far better resistance to those insanity-inducing murmurs. That was why he felt as though the whispers had diminished in power. The misty, illusory gibbering, both terrifying and tempting, once again echoed in Eren's ears and mind. With every firework bursting within him, his head felt as though it expanded and contracted and expanded, over and over. Within that cyclical surge, Eren gradually reined in his racing thoughts. Without consciously realizing it, he slipped into a meditative state, focusing on marshaling his rapidly intensifying spirituality. He had no idea how much time passed, but at last he opened his eyes again, having wrestled the bulk of his newfound power under control. The violent shocks to his system from the advancement also slowly subsided. The itching throughout his body began to ease, and his arms, flickering between transparent and solid, returned to normal. A few minutes later, once he'd fully suppressed the last bit of unruly spirituality, Eren rose slowly from the couch. As soon as he stood up, an aura of mystery and charm flooded out of him. From that moment onward, Eren had truly stepped through the gates of the mid-sequence, becoming a genuine, extraordinary magician. At the same time Eren achieved his advancement, the hidden scale of fate above the river of fate trembled once more. With each rhythmic pulse, additional black motes and streams of foul air shook loose from the scale and fell into the endless current below. As the river churned, these dark flecks merged into the gleaming, silvery drops of water. Each droplet of that celestial river was itself a living being's destiny, and once tainted by those sinister black sparks, the fate of each life changed, twisting away from what it had been. Meanwhile, all those beings and objects already tainted by the black motes found themselves absorbing yet more corruption, accelerating further mutation, turning all the more fearsome and warped. Having successfully reached the mid-sequence magician, Eren stretched a little, eager to sense how this new form differed from clown. First, his movements felt far more nimble. Both hands moved with an almost supernatural dexterity. Beyond that minor physical enhancement, the arcane powers bestowed by the potion had been imprinted within his mind in an inexplicable, mystical way, etched into his very psyche and, in some sense, into his genetic code. Magician is considered formidable at Sequence 7. It includes a wide array of extraordinary abilities, quite unlike the spellcasters who rely on chanted incantations. As a magician, Eren could cast spells swiftly without chanting complex rituals or even infusing spirituality. Often, a simple gesture would suffice to invoke a spell or spell-like effect. After sifting through the wealth of new esoteric knowledge in his head, beyond the little tricks of minimal practical use, Eren found that the magician's main capabilities were ninefold. One of them, Paper to Blade, had already been available at Clown. Now strengthened by his advancement to Sequence 7, it not only let him transform paper into razor-sharp edges, but also temporarily shape it into clubs, bricks, or other weapons. Besides that, the magician's powers also included damage transfer, flame leap, air bullet, paper substitute, flame manipulation, illusion, breath underwater, and bone softening. Damage transfer allows Eren to shift a wound from one part of his body to another via touch, turning what could be a lethal injury into a mere flesh wound. It's a lifesaver of a skill, though sadly limited to once at a time without rapid reuse. Paper substitute transforms a piece of paper he's carrying into his double, swapping places with Eren for a crucial instant. Not only can it take a fatal blow for him, but it also helps weaken the damage of certain curses. These two defensive abilities alone vastly improve his survival odds. Bone softening allows him to temporarily soften sections of his skeleton, letting him slip free of restraints. Breath underwater grants him a 5-meter tube of air while submerged, letting him safely remain below the surface. Flame Leap is a kind of short-range teleportation within 30 meters through any trace of fire, either pre-existing or one left by Eren himself. It's like blinking from one flame to another. Collectively, these escapist powers epitomize the hallmark of his play-it-safe approach. Even at the start of the mid-sequence, where the powers begin to show major qualitative shifts, the hallmark of the cautious trio pathways still holds true. A large chunk of magician skills revolve around staying alive and slipping away. But Eren had to admit, he liked it that way. He also possessed more direct abilities, like flame manipulation. Within a 30-meter radius, he could command any existing fire, shaping it into streams of flame that could burn enemies or objects. Once he fully digests magician or advances further, he'll even be able to conjure fire from thin air. Whether used to escape in tandem with Flame Leap or to attack with waves of flame, it'll be extremely useful. Then there's Air Bullet, where a snap of the fingers or a shouted sound can create projectiles on par with handgun bullets. As Eren ascends the sequences, the power of Air Bullet will scale accordingly, eventually reaching the force of artillery shells, potentially. Finally, one of the magician's signature powers is illusion. Crafting an environment containing colors, sounds, scents, illusions so vivid as to fool people and other intelligent beings. Paired with Eren's mental cultivation and hypnotic methods, this power would prove a living nightmare for anyone who becomes his enemy. Taking stock of all these newly awakened abilities, Eren chuckled. Looks like another sleepless night ahead. So many wonderful powers had manifested all at once. There was no way he could resist putting them to the test. Moreover, with paper substitute in the mix, he'd need to hurry up and craft a stash of paper doubles for emergencies. While Eren was experimenting with his freshly awakened powers, a heavily guarded building elsewhere in the city was in full lockdown. Inside, Alexander, secretly the leader of Hydra, publicly a minister of the World Security Council, was presently enduring his official duties, namely being chewed out. By preliminary count, casualties in the Harlem disaster numbered over 1,000, with countless more missing or injured. In a world-class metropolis like New York, the havoc was catastrophic, and, as the council's leading figure, Alexander was taking the brunt of international criticism. Multiple governments were demanding answers, and a high-ranking official from the Federal Defense Department had even abandoned all decorum to berate him without mercy. All Alexander could do was stand at attention and weather the storm. At last, the meeting ended. Alexander shut off the video feed and exhaled heavily. He took a sip of bourbon, then picked up a still-active phone nearby. "Nick, I'm sure you heard everything just now. The damage in Harlem was enormous. I have to give the feds and the international community an explanation. And you," he paused before continuing coolly, "you owe me an explanation too." On the other end of the call, silence persisted for a moment. Finally, Nick's voice replied, "I'll get you that explanation, Alexander." Seeing the call ended prompt, Alexander allowed himself a faint smile, then tucked the phone into a specially made drawer. With that done, he picked up his glass, strolling from the bright conference room into an adjacent darkened chamber. The moment he stepped into shadow, his aura shifted. In a mere second, the upright, righteous minister vanished, replaced by the Hydra leader lurking behind the curtain. No one else occupied that dim room except Alexander's long-haired assistant. However, 3 laptops cast faint blue glows across the darkness. "Sir," the assistant said, "the Baron and that Madam are ready. We can open the line at any time." Lounging on a leather sofa with his whiskey in hand, Alexander replied, "Let's begin." The secretary nodded and tapped a control on the table. In the next instant, 3 figures masked by darkness appeared on the laptop screens. "You're late again," complained the person on the left screen the moment the connection was established. Before Alexander could reply, a raspy female voice cut in. "Enough chatter. Let's get right to business. We all saw those horrifying creatures in Harlem. Yes? Alexander, that's your turf. Got anything on what they were?" Leaning his head back against the sofa, Alexander said, "The first ones that showed up, the Abomination and the Green Brute, are confirmed to be byproducts of an experiment run by the General Ross from military. The military can create monsters that powerful now," the Baron on the left remarked grimly. "Then I'll have to speed up my own work." "No," Alexander corrected. "My intel suggests the appearance of both Abomination and that hulking green monster was an accident. The General can't fully control them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been fighting each other in the streets. That doesn't mean he won't refine his experiments and come up with a controllable model eventually." After he finished, that raspy female voice chimed in again. "I see. The military. All right. My people will infiltrate the General's circle soon to steal his research data. But what about that demon and angel that appeared afterward? Are we actually seeing mythical beings come to life?" Alexander rubbed his throbbing temples. "I don't know. So far, I have no leads on the demon or that 6-winged angel. Nick might know something, though. I'll find a way to extract that intel." That was about the extent of the meeting between the Hydra branch leaders. After a quick intelligence exchange, it ended. The Baron's screen went dark, followed by Viper's. Just as the third laptop, its display full of random codes, was about to go dark, Alexander called out, "Doctor, I'm about to accelerate the Insight project. I'll need your help." "Certainly." The single English word that appeared on the glitchy screen indicated assent before the system shut down. Relieved to have the doctor's support, Alexander let out a quiet sigh. Once every laptop was dark, his black-haired assistant handed him a set of military satellite photos. "Minister, according to these images, and the fact that Tony purchased a funeral service company a few hours ago, we could deduce the clown who caused us trouble died in that demon's last counterattack. Should we revoke his file?" Glancing at the shot of the clown disintegrating into ash, Alexander replied impassively, "He's dead. So yes, call it off. No point wasting resources on a corpse. Though, if you ask me, dying like that is letting him off." Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick stood grim-faced over the casualty reports from Harlem, which had only just been tallied. The appearance of the worm catastrophe, a demon, and even an angel in Harlem had stirred the World Security Council into demanding answers. Had Alexander not fended off some of the heat, The council members would likely have already called Nick directly to berate him. After all, SHIELD itself was specifically established by the World Security Council to handle strange or extraordinary incidents. A fortune was spent on it every year, yet SHIELD hadn't provided so much as a warning this time. Whom else would the council blame? Not that the military could shirk responsibility. Given the general's role in creating the abomination and Hulk, they certainly had to shoulder part of the blame, but SHIELD couldn't escape censure either. They'd failed to detect warning signs, and later gave only minimal support. Even the general had been on the front lines the entire time, while SHIELD, aside from Natasha, showed hardly any strong performance. Nick had no way to push accountability off himself. Could he help it, though? He felt completely backed into a corner. Who would have guessed that the day SHIELD's New York branch lost most of its agents to a bloody slaughter, Harlem would be struck by this disaster the same night? There hadn't even been time to redeploy personnel from elsewhere. The mere thought darkened Nick's mood further. Inwardly, he'd unleashed a string of curses on the now-deceased clown. If not for that one wiping out a huge number of SHIELD agents, none of this would have happened. Seeing Nick so tense, Natasha silently stepped a half-pace back. She had no wish to poke the hornet's nest right now. It took Nick quite a while to calm his roiling frustration. After taking a deep breath, he asked Natasha, "Do we have that list of all the high-ranking Catholic and Christian clergy who've arrived in New York recently?" Natasha nodded, handing over a folder. "It's all in here." Flipping through a few pages, Nick asked, "You think the mysterious person who summoned the six-winged angel could be among these names?" Natasha shook her head. "While coming over, I skimmed the background info on these church leaders. It doesn't look like any of them have special abilities, at least not according to what the files say." Closing the folder, Nick said gravely, "Then expand the investigation. The six-winged angel in Harlem is far too powerful, and angels have always held a special place in history. We absolutely can't let someone exploit this force for ill." "Understood." Nodding, Natasha hesitated a moment before asking, "Director, about that list." Nick cut her off. "I'll handle the matter of that list personally. Starting today, the list is classified at level 10. You're not allowed to mention it to anyone else. Clear?" "Understood." "Understood, Director." After Natasha exited, Nick, alone, fixed his single eye on the silver USB drive he'd tucked in the folder, his expression solemn. Hydra. That same night, at one of the oldest U.S. ports on the Delaware River, an eerie fog rolled in around the Philadelphia harbor. By the light of its tall beacon, one could barely glimpse a shadowy black vessel drifting in through the mist, edging closer to shore. Latham, the night shift dock watchman in the lighthouse, spotted the ship by the beacon's glare. Muttering curses under his breath, he threw on a coat, grabbed his flashlight, and went to guide the vessel toward an empty berth. As he trudged along, he grumbled irritably, "Why is a ship coming in so late, in this foul weather, without any notice from the tower? Are those night shift slackers sleeping on the job again?" Shining his flashlight toward the ship, Latham tried to signal where it should dock. But almost immediately, he sensed something amiss. The harbor was unusually quiet in the haze tonight. No sound but the waves lapping against the shore. Even the bright port lights were fading as though being swallowed by the thickening mist. Latham had worked at that harbor for years, and a chill crept into his expression. He stopped in his tracks, nerves on edge. Just then, the silhouette in the mist emerged into the beam of his flashlight. It was a massive cruise liner. Ordinarily, huge liners docking in Philadelphia wasn't surprising. But this one was covered in barnacles and kelp, looking exactly like a wreck that had just been hauled from the ocean depths. Even worse was the deathly silence clinging to it like a shroud. As it fully emerged before Latham's eyes, he glimpsed its colossal shadow expand, swallowing the harbor in a sense of dread. Gulping, Latham felt a deep unease tighten his chest. He'd heard plenty of spine-chilling maritime tales about ghost ships. Now, facing this enormous, silent liner, an ominous feeling surged within him. Ghost ship. Without thinking, he backed away a few steps, then turned and ran for the port's security station, flashlight in hand. At least a dozen security guards were stationed there at night. Even if they'd be useless against a genuine ghost ship, there was safety in numbers. He fumbled for his radio, jamming the call button repeatedly to signal the others for help. But the radio, once perfectly reliable, offered only static in return, no human voice responding. That dead silence over the line made his heart pound even harder, pushing him to run faster. But 10 minutes later, Latham realized with horror that he still hadn't reached the security station. Somehow, he hadn't moved at all. That enormous, silent cruise liner remained right behind him, its presence unchanged. Latham's forehead was damp with sweat. He'd come to understand that merely running wouldn't break him free of the strange pull of that ominous liner. Forcing himself to stay calm, he tried giving himself a pep talk. Don't scare yourself, Latham. Maybe everyone on board is just asleep. Don't panic. Muttering encouragement, he steadied his shaking nerves, climbed the rope ladder hanging at the ship's side, and hoisted himself aboard the deck, which was covered in barnacles and seaweed. The moment he set foot on the dark deck, he felt a chill stab up his spine all the way to his skull. In the blackness of the deck and cabins, there was... Early next morning, just as dawn's light crept across the sky, Tony and Pepper, both having pulled an all-nighter, arrived at Eren's building. Before Pepper could even push the intercom, Oddball had already recognized her and unlocked the first-floor door. Pepper, raising her finger to open it herself, paused in slight surprise. Did Eren upgrade the entry system again? Tony, who looked just as tired, shrugged casually. Who knows, maybe that kid added some new facial recognition software to it. Let's just head in. Pep, we're drawing stairs out here. They both noticed a few curious gazes from passers-by. Running on no sleep, Tony couldn't hide his fatigue. Let's go, he mumbled. But the instant Tony stepped through the doorway, an SMG popped out from the wall, leveling its barrel at his head. The glint of cold steel, the real deal, made Tony's stomach drop. His right foot, half lifted as he stepped forward, froze in midair. Oh no! Pepper gasped behind him. She was about to react when she heard a familiar voice from inside. All right, Oddball. Stop messing around. Let Pepper and the other one come in. TL. I decided to go back to Oddball. With that, the SMG vanished. Tony swung around furiously, ready to confront whoever had dared point a gun at his head, but all he saw was an empty wall. There was no hint of the person holding the weapon, nor even the weapon itself. What the? Where'd that jerk with the gun go? And that SMG? Where are they? Tony snapped. Kid, where are you hiding them? Ignoring Tony's agitation, Eren glanced instead at Pepper, who seemed equally puzzled. Pepper, what brings you two here at this hour? Shouldn't you be holding some sort of press conference? The disaster last night, and your famous metal hero persona, was in the thick of it from start to finish, right? Pepper, also looking weary, cleared her throat. Actually, the conference just ended. The military and the government already organized one last night, and it wasn't until recently that we finally shook off those frenzied reporters. Tony, meanwhile, gave up on finding the culprit with the gun. Turning to Eren, he said with no small amount of exasperation, That's right. We've been dealing with the fallout all night, and the moment I walk in, I'm staring down a loaded gun. Some welcome from friend. Eren gave a mild shrug. Not my fault. You spoke ill of Oddball last time, remember? Wait, Oddball. And speaking ill? That must be the name of Eren's house, AI? So petty. Could it be that the kid's AI has an attitude? While Tony puzzled over that, Pepper stayed focused on more pressing concerns. She continued where Tony had interrupted. We're here to talk about the clown's funeral arrangements. Tony already bought the best cemetery in New York, hired the top funeral company, and even found a priest from St. John's Cathedral to conduct the service for him. Tony put in, little correction. Pepper paid for that land. She said it was to repay the favor that the clown once did for her. And the priest reached out when he heard we were arranging the funeral of a hero like that. He insisted it was his honor to hold a service for such a man. I just helped coordinate everything. He paused, then added quietly, one thing, though, I still don't know that clown's name. It feels wrong to label a hero who died saving civilians as just clown on his tombstone. Tony, usually glib, was serious for once. He genuinely wanted to show respect for someone who'd laid down his life, saving others. His name? Eren blinked. He had never given it much thought, certain the clown was merely a temporarily lost avatar. And even if it truly had died, he couldn't very well label the tombstone with Eren, right? That'd ruin his anonymity, and that alone would be a whole new level of social suicide. After a few seconds' hesitation, Eren murmured, "I don't actually know his name. All I know is that he called himself the Jester who gambles with life." Jester of Fate. The name engraved on the tombstone was meant to commemorate the real Jester of Fate who had truly died. After all, his own Jester clone had merely dissipated temporarily, while the one who dared to strike at the scales of fate had perished for real. That guy had at least helped him pre-digest the Jester potion in advance, and even left him with a unique portion of fate power. Erecting a tombstone in remembrance of him seemed appropriate. Eren felt that engraving Jester of Fate on the tombstone was quite reasonable. However, Tony Stark, standing nearby, looked at Eren as if he'd seen a ghost. Jester of Fate? What kind of creepy title is that? You really want to put that on a tombstone? Also, weren't you his friend? How do you not even know his name? Is it weird not to know his name? In our circle, we usually communicate with code names or titles. No one uses their real names. Besides, he never once mentioned his real name. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but grumble. Only using code names to communicate? Are you sure your so-called circle isn't some kind of assassin organization? Eren rolled his eyes deliberately and then said in a deep voice, "Of course not. We use code names to avoid unnecessary trouble. Names hold special meanings. They can reveal personal information. And if someone with ill intent gets hold of your real name, it could become the perfect medium for a curse. Even in myths, demons and angels have appeared. Don't tell me you think curses are just a fairy tale. Curses? That stuff actually exists." Hearing this, Tony shivered involuntarily. For Tony, he would rather face a doomsday-level nuclear strike than deal with these mysterious and supernatural curses. At least if it were a nuclear bomb, he could try to outrun it. But when it came to these eerie, unpredictable curses, he wouldn't even know where to run. At that moment, Pepper seemed to recall something and spoke up. "Speaking of curses, last night in Harlem, a lot of people inexplicably started bleeding from their orifices and went insane. Some of them were later healed and regained their sanity, thanks to the feathers shed by that six-winged angel. But some remain completely deranged to this day. Were those people cursed?" "No." Eren shook his head. "They weren't cursed at all. They were merely irreversibly corrupted in both mind and soul after directly gazing at the shadow of that eldritch god hovering over New York. The feathers shed by that six-winged angel could purify part of the corruption, but only a portion of it." Pepper was momentarily stunned by Eren's response. They weren't cursed? They went insane just from looking at that shadow over New York? That's impossible. There's nothing impossible about it. A sneer appeared on Eren's face. "There's a passage in the Bible, image of the invisible God. In other words, it means that God is not meant to be seen. Even the merciful God does not permit mortals to look upon him directly, let alone eldritch gods. From a mysticism perspective, it's not because God or these entities care about their dignity and refuse to be gazed upon. Rather, their very existence is too powerful. Their level of life is too high. For an ordinary person to look at such beings is like staring directly at the sun through a telescope, only 1,000 times worse. There are many ancient legends where people saw demons or other supernatural beings and suddenly underwent drastic personality changes, becoming insane and violent. These aren't just made-up stories. Their minds were actually corrupted by a higher existence. Upon hearing Eren's explanation, Pepper's expression changed. She quickly recalled a passage from the Bible. Meanwhile, Tony Stark swiftly pulled out his phone and searched for the phrase Eren had just quoted. Image of the invisible God. Sure enough, that phrase actually existed. While Tony and Pepper were still processing their shock, Eren turned and went upstairs. Less than a minute later, he came back down. This time, however, he was holding a file folder. Returning to the first floor, Eren didn't offer any further explanations to Tony and Pepper. Too much information at once was counterproductive. They needed time to digest everything. Instead, he grabbed a cup, poured some warm water for Pepper, and handed it to her as a small gesture of comfort. At the same time, he also handed over the file folder in his other hand. "What's this?" Pepper's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion as she looked at the folder Eren had handed her. "This is a stock proxy authorization letter for Stark Industries. While Stark Industries stocks were plummeting, I shorted them at a high price and then bought back a batch of stocks when they hit rock bottom. I heard that you've been planning to hold a shareholders meeting to reorganize Stark Industries' internal affairs. So, I had a lawyer prepare a proxy authorization letter, giving you full authority to exercise my voting rights in Stark Industries. I don't own many shares, but it should at least provide you with some support in consolidating Stark Industries." With that, Eren smiled and added, "By the way, Pepper, I haven't even congratulated you yet on becoming the new CEO of Stark Industries. Consider this proxy authorization letter my gift to you." Perhaps it was Eren's influence. Or maybe it was because Tony had been rescued from the terrorists earlier than in the original timeline and had also developed the Mark Armor series ahead of schedule. In this timeline, Tony had given up his responsibilities as a corporate executive much sooner, and Pepper had become the CEO of Stark Industries much earlier. Of course, it had only been a few days since Pepper officially took over as CEO, and thanks to her low-profile approach, the matter had not been widely publicized. If Eren hadn't been paying close attention to Pepper, he might not have known about it at all. Once he was aware of it, he had specifically sought out a lawyer to draft this proxy authorization letter, with Eren's authorization and Stark's backing. This time around, Pepper's path to securing her position as CEO of Stark Industries would be much smoother than in the original timeline. Seeing that the folder in her hands contained a stock proxy authorization letter for Pepper's eyes flashed with a mix of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you." Pepper did not reject the stock proxy authorization. Regardless of the actual amount of stock, this was Eren's heartfelt gesture. What moved her even more was not the stock itself, but Eren's sincerity. Meanwhile, Tony, upon hearing how Eren had shorted Stark Industries at its lowest, only to buy back shares when the stock hit rock bottom, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Wow, you're a business genius. I'm pretty sure that was the smartest investment move you've ever made in your life." With a sarcastic yet exaggerated tone, Tony then shifted his gaze toward the stock authorization document in Eren's hand. "Speaking of which, I'm curious, how much did you make from that financial gamble? 100,000? 200,000? Or maybe $1 million? 2 million? If it's not a substantial amount, this stock won't be much help to Pepper. After all, only major shareholders get a say at the board meetings." "Tony!" Before Tony could finish, Pepper frowned and interrupted him sternly. Almost at the same time, Tony's phone suddenly chimed, and Gervais's voice came through. "Sir, according to my latest data, Mr. Eren currently holds 11.35% of Stark Industries shares, making him the third largest shareholder after you and the covertly invested Shield. He even holds a larger stake than the Stain family, which Obadiah Stane belongs to. With 11.35% of the company's shares, combined with your full support, Ms. Pepper will control 51.35% of the voting rights, giving her immense leverage in solidifying her position as CEO of Stark Industries." "What? 11.35% of Stark Industries shares?" The moment JRVS reported that number, both Pepper and Tony were utterly stunned. What? Holding 11.35% of Stark Industries was no small feat. Even if Eren had bought a massive amount of shares when the stock was at its lowest, the sheer amount of capital required was astronomical. Even Tony himself couldn't just pull that kind of money out of thin air, let alone a kid like Eren. Pepper, realizing the implications, turned pale. Her expression grew serious as she locked eyes with Eren and asked in a firm tone, "Eren, tell me, where did you get that much money? Did you?" Seeing the deep concern in Pepper's gaze, Eren sighed in mild exasperation. "Pepper, what are you thinking? I didn't do anything illegal. Also, You're underestimating a diviner who can foresee the future. To avoid further questioning, Eren decided to lay out his financial maneuvering. He explained how he had cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness with a supernatural potion in exchange for 5% of Oscorp's shares. Then, he used those shares as collateral at the bank to secure a billion-dollar loan, which he then leveraged to short Stark Industries stock when it plummeted. Once the stock hit rock bottom, he bought back a substantial amount. As for why he dared to make such a massive financial gamble, and how he knew exactly when to buy and sell, he simply attributed it all to his mystical divination abilities. Eren's entire explanation left both Pepper and Tony completely dumbfounded. What the hell? A diviner can make money this easily? That's not fair. Tony grumbled before suddenly recalling something Eren had mentioned. The potion that cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness. Could it also cure my palladium poisoning? At that moment, a flicker of emotion flashed through Tony's eyes. Pepper, still reeling from the shock, didn't notice Tony's reaction. But Eren, who possessed supernatural perception of emotions, keenly picked up on the change in Tony's expression when he heard about Norman Osborn's miraculous recovery. With a subtle shift in thought, Eren quickly connected the dots. So Tony has already handed over control of Stark Industries to Pepper, meaning he's aware of his palladium poisoning. Huh? With that realization, Eren's eyes glimmered mischievously, and he turned to Pepper with a grin. Oh, by the way, Pepper, where did you buy that cemetery plot? If the scenery is nice, you might as well reserve a spot for Mr. Stark too. Then, Pepper, who had just been touched by Eren's generosity, immediately shot him a glare. She assumed he was just getting back at Tony for his earlier remarks. Pepper, why are you glaring at me? I'm not joking. Eren then glanced at Tony and said matter-of-factly, if I'm not mistaken, the palladium poisoning around Mr. Stark's heart has already started spreading throughout his body. If this continues, it won't be long before we'll actually have to attend his funeral. So, I think reserving a beautiful burial site in advance is a very practical idea. The moment Eren said this, Pepper, who had been glaring at him a second ago, and Tony Stark both froze. Tony's expression instantly turned as if he had seen a ghost. Having worked alongside Tony for nearly a decade, Pepper knew him too well. The instant she saw Tony's reaction, her heart skipped a beat. She instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief and whispered, "Oh my God, Tony, are you actually dying?" Seeing the trace of panic and fear in Pepper's eyes, Tony couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He instinctively put up a front. "Come on, it's just palladium poisoning. As if that's enough to take me out. I'm already close to figuring out a cure. Just give me a little more time, and I'll have this minor issue solved." Pepper, however, wasn't having any of his excuses. Her face was grim as she demanded, "So you really are poisoned? And you've been keeping this from me?" Tony immediately realized that he had just admitted it out loud. His expression turned sour as he shot an accusatory look at Eren, the instigator who had exposed him. But Eren didn't spare him a glance and continued speaking. The toxin in Stark's body comes from that giant light bulb on his chest. While it provides him with immense power, it's also constantly eroding his body. Every time he wears his suit and pushes that light bulb to full power, he's accelerating the spread of palladium poisoning, burning through his own lifespan in the process. I'm sure Mr. Stark is well aware of this fact, but clearly he's too caught up in his superhero fantasy to stop himself. He knows that every time he suits up, he's shortening his life, yet he keeps doing it anyway. There's nothing wrong with indulging in the glory of being a hero. If it were any other toxin, with his wealth, Stark could probably find a cure. But palladium poisoning? Right now, that's an incurable disease. Before the palladium fully takes over his body, does Mr. Stark really believe he can solve this world-class problem and find a cure for his condition? Because, judging by the current speed at which the poison is spreading, in just a few months, he might. With every word Eren spoke, Pepper's face darkened. By the time he finished his last sentence, the way she looked at Tony had completely changed. "Tony, we need to have a serious talk." She glared at Tony fiercely before turning to Eren with some hesitation. "Eren, If you could make a potion that cured Norman Osborn's terminal illness, then for Tony's poisoning. It was obvious. Now that she knew Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning, she had immediately thought of the miraculous potion that had saved Norman Osborn. The potion that cured Norman Osborn wasn't made by me. It was created by a true master of alchemy. I just happened to receive it as a gift. Eren explained. Pepper's eyes dimmed slightly, but before she could fall into despair, Eren continued. Palladium poisoning is a bit troublesome, but for that master's panacea, it's nothing. Huh? Both Pepper and Tony's eyes lit up instantly. Especially Tony. Ever since he realized his palladium poisoning was terminal, he had been frantically working on a solution. Using his genius intellect, he quickly deduced that if he allowed the palladium to continue accumulating in his system, it would be a death sentence. To save himself, he had thrown himself into researching potential cures, as well as alternatives to replace the palladium core in his arc reactor. Because of this, he had drastically cut down on his Iron Man activities and even handed over Stark Industries' CEO position to Pepper. But in all this time, he had found nothing. He had tested every known element on Earth in search of a palladium substitute, yet none had worked. Even in his research on palladium poisoning, he had barely made any progress. The only treatment he had was drinking disgusting chlorophyll shakes every day, and even those did little to slow the spread of the poison. For the first time in his life, Tony Stark was experiencing true despair. And now, hearing that Eren had a potion that could completely cleanse palladium poisoning, his eyes burned with hope. You're saying you have this panacea right now? Seeing the hope in Pepper's eyes, Eren didn't bother teasing them. Yes, I have some left. If Pepper wants, I can even give her one for free. But Eren glanced at Tony before continuing. But the root cause of Mr. Stark's problem isn't just palladium poisoning. Even if the panacea removes the poison, it doesn't solve the core issue. Given how often Mr. Stark wears his suit, in just a few months, the palladium buildup will become fatal again. Pepper frowned, thinking deeply for a few seconds before asking, what if Tony stops wearing the suit? Eren looked at her and replied, if Mr. Stark's arc reactor operates at a normal level and he doesn't overuse it, then one dose of the panacea could extend his life by at least several years, maybe even over a decade. Hearing that number, Pepper let out a breath of relief. That's enough. If we have years, maybe even over a decade, then with Stark Industries' resources, we can set up an entire department dedicated to researching a permanent cure for palladium poisoning. With that much time, I'm sure we could develop a solution. Right, Tony? Tony, who was being stared at by Pepper, didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Eren and asked, how many of those potions do you have? Now that was a sharp question. Eren chuckled and didn't hide the answer. When that master gave them to me, I received a dozen. Other than the one I gave to Norman Osborn, I haven't used any of the others. A dozen minus one. That meant Eren still had 11 doses of panacea left. Each one could extend Tony's life by several years, even over a decade. Which meant that if Tony gave up being Iron Man, these potions alone could sustain him for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Pepper finally fully relaxed. Even Tony, who had been feeling the grip of death tightening around him, suddenly felt like he had a second chance at life. But unlike Pepper, Tony wasn't just thinking about survival. He was thinking, with this many doses of panacea, I could try to reverse engineer it. If I can analyze the formula, even if I never find a replacement for palladium, I could keep using the panacea and continue being Iron Man. Realizing this, he didn't even wait before she could speak. Tony himself said, since I helped clean up your friend's corpse yesterday, how about selling me 2 doses of that panacea? Don't worry, I'll pay the same price Osborn did. At the end of his sentence, even Tony looked pained. After all, Norman Osborn had bought his panacea for $100 billion per dose. 2 doses meant Tony would have to pay a staggering $200 billion. That wasn't 2 million, not even 200 million. $200 billion was an unfathomably massive fortune. Even for Tony Stark, a man who had long since viewed money as nothing more than numbers on a screen, the price still stung. But compared to money, Tony valued his life far more. $200 billion for 2 doses of panacea. The sheer magnitude of the transaction even made Eren momentarily wonder if he had misheard. When Norman Osborn had been on the brink of death, he had been willing to pay any price to survive. Even then, the only reason he had agreed to trade 5% of Oscorp's shares for a single dose of panacea was because Eren had subtly influenced him through hypnosis, making him willingly overpay. Otherwise, given Osborn's cold-blooded nature, who knew if he would have just hired someone to kill Eren and steal the potion instead? After all, Osborn's hands were already stained with countless lives. So Eren knew Tony understood just how insanely overpriced that $100 billion valuation was. And yet, he was still willing to pay it. That meant the fear and desperation gripping Tony's heart over his palladium poisoning was far worse than Eren had imagined. Of course, for Eren, having a fool willing to pay $100 billion per dose was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. So he had no reason to refuse. Leaving behind a simple "wait here," Eren turned and walked upstairs. Pepper, who had been silently watching the entire exchange, instinctively opened her mouth slightly. In the end, however, she didn't call Eren back. The price of panacea was utterly absurd, but both parties were willing. So what reason did she have to stop them? After all, these were two of the people she cared about most. A moment later, Eren returned from upstairs. This time, 3 vials of panacea rested in his hands. After handing 2 of them to Tony Stark, Tony immediately said, "I don't have $200 billion in cash on hand. Once I test this out and confirm it really clears my palladium poisoning, I'll pay you the same way Norman Osborn did, with Stark Industries stock valued at $200 billion. Trust me, with Stark Industries stock skyrocketing right now, you've struck gold." Hearing that Tony planned to trade stocks instead of cash, Eren wasn't surprised. After all, while Tony was one of the richest men on the planet, no billionaire just leaves that much money sitting in a bank account collecting dust. And truth be told, Stark Industries stock had soared ever since Tony publicly revealed he was Iron Man. Accepting $200 billion worth of Stark Industries stock wasn't just acceptable. It was a huge win for Eren. So he simply nodded in agreement. Deal. Then, Eren turned to Pepper, holding out the 3rd vial. "Here, Pepper. This one's for you." Pepper instinctively tried to push it back. "No, I can't accept this. It's too valuable." She had just watched as 2 vials sold for $200 billion. Even with her close relationship with Eren, she couldn't bring herself to accept such a priceless gift for free. But Eren simply smiled. "Relax, Pepper. It's not as valuable as you think. Honestly, aside from guys like Norman Osborn and Tony Stark, who are literally on death's door, no one else would ever pay such a ridiculous price for this potion." Eren didn't even lower his voice. So Tony, who had been listening right next to them, twitched violently. Did this bastard just say, "I got ripped off"? Right in front of me? That's cold, man. A moment later, Eren firmly placed the vial into Pepper's hands. Before she could refuse again, he leaned in and whispered into her ear, "Trust me, Pepper. One day, Stark is going to need this." Maybe it was Eren's tone. Maybe it was just intuition. But in the end, Pepper accepted the vial. Shortly after, whether it was because Eren had publicly called him a sucker, or because he was too eager to test whether the panacea could truly cure him, Tony Stark rushed out of Eren's house the moment he got his hands on the vials. After finalizing the details of the Jester's funeral with Eren, Pepper also left shortly afterward. As soon as both of them were gone, Eren shut the door behind them. His eyes flickered slightly. Now that I've ascended to magician, it's time to finally test my theory. In the blink of an eye, Eren's spiritual form shifted into the balanced space. After ascending to magician, Eren's spiritual power had greatly increased. His meditative state had also enhanced his mental acuity, strengthening his connection with the balanced space. Now, he could enter this mystical realm at will, simply by channeling his spiritual power. Previously, he had to rely on deep meditation just to establish a connection and forcefully enter. The only downside, his physical body was too heavy. With his current spiritual strength, he couldn't bring his corporeal form into the balanced space. Otherwise, if he could fully transport himself here, this hidden realm, floating above the river of fate, would be the safest refuge imaginable. Stepping onto the mercury-like mist that swirled beneath his feet, Eren focused his vision, channeling more and more spiritual power into his eyes. But no matter how much power he injected, whenever he gazed upon this mysterious space, it still felt hazy and indistinct, as if he were peering through fogged glass. As expected, even at the magician level, I still can't fully comprehend this place. Realizing that even enhanced spiritual sight couldn't unravel the secrets of the balanced space, Eren dismissed the gathered energy in his eyes. If he couldn't even perceive the true nature of this realm, he wasn't going to risk trying to analyze the fate scale itself. Who knew what kind of consequences that might trigger? After taking a moment to calm his thoughts, Eren's gaze returned to the fate scale. Last time, he had spent 10,000 fate points on a high-level draw, leaving him with 2,702 fate points. Now that he had ascended, it was time to test his hypothesis. A new draw. With a thought, Eren summoned the illusory fate scale, triggering a basic 10 draw. The fate compass materialized above him, spinning rapidly, leaving behind trails of afterimages. As the spinning projection reflected in his eyes, Eren's gaze flickered with deep thought. When the wheel finally stopped, 2 blue, 2 green, 6 white, 12 floating light orbs hovered in the air before him. As expected, this time, he didn't hit the jackpot with any purple tier items. However, getting 2 blue tier items in a 10 pull was already pretty good. Usually, in past draws, he had only ever gotten 1 guaranteed blue tier item. Wait, could this extra blue tier item be related to the Fate's blessing he had acquired after purging the Eldritch God's aura? 1 became 2. Was the effect of Fate's blessing really this obvious? Or was this simply luck? As he recalled the unexpected reward from his previous purification, Eren's expression grew contemplative. But it didn't matter. Whether it was luck or Fate's blessing, it was still a win for him. Fixing his gaze on the 2 blue tier orbs, Eren hesitated for only a moment before reaching for the leftmost one. Faceless Man Potion, Sequence 6. A second later, the outer shell of the blue light orb shattered. A vial of eerie, black-green liquid appeared in Eren's hands. It occasionally bubbled, with each bubble the size of an eyeball, reflecting shifting hues under the surrounding glow. Faintly, distorted human faces surfaced and vanished within the liquid. This was the next step in the diviner pathway. The Faceless Man Potion, Sequence 6. As he gazed at the vial, a cold, mocking smile crept onto Eren's lips. So this really is fate, huh? Compared to last time, when drawing the Magician Potion had sent a chill down his spine, Eren felt far less shaken this time. For one, he had already suspected that each draw after ascending was coincidentally rigged to give him his next promotion material. Getting the Faceless Man Potion now only confirmed his theory. And 2, since his mental state had reached a meditative balance, he felt far less disturbed by these strange coincidences. Since I can't fight fate, I might as well enjoy its gifts. After all, if someone always had their next promotion material conveniently placed before them, wasn't that a blessing in disguise? At least, compared to someone like Klein, who had to search the entire world for potion ingredients, Eren had it easy. With a flick of his wrist, the Faceless Man Potion vanished into his sleeve. After storing the potion, Eren turned his attention to the 9 remaining light orbs. One by one, he opened them. The 6 white tier orbs revealed 3 books, a jar of premium honey, a set of silver dining utensils, a bottle of red wine. No modern firearms this time? Did the Fate Compass finally realize that regular guns were useless to him? Or was it just random chance? As for the 3 books, only one of them caught Eren's interest. It was a beauty guide written by some famous makeup artist from an unknown world. It could be useful for disguises and camouflage techniques. But the other 2 books, The Actor's Guide to Self-Cultivation, Pickup Artist's Handbook. What the hell? Eren stared at the titles, speechless. They weren't completely useless, but he had no interest in them. If the 6 white tier items left Eren feeling disappointed, then the 2 green tier rewards were a pleasant surprise. Eerie VHS tape. Insert it into a TV, and you'll receive a mysterious recording of a beautiful woman. What are you waiting for, young man? Note, due to tragic past experiences, this woman has an explosive temper. Once the VHS tape is played, be prepared to defend yourself against her deadly attacks. Warning: do not open this tape without proper defensive measures or spiritual resistance. Otherwise, you may end up torn to shreds or drowned in her cursed well. Question notebook. Write a question in this notebook, and it will provide an answer. Be warned, the answer may or may not be what you want. Price of knowledge. After receiving an answer, you must answer a personal question from the notebook. Rules. You cannot refuse to answer the notebook's question. You cannot lie in your response. Failure to comply will result in punishment from the notebook. Background. This was once a completely ordinary notebook until a being who had touched the river of time used it as a child to write a question out of boredom. That single moment changed the nature of the notebook, granting it mysterious abilities. Neither the eerie VHS tape nor the question notebook were simple green tier items. Especially the question notebook. It had been influenced by a being who had glimpsed omniscience. The ability to receive knowledge in exchange for answering a question was highly valuable. The only downside was the personal question requirement, but compared to the dangers of divination or blind exploration, this was a manageable cost. A jackpot draw, the space ring. If the green tier rewards caught Eren's attention, then the final blue tier reward completely stunned him. Greedy space ring, a special ring with an internal storage space that can hold non-living objects. Background, created by a goblin whose greed was engraved into his very soul. Even in death, the goblin refused to release his grip on this precious ring. Upon his demise, the ring inherited his greed. Warning: this ring demands rent from its owner every week. Failure to pay will result in a randomly selected stored item being devoured. A space ring, one of the most iconic protagonist items in fantasy stories. And now Eren had one. The closest he had ever come to owning a spatial item was when he had drawn a space stone in a previous lottery pool. Unfortunately, since he had no forging skills, he had no way of making it into a proper storage item, so he had just fed it to his pet monster. But now, with this ring, that long-standing wish had finally come true. Eren took the dark iron-colored ring, adjusted it to fit his right pinky, and slid it on. The moment the ring touched his skin, a faint gray glow flickered across his eyes. Immediately, information about the ring's abilities flooded his mind. Storage capacity: a 5-meter diameter spherical space. Restrictions: can only store non-living objects. Cost: every week, the ring demands a 50-gram gold coin as rent. Failure to pay will result in one random stored item being consumed. Wow, this ring is more greedy than some landlords. For most people, losing a 50-gram gold coin every week might be a huge expense. But for Eren, he was drowning in gold. Just recently, he had seized 15 1-kilogram gold bars from the Water Ghost Gang's headquarters. That was 15,000 grams of gold. Enough to pay rent for 300 weeks, roughly 5 to 6 years. Of course, he would need to melt the bars down into individual 50-gram gold coins. Otherwise, knowing the ring's greed, if he tried to store a full 1-kilogram gold bar, it would likely take the entire thing as 1 week's rent. Since you're so greedy, I'll call you the greedy ring from now on. Smiling, Eren rubbed the surface of the ring before proceeding to store all his new loot inside. A soul-nourishing fruit, the infant fruit. After securing his items, Eren stopped drawing. Instead, he spent 1,000 fate points to materialize an item from the River of Fate. Infant fruit, a rare fruit that grows in desolate lands where countless souls have perished. It nourishes and strengthens the soul while also healing any soul-related injuries. This fruit was meant for reviving his Jester clone. Due to the twin divinity ability, his Jester clone had not fully perished. However, reviving it would require a great cost. Additionally, Eren had just ascended to Magician. If he wanted to restore his clone at his current strength, the requirements would be even higher. After using 1,000 fate points for the infant fruit, he spent another 500 to materialize various high-grade vitality-boosting herbs. After all, to revive the Jester clone, healing the soul alone wouldn't be enough. A few minutes later, inside Eren's home, he changed into a vibrant, flamboyant suit, complete with a top hat. And then, a graceful, impeccably dressed Jester once again returned to the world. Casually picking up a bright red apple from the dining table, he took a bite and chewed as he lay sprawled across the couch. Covering his face, the clown version of Eren groaned in frustration. This time, I really screwed up. He had imagined many possible ways he could die. Beaten to death by nosy superheroes, killed by the world's many supervillains, or even hunted down by monsters like Odin or the Ancient One. He had even considered disappearing silently under Thanos' snap. But never, in his wildest imagination, did he expect his first death to come at the hands of some unknown cultist who seemingly crawled out of a random gutter, taking him down in a desperate, last-minute mutual destruction. Getting dragged into a one-for-one trade. Wasn't that something reserved for final boss villains in movies? He wasn't even a full-fledged villain yet. And yet, he got to experience this premium treatment firsthand. The real Eren, sitting across from him, peeled an orange and said casually, "It was just because you were careless." Hearing this, the clown Eren rolled his eyes. "Are you an idiot? Or do you just enjoy insulting yourself?" Sure, the clown Eren had been careless, but the real Eren wasn't much better either. The only reason he survived the cultist's final soul shockwave was that he had already summoned a six-winged angel to protect him. Eren burst into laughter, but didn't argue. Looking back, it was true that he had let his guard down after summoning the six-winged angel. But in a way, that was part of his plan too. After all, with such a powerful angel by his side, what was there to fear? What he didn't anticipate was that his clown doppelganger would also join him on the rooftop to help. And so, the six-winged angel shielded him. But the clown Eren, who didn't manage to escape in time, became the sacrificial piece in the enemy's self-destruction. Of course, a big part of the issue was that Eren had been too weak back then, with too few abilities at his disposal. If he had already advanced to the magician rank, he could have simply used flame jump or similar techniques to teleport away. In the end, we were just too weak back then. With a glint of gloom in his eyes, the clown Eren finished his apple, tossing the core into the mouth of the little creature beside him. After giving the creature's head a couple of pats, he stood up from the couch. "I'm heading out. I need to go see that Dr. Banner. If we keep him waiting too long and he gets annoyed, we might lose our chance to recruit him." Eren nodded in agreement, adding, "Also, look into that cultist. Someone with that kind of power shouldn't be an unknown nobody. Relax. Even if you didn't tell me, I was already planning to dig into that Sothith priest. After all, he's the guy who took my first death." With that, the clown Eren snapped his fingers and vanished in a burst of flames using flame jump. Before leaving, though, he shamelessly snatched up dozens of the origami figures that Eren had painstakingly folded while watching videos. Elsewhere, at some point, the clown Eren had painted his face with oil paint again. With a flicker of flames, he teleported directly into the kitchen of a household where someone was cooking. The woman of the house, carrying a dish from the kitchen, didn't notice the sudden intruder. However, her young son, sitting at the dining table waiting for food, did. Plop! The spoon in his hand clattered onto the table as he pointed toward the kitchen and shouted, "Mom, there's a clown." Before he could finish, the clown Eren pulled a face at him, then disappeared in another burst of flames. By the time the mother turned her head, the kitchen was empty. Seeing no sign of any clown, the young mother frowned. A sinister smile crept across her lips as she turned toward her son. This little troublemaker was always teasing his dad, but today he dared to mess with his mother? He needed to learn that lying was not a good habit, especially not to her. Soon after, the house was filled with the sounds of a chancla whip in action and a child's wails. Fortunately, the surrounding neighbors were also families with strong beliefs in strict parental discipline. If this had happened in another neighborhood, someone would have likely called child services over the commotion. Having been spotted on his first flame jump, the clown Eren didn't make the same mistake again. As he continued teleporting, he activated his psychic field. If there were people near his landing point, he would use his psychic abilities to temporarily erase their memories of him. About 10 minutes later, the clown Eren emerged from a magician's club, now wearing a mysterious clown mask. His outfit had also changed to resemble those street magicians performing on New York sidewalks. Thanks to the internet and Stark's intentional media push, the story of the mysterious clown who had died fighting demons to save Harlem had spread across the web. Because of the previous Ironmonger incident, many fans of the clown Eren had begun loudly declaring him a superhero, on par with Tony Stark. Though there were some online debates, the majority agreed to recognize the mysterious clown as a hero. After all, the dead are to be honored. To pay tribute to the fallen clown, many people in New York had put on clown masks or dressed as clowns. This allowed clown Eren to blend seamlessly into the crowds. Without attracting attention, he followed the tide of people and made his way to a certain cold storage facility in Hell's Kitchen. The cold storage facility wasn't particularly large, blending in seamlessly among the various small warehouses in the area. However, anyone who ventured deeper inside would discover that this two-story cold storage warehouse was more than it appeared to be. Having spent nearly half a month in Hell's Kitchen, the clown Eren obviously wouldn't limit himself to just one hideout at the Water Ghost Gang's headquarters. This cold storage warehouse near the Hudson River was actually the private property of one of the gang leaders he had eliminated. It had originally been a safe house and an escape route for the gangster. But after the gang leader met his end at Eren's hands, this once-hidden safe house, disguised as a freezer facility, conveniently became one of Eren's own safe houses. At the moment, within this facility, two men who had disappeared from the battlefield in Harlem, Winter Soldier Bucky and Dr. Banner, were present. Dr. Banner here. Thanks. Bucky handed a steaming bowl of thick soup to Banner, who was wrapped in a heavy blanket. He then took a bowl for himself, sipping slowly. The warmth of the soup traveled down his throat, spreading a comfortable heat throughout his body, dispelling the lingering chill. Though this cold storage warehouse was actually a well-stocked safe house, it still retained all the functions of a typical freezer. To maintain the disguise, the refrigeration system ran year-round, keeping the environment at a consistently low temperature. Even though the room they occupied had heating, the surrounding cold air dulled its effectiveness, making the space feel chilly. Bucky didn't mind the cold much, but Banner, wearing nothing but a pair of tattered shorts, was shivering uncontrollably. Gripping the warm bowl tightly, Banner took a hasty sip, letting the heat from the soup drive away the cold. As he finally felt a bit more comfortable, he turned to Bucky and asked, "How long do we have to stay here? And are you sure General Ross won't find this place?" Despite the freezing conditions, Banner wasn't actually too bothered. After all, compared to the constant, exhausting fugitive life of being hunted by General Ross, this place was almost luxurious. In fact, the cold even helped him keep his mind clear, suppressing the ever-present anger simmering inside him. Oddly enough, he was starting to appreciate this environment. Of course, it would have been even better if he had some proper clothes to wear. Unfortunately, aside from the thick blankets, he hadn't found anything in his size. With no other options, he had to make do with wrapping himself up in a blanket. This hideout had plenty of food, but what worried him was how long they'd have to stay here. Having experienced the terrifying efficiency of the federal military's intelligence network firsthand, Banner was deeply concerned that if they stayed too long, General Ross would eventually track them down with a battalion of soldiers. It wasn't his own safety he was worried about. He just didn't want more innocent soldiers, who were merely following orders, to die at his hands. Bucky took another sip of his soup before responding, "Don't worry. The military won't find this place anytime soon. As for how long we're staying, you'll find out when the boss gets here. I'm already here." Just as Bucky finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from outside the room. The door swung open, revealing the figure of the clown, Eren. feeling the unique aura radiating from him, as well as the faint psychic imprint that lingered in Bucky's mind. The Winter Soldier instantly confirmed his identity. Boss! Bucky stood up immediately, his usually stiff expression softening slightly. Banner, however, was in complete shock. It's you. You're supposed to be dead. Even though Eren was wearing a different clown mask this time, his unmistakable presence, along with the aura that made the Hulk stir uneasily inside Banner, left no room for doubt. He was the same mysterious clown who had appeared on the battlefield in Harlem last night. No wonder Bucky had claimed to have already met his boss. But hadn't the internet been flooded with reports saying that the lone clown who had fought against the monstrous tide in Harlem was already dead? How? This hideout wasn't completely cut off from the world. To stay updated on external events, it even had an internet-connected computer. Bucky had never stopped Banner from using it. So, last night, while browsing through information about the Harlem battle, Banner had inevitably come across the widespread reports and videos of the mysterious clown's tragic demise. Watching the disbelief in Banner's eyes, Eren smirked behind his mask. It was just a trick. Did you really think I'd die so easily, Dr. Banner? A trick? Banner had seen the footage online. He had watched as the clown was reduced to ashes and scattered to the wind. A flicker of realization crossed his face. No wonder something had felt off about that scene. So it was just an illusion. But still, to fool so many people, wasn't that level of trickery a little too ridiculous? Just as the doubt crossed his mind, Banner's eyes widened as he saw the masked clown reach into thin air, his hands seemingly grabbing at nothing. And in the next instant, a brand new set of clothes, still with the tags attached, appeared in his grasp. I picked up a loose-fitting set on my way here, Eren said, tossing the clothes to Banner. Try them on. Thanks. Almost reflexively, Banner expressed his gratitude, running his fingers over the fabric. The quality was surprisingly good. Then, another thought struck him. Was that trick just now also an illusion? If so, he was beginning to understand how Eren had managed to fake his death so convincingly. Hearing this, Dr. Banner couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That was an incredibly realistic illusion. If you ever decided to perform on stage, the world might just gain a new master magician. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. He fell silent and awkwardly glanced at Eren. These days, magicians didn't hold much prestige. At most, even the most successful magicians were on par with celebrities. Would a mysterious figure like the clown Eren consider being compared to a magician an insult? Banner swore that wasn't his intention. That comment had just slipped out in amazement after watching Eren pluck a full set of clothes out of thin air, as if it had been there all along. That kind of performance, seamless, without any apparent tricks, was truly mind-blowing. However, to Banner's surprise, the clown Eren not only didn't get offended, but actually seemed delighted. He even gave a small, theatrical bow, just like a magician receiving applause from an audience. It's the best thing I've heard all day. In fact, because of that, I'll give you an extra option. With that, he removed his clown mask, revealing the face beneath, painted with oil-based clown makeup. Seeing this, Banner instinctively looked closer. But when all he saw was another clown-painted face, his mouth twitched slightly, holding back the urge to comment. He took a deep breath and considered Eren's words. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "An extra option? What is it?" "Good." With a satisfied snap of his fingers, Eren continued, "I assume you were already told that I have a special way to suppress your anger, allowing you to live like a normal person?" Banner's heart pounded at those words. Even his heartbeat slightly accelerated. A normal life. Ever since that fateful accident in the lab, that had been his greatest wish. As a scientist with extensive knowledge of the extraordinary, Banner had tried countless methods to control the monster inside him. But all of them had failed. No matter what he did, he could never suppress the fury that lurked within, nor could he rid himself of the gamma-induced abomination inside him. If he hadn't been so utterly helpless against the Hulk, he wouldn't have agreed to follow Bucky to this cold storage hideout in the first place. So now, hearing someone tell him that his dream could actually be realized, It was impossible not to feel some level of excitement. Sensing Banner's reaction, the clown Eren chuckled. "Relax, Dr. Banner. The last thing I want right now is to have a fight with the Hulk." With that joke out of the way, Eren continued. "There are actually quite a few ways to keep the Hulk from interfering with your life. However, I currently have access to only two methods. The first option is deep hypnosis. I can put the Hulk into a long-term slumber and seal his consciousness deep within your mind. Hulk's intelligence isn't particularly strong. My power is more than enough to keep him asleep for a very long time. But there's a drawback. This isn't a permanent fix. In fact, the longer he remains forcibly suppressed, the more furious he will become. Sooner or later, all that pent-up rage will explode, breaking through my seal. And when that happens..." Eren trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. But Banner, being the brilliant mind that he was, understood perfectly. A seal can only hold for so long. Once it breaks, it'll be like a dam bursting, uncontrollable and catastrophic. If the Hulk woke up after years of forced suppression, he would likely emerge as an even stronger and angrier monster. At that point, would this body still belong to Bruce Banner, or would it become entirely the Hulk's domain? Before Banner could dwell on it for too long, Eren continued. "I won't go into more detail about the side effects of this method. Even if I reinforce the seal periodically, it's still just a temporary solution. However," at this point, Eren's tone shifted slightly, becoming lighter. "Despite its flaws, it's still much better than your current situation. At the very least, it would allow you to live a normal life for now. This was the deal I originally planned to offer you." But Eren smirked. "I like what you said earlier. So, I'm giving you another choice." Banner, who had already been considering the first option seriously, took a deep breath. "And what is the second option?" "The second option is for you to fully join us. If you do, I will personally help guide you through the process of fully mastering the Hulk's power. Unlike the first option, which produces immediate results, this one will take time, a lot of time. In fact, I can't even guarantee that you'll succeed in the end. But suppression is not always the right answer. No matter how tightly you seal the Hulk away, his rage will only grow over time. One day, it will inevitably break free. But if you channel it instead, if you gradually learn to control it, to redirect its fury, then one day, Dr. Banner, you will no longer be afraid of the Hulk inside you. You will become a perfect fusion of strength and intellect. At that point, you won't have to worry about the Hulk running wild ever again." Once Banner had processed this, Eren leaned back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other. "Just so we're clear, if you choose the first option, our relationship will remain strictly professional. You work for me. I pay you. In addition, I'll reinforce your seal periodically and offer some basic protection, like keeping the military off your back. But that's it." Eren leaned back lazily, stretching as he finished speaking, then patiently waited for Banner's response. Meanwhile, Banner found himself locked in an intense internal struggle. When he had initially decided to follow Bucky, it wasn't just to escape the military's pursuit. If all he wanted was to evade capture, he could have done that on his own. It would have been troublesome, but still manageable. So, he immediately dismissed the third option, leaving without hesitation. That left him with two choices, each with its own pros and cons. The first option would provide immediate relief and more personal freedom, but it wasn't a permanent solution. It wouldn't truly rid him of the monster within. And if the Hulk's consciousness ever broke free from the seal, the consequences would be disastrous. The second option, according to this clown's description, would take longer and had no guaranteed success. But it carried a slim chance of permanently resolving his Hulk problem. Moreover, under Eren's protection, he'd have a better chance of avoiding detection by the military. It would mean fewer complications. The only issue was that he'd have to fully commit. And the truth was, he knew almost nothing about this mysterious clown or the organization behind him. What if? After a long silence, Banner sighed, forcing a bitter smile. "I want to choose the second option," he admitted, "but I barely know anything about you or your organization. So, is there any way we can compromise?" For example, could we set a trial period, maybe 1 or 3 months, where I use the first method as a transition? Then, once the time is up, I'll make my final decision between the two options. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing Banner's suggestion, Eren burst into applause with an amused smile. That's a great proposal, he said. But no. Why not? Well, if you want the official explanation, Eren mused, once the first method is applied, hypnotizing and sealing the Hulk, it will drastically increase his resistance. If we later try to guide and integrate him, it will become exponentially more difficult. Worse, it could even lead to unpredictable complications. Banner frowned, contemplating the explanation. It made sense. But then, Eren's tone suddenly shifted. Of course, the real reason is, I just don't like it. I don't like these gradual changes. I believe that in life, there are only a handful of true, defining moments, maybe 1 or 2. And when they come, you either seize them or you don't. A single decision could lead you to paradise or plunge you into hell. But whatever happens, it will be your choice. So, Dr. Banner, Eren grinned beneath his mask. What's your decision? For a moment, Banner was taken aback. Just a second ago, Eren's reasoning had seemed logical, even considerate. But in the next breath, he sounded like an impulsive maniac. For the first time, Banner began to wonder if this potential future boss of his might be a little unreliable. Still, there was something strangely personal about Eren's attitude. It made him seem more human. A future boss. Yes. By this point, Banner had already made up his mind. Truthfully, deep down, there had never really been another option. Banner had always wanted to permanently rid himself of the Hulk. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Eren and declared, "In that case, I choose the second option." The moment Banner said those words, Eren's face lit up with a broad smile. Good. Almost instantly, a party popper appeared in Eren's hand from out of nowhere. Pop! A spray of colorful confetti exploded into the air. As the paper fluttered down, Eren extended a hand toward Banner. "Welcome aboard, Dr. Banner. You made the right choice." "I hope so," Banner muttered, shaking his head with a wry smile. For some reason, he felt like he had just stepped onto a pirate ship that was already sailing toward chaos. Since he had successfully recruited Dr. Banner, a man with 7 PhDs, getting him a proper workspace became an urgent priority. After all, he couldn't expect Banner to conduct research in a freezing cold storage unit. A suitable office or laboratory was needed. But Eren didn't have an office or a lab. So, he figured he'd just borrow one for his debtors. Yes, his very wealthy debtors. Asking them to hand over a fully equipped office building or research lab in exchange for clearing their debt. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Leaving the cold storage unit alone, Eren reached into the ring of greed and pulled out his question notebook. Since he had a long list of enemies to deal with soon, he had stocked up on some useful tools from his real body. For example, the ring of greed, which he had originally used for magic tricks, and the question notebook, which could provide answers to specific queries. Taking out the question notebook, Eren picked up a pen and wrote a question on the first blank page. Where is Hydra's leader, Alexander Pierce, right now? Yes, as a petty and vengeful clown, Eren had always followed the principle of never delaying payback. The only reason Alexander Pierce had survived the night before was due to unexpected circumstances. But now, it was time to settle the score. Oh, and while he was at it, maybe he'd see if he could borrow a well-equipped office or research lab from Pierce as well. After all, as the leader of Hydra's most successful branch, Pierce had to own some valuable real estate. 3 seconds after Eren's pen left the page, the question notebook responded. The slightly yellowed paper revealed a line of delicate handwriting, as if an unseen hand from another dimension was answering Eren's query in real time. London, England, Westminster Central Hall. Looking at the answer, Eren's mind filled with question marks. Almost instinctively, he performed a divination to verify the information. Is Alexander Pierce currently in London's Westminster Central Hall? Is Alexander Pierce currently in? 7 times in a row. The answer remained the same. Eren exhaled in mild frustration. Seriously? Did Alexander Pierce have some kind of precognitive ability? The moment Eren decided to have a chat with him, the man had crossed half the planet, straight to the other side of the world. Even if Eren booked the fastest flight to London, it would take him at least half a day to get there. And by the time he arrived, Pierce would likely be in another remote location. I don't have time for a game of hide and seek. No wonder Pierce had managed to revive a dying Hydra, infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., and transform it into Snake's shield. For a spy chief to retire alive, despite the nature of his job, that alone spoke volumes about his skill. Forget everything else. His evasion ability was maxed out. For now, Eren had no choice but to temporarily shelve his plans for Pierce. Since he couldn't track down his biggest debtor, he just switched targets. Aside from the Hydra agents who had ambushed him, Kingpin's gunmen had also played a role in the attack. If Alexander Pierce had fled too fast from a catch, then surely Kingpin, the so-called underground emperor of New York, wouldn't have disappeared as well. As Eren was about to write Kingpin's name in the question notebook, a new line of text suddenly appeared on the yellowed pages. If you're going to die in 3 seconds, what would be the last thing you'd want to do? Without hesitation, Eren wrote, "Clear my browser history." For a moment, the question notebook seemed confused, as if it had frozen, processing his answer. It took a while before the text faded away. That's it. Eren raised an eyebrow. Watching the refreshed page, he was genuinely surprised at how mild the notebook side effects were. No dramatic consequences? No bizarre challenges? How boring. Clicking his tongue, he wasted no time. Picking up his pen again, he wrote his next question. Where is Wilson Fisk, aka Kingpin, New York's underground emperor, right now? After writing, he instinctively patted his pocket to check on his phone, then returned it. As before, 3 seconds later, an answer emerged. Hell's Kitchen, Fisk Tower, basement level -3. Fisk Tower. Having spent weeks in Hell's Kitchen, Eren was obviously familiar with its most infamous building. Fisk Tower stood at the edge of Hell's Kitchen. It was the tallest building in the area and Kingpin's crowning achievement, a symbol of power and an assertion of dominance. It signified both his control over Hell's Kitchen and his ambition to expand across New York. Back when Kingpin had just taken over the underworld, he had spent most of his time inside Fisk Tower. But as his empire grew, so did his enemies. With his crime syndicate expanding citywide, rival gangs that feared his rise had begun fighting back. During those turbulent times, Kingpin had been targeted for assassination dozens of times, right inside his own headquarters. There was even a notorious incident where an arms dealer disguised himself as a janitor, sneaking into Fisk Tower and planting high-powered explosives. Had Kingpin not noticed something was off in time, the building would have been blown sky-high, taking him with it. From that point on, his movements became far more secretive. Instead of staying in Fisk Tower, he operated from the shadows, sending his proxy, Felix Manning, to handle public affairs. Yet now, the supposedly elusive Kingpin was back inside Fisk Tower. Eren performed another divination just to confirm. The answer remained unchanged. Kingpin was there. Interesting. Is this just a coincidence? Or has Kingpin actually been staying at Fisk Tower the whole time, secretly pulling the strings? Hiding in plain sight, because the most dangerous place is also the safest? If so, he really does understand the art of war. Well, whatever the case, this actually makes things easier for me. No need to go hunting for him. With the answer now confirmed, Eren's next move was clear. 3 seconds after Eren had written his second question, the question notebook responded once again. But instead of providing another answer, a new question appeared on the page. If you were going to die in 3 seconds, would you choose to erase your phone history or wipe your computer's hard drive? A cold smirk played on Eren's lips. This is supposed to be a difficult choice. If it were up to him, the answer was obvious. Without hesitation, he wrote his response. I'd erase my computer's study materials. Almost instantly, a question mark appeared underneath his answer. Question mark. And then another line. Why? Eren scoffed. As if sensing the notebook's confusion, he casually wrote back. Does this even need an explanation? Before you even asked this question, I had already formatted my phone. There's literally nothing in there anymore. Given that, wouldn't it be stupid to not wipe my computer's hard drive instead? Mocking the question notebook as if it were a sentient being, Eren added another line. I asked 2 questions and answered 3 of yours. That means you owe me 1. For a long moment, the notebook remained silent. Then, after a noticeable pause, a distorted version of the word fine appeared on the page. It took a while before the text faded completely. Huh. With a snap, Eren shut the question notebook with a look of disdain. Where was the supposed social destruction and inescapable consequences it was known for? This is it. Shaking his head, Eren stored the notebook back in his ring of greed. Clearly, its previous owner had been a pathetic fool, probably an overly cautious, honest person, to think they had struggled with such trivial questions. Perhaps it was time to retrain this notebook, teach it just how cruel the world could be. Otherwise, if it kept throwing out dumb questions like this, wouldn't that make him look stupid as its owner? Fisk Tower. Fisk Tower loomed over Hell's Kitchen like a steel fortress, its skyscraping height making it impossible to miss. Eren only had a glance up to see it. Well, since I'm paying Kingpin a visit, I should make some preparations first. For starters, ammunition. Eren had no intention of stepping into any confrontation unprepared. A few minutes later, he emerged from a gang hideout in Hell's Kitchen, now carrying a backpack slung over his shoulder. Behind him, the stench of death still lingered. The building that had been infested with filth just moments ago now lay eerily silent. All too bad, Eren muttered with an exaggerated sigh. I was hoping at least one of you would have the guts to put up a fight. A dark alley. About 10 minutes later, as Eren strolled through a narrow alley, he spotted a familiar figure. Long-legged and strikingly beautiful, Aelina, the woman who had once helped him clean up, was pleading with a group of men. Her voice trembled as she begged. Davis, please give me the money back. That's Michael's surgery fee. If he doesn't get the operation soon, he'll die. I'll pay back yesterday's cut by tonight. I just need 1 day, please, just 1 day. Before her, a tall, gaunt man with cold eyes simply shoved her aside, sending her sprawling into a pile of garbage. His tone was as chilling as his expression. The rules are the rules, he sneered. No one in Hell's Kitchen breaks Kingpin's rules. You tried to pocket the customer's tip yesterday. That alone violates Hell's Kitchen's laws. If it weren't your first offense, you'd be paying more than just 10 times the amount as a fine. Davis's gaze swept over her in disdain. As for your pathetic little brother, why bother letting him suffer in the hospital? Just let him die already. No. Aelina desperately pulled herself up, clutching at Davis's leg. Please, Davis, I'll do anything if it means saving Michael. Anything. Davis's cold eyes gleamed with an unmistakable predatory look. Aelina was stunning, her body curve in all the right places, her style seductive and alluring. If she was willing to do anything, just as he was about to speak, a soft cough echoed behind him. A reminder. Davis froze. At that moment, he recalled something. A colleague of his had once shown mercy to someone who broke Kingpin's rules. As punishment, their boss had personally carved out their still-beating heart from their chest. The memory sent a shudder down his spine. He immediately shoved Aelina away, crushing any fleeting desires in his mind. With one final kick, he turned and left, along with his fellow enforcers. Each of them acted as hidden overseers, ensuring none of their own ever got soft. Aelina, curled in agony on the ground, could only watch helplessly as they walked away. Tears filled her eyes as a broken, despairing cry escaped her lips. No! Several passers-by heard her cry, briefly glancing into the alley. Then, as if they had seen nothing, they turned away and continued on their way. Hell's Kitchen was a place filled with illegal immigrants, criminals, and gangsters from all over the world. No one in this place cared about the weak. No one bothered with other people's problems. Here, sympathy was an expensive luxury no one could afford. Eren watched the scene unfold. His expression unreadable, he turned and stepped into the alley. A few seconds later, he crouched down beside Aelina, a smile playing on his lips. Miss, are you free tonight? As he spoke, he reached up and removed his clown mask, revealing a face she had seen before. His exaggerated, paint-drawn smile seemed strangely infectious, almost as if just looking at it could make someone laugh. Hearing his voice, Eilina instinctively looked up. For a moment, she froze, her eyes slightly dazed. Then, realization hit her. Her expression shifted in shock. "It's you." Before she could exclaim further, Eren's gloved finger pressed gently against her pale lips. "Shoo!" With his other hand, he gestured for silence, a simple yet commanding motion. Only after ensuring her compliance did he finally remove his hand from her lips. Although Eren's face bore a bit more makeup than before, Eilina still recognized the man who had left such a deep impression on her. After all, from childhood to adulthood, no one had ever paid her just to take her home and clean. Back then, she had been utterly terrified of the clown Eren, nearly believing that her life would end right then and there. However, it was precisely because of that experience that Eilina found herself unable to understand why this strange customer had appeared before her again and spoken those words. Did he want her to clean his place again? Or was he looking to discuss some serious business? Looking at the somewhat disheveled Eilina, the clown reached out and tidied up her messy hair before speaking again. "Beautiful lady, you still haven't answered me. Are you free tonight?" Hearing Eren's voice again, Eilina felt momentarily dazed before quickly replying, "Apologies, sir. I'm afraid I don't have time lately. Thank you, but I must leave." She had secretly kept some of the guests' tips, violating Kingpin's rules, all to save money for her younger brother Michael's medical treatment. Now that she had finally gathered enough for his surgery, Davis had suddenly barged in with his men, not only taking away the guests' tips, but also robbing her of all her hard-earned savings, including the money her sisters had voluntarily lent her upon learning of her brother's condition. Michael's condition could not be delayed any longer. Eilina had no time left. She had to find a way to raise the surgery fees again as quickly as possible. For that, she had already made up her mind. She was willing to do anything, even if, just as Eilina gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her body and struggling to stand up, Eren's voice rang out again. "Is that so? What a pity. I was planning to entrust my newly acquired mansion to you for cleaning, seeing as you did such a thorough job last time. I even have the money prepared." Money. Eilina, who had been trying to force herself to leave, instinctively froze upon hearing the word she had been dreaming of day and night. She turned to look at Eren, but soon she forced a bitter smile and shook her head. "Am I going crazy thinking about money? Last time, after cleaning such a massive haunted house, he only gave me $100. Even if this new place is bigger, how much could he possibly offer? Even if that $100 were multiplied 4 or 5 times, it would still be nothing compared to the $8,600 I need for Michael's surgery. Besides, I don't have time to earn money by cleaning houses anymore." Just as Eilina was about to take another step forward, Eren's voice reached her ears again. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" With an exaggerated expression, Eren reached out into the air and made a grabbing motion. As if performing a magic trick, a thick stack of freshly printed $100 bills appeared in his hand, their ink still fragrant. "Rustle, rustle," deliberately shaking the wad of cash in front of Eilina's eyes, Eren spoke in a tone of regret. "What a shame. This $10,000. If not for the fact that you were so diligent last time, I wouldn't have even considered giving you this job." As he spoke, Eren patted the stack of cash and then reached for his mask, acting as if he was about to leave. "Wait!" Before he could take a step, Eilina lunged at him like a madwoman, clutching his arm tightly. "You mean this $10,000 is for cleaning a house?" Eren, who had pretended to leave, turned his head and shook his head. "Of course not." The moment she heard "not," the light in Eilina's eyes dimmed visibly. "I knew it. There's no way cleaning a house could be worth $10,000. But before she could finish that thought, Eren's voice rang in her ears again. "This $10,000 is just a deposit. After all, my new place is quite large. Cleaning it will be a huge task. $10,000. As a deposit." Eilina didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence before she let out a desperate, hoarse scream. "Give it to me. I'll do it, please. Perhaps her voice was too sharp, or maybe she was too anxious. She ended up breaking her voice mid-sentence. "Oh, is that so? Then it's yours." Seeing the desperate plea on Eilena's face and the rekindled hope in her eyes, Eren's grin stretched into a wide arc. Without hesitation, he handed her the thick stack of bills. At that moment, there was no pity or condescension on his face, only a pure and equal exchange of goodwill. Stuffing the $10,000 into Eilena's hands, Eren patted her arm and said, "Hey, beautiful, you should let go now. If you keep pulling, my clothes will tear, and you'll have to compensate me." Sorry." Flustered, Eilena let go of his arm. She looked down at the cash in her hands, still unable to believe that Eren had given it to her so easily. With this money, Michael could have his surgery. He wouldn't die. The hope she had just grasped shattered the despair that had consumed her earlier, making the world in her eyes bright again. At some point, tears had welled up in Eilena's eyes, quickly blurring her vision. Thank you. Eren adjusted his slightly ruffled clothing with a graceful gesture before turning and walking away. "Oh, right, tonight, I'll have someone come find you. Don't forget our agreement, beautiful lady." He had only taken a few steps when Eilena's urgent voice rang out from behind him. "Thank you. I won't forget. Also, my name is Eilena." Eilena's voice was hurried, but it was filled with the most sincere gratitude. Hearing this, Eren, hidden beneath the clown mask, revealed a faint smile. But he did not turn back. He simply waved his hand and walked away. Not long after Eren left the dark alley, Eilena, clutching the $10,000 tightly against her body, sprinted toward the community hospital across the street and immediately handed over the money for Michael's surgery. In a shadowed corner nearby, watching everything unfold and confirming that Eilena was now safe, Eren slightly lowered the brim of his magician's hat. Then, he continued walking toward Fist Tower. Despite his own miserable circumstances, he still couldn't stand seeing others suffer. Perhaps that was what it truly meant to be a clown. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand, yet he still responded with laughter, using a smile to mask all sorrow and performing absurd acts to bring joy to others. At that moment, Eren seemed to understand the true essence of a clown. At the same time, a delighted, maniacal laughter once again echoed in his mind, as if celebrating the birth of a true clown. However, unlike before this time, that crazed laughter carried away the last trace of hidden madness within Eren's heart. At that very moment, as enlightenment struck Eren, the remnants of the Jester potion, which had been forcibly digested within both his and his original body system due to the Jester of Fate's bizarre methods, seemed to become even clearer. Simultaneously, the seed of Fate's laughter, gifted by the Jester of Fate, unknowingly grew stronger. Feeling a sudden rush through his body, as if breaking through some invisible shackle, Eren narrowed his eyes slightly. "Ah, that feels good. It seems even fate itself stands against Kingpin this time." With a faint smile, the masked Eren arrived at the base of Fist Tower. Gazing at the prominent entrance, he strode forward with a cheerful gait. The moment the guards stationed at the entrance spotted him approaching, not only did they not stop him, but they even rushed forward attentively to open the passageway for him, bowing deeply in respect. From the moment he neared the building, Eren had activated his mind field, distorting the perception of the guards. At the same time, he utilized the magician's illusion, further reinforcing the mind distortion. As a result, the guards standing watch at the entrance all saw Eren as one of their direct superiors. Passing through the security checkpoint that required identification, now conveniently opened for him by the guards, Eren turned to the security captain, whose badge displayed his rank, and snapped coldly, "Useless fool. Go press the elevator button for me now." Why yes, sir." Terrified by Eren's reprimand, the captain broke into a cold sweat and rushed toward the nearby elevator in a panic. His slightly rotund belly made his frantic sprint appear almost comically exaggerated. The other guards, hearing the scolding, immediately lowered their heads further, much like frightened ostriches. Meanwhile, The onlookers who had witnessed the security team's deference toward Eren instinctively assumed he was someone important. None of them dared look at him directly, afraid that their gaze alone might invoke the displeasure of this big shot. Utilizing the captain's clearance, Eren smoothly entered the elevator leading to the third basement level of Fist Tower. In an effort to ingratiate himself with this supposed high-ranking official, the security captain even stepped into the elevator with him, intending to personally guide the way. Ding! The moment the elevator doors closed, a sudden premonition of danger surged through Eren's mind. At the same time, a vision appeared in his consciousness, an elevator drenched in blood and shredded flesh, riddled with bullet holes and smoke. As soon as that vision vanished from his mind, Eren immediately used threads of resentment to slice open a person-sized gap in the elevator's seemingly welded-shut maintenance hatch. Without hesitation, he pulled himself up and climbed onto the reinforced elevator roof. Almost the instant he managed to reposition the hatch, ding! The elevator doors slid open. The security captain, completely unaware that Eren had already escaped, stepped forward as if nothing was wrong, only to be met with the frenzied fire of 7 or 8 assault rifles aimed directly at him. Tat, 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 tat. In mere seconds, hundreds of bullets shredded the slightly overweight security captain into a bloodied sieve, leaving behind only a mangled corpse and a bullet-riddled elevator. Evidence that he had once stood there. For a full 7 or 8 seconds, the gunners continued unloading their magazines before finally stopping. After ejecting their empty clips, the tattooed men lowered their smoking barrels. "You idiots! He's already gone. What the hell are you shooting at?" The instant the gunfire ceased, Bullseye, clad in a form-fitting combat suit, raised his pistol and fired a single shot directly at the cut marks Eren had left on the elevator ceiling. Bang! Go after him! Wasting no time, Bullseye's men swiftly reloaded their assault rifles. However, just as they were about to aim at the hole Eren had escaped through, a strange, rustling sound suddenly echoed through the air. There he is! For a split second, the 3 gang members who had rushed into the elevator caught sight of a black silhouette darting past them. It bolted toward the exit in a blur. The moment they saw the fleeing figure, an overwhelming emotion surged through their minds. Without hesitation, they turned their guns toward the figure that had just run out of the elevator and opened fire. Tat, tat, tat. Watching his men suddenly turn their guns on each other and pull the trigger, Bullseye's expression darkened instantly. Shit, get down. Something's wrong. Dodge. Sensing an anomaly, Bullseye pushed off the ground with his right foot, launching himself sideways like an arrow released from its bow. As he rolled away, 3 throwing knives, gleaming coldly under the dim lights, were flung from his hands with lightning speed. Thud, thud, thud. Almost the moment Bullseye landed, the 3 knives hit their mark perfectly, embedding deep into the eye sockets of the 3 gang members who had just entered the elevator. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 men collapsed lifelessly, their bodies hitting the floor one after another. However, at the same time, the 4 other gangsters who had been standing around Bullseye were gunned down, falling in pools of blood from the wild gunfire of the 3 assault rifles. Damn it! What the hell just happened? In mere seconds, 7 of his men had been wiped out, causing Bullseye's face to darken with rage. Yet, more than the loss of his subordinates, what truly disturbed him was the bizarre reaction of the 3 men inside the elevator. The ones guarding the underground levels of Fisk Tower weren't ordinary thugs. Every one of them had been personally selected by Kingpin, his most trusted enforcers. They enjoyed privileges that ordinary people couldn't even imagine, but at the same time, their lives were completely in Kingpin's grasp. Given their deep understanding of Kingpin's ruthlessness, they would never dare to betray him so easily, let alone all 3 of them at once. Wait, they only started acting strangely after stepping into the elevator. Recalling the surveillance footage from earlier, where the security guards had bowed and scraped before that clown-masked stranger, a bold, almost impossible thought flashed through Bullseye's mind. Could it be that those 3, just like the security guard, were also... Before he could finish his thought, Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet curved midair, twisting around the corner of the elevator, aimed directly at Bullseye. The moment it was fired, he felt an intense sense of danger wash over him. A sharp pain radiated from his left chest, as if his instincts were screaming at him. Almost reflexively, Bullseye twisted his body forward, barely dodging the bullet that was meant for his heart. A bullet that curves. The Assassin Brotherhood. Staring at the round lodged into a nearby pillar, Bullseye immediately recalled the ancient order of assassins that had lurked in New York for over 1,000 years. An order that had supposedly been eradicated by law enforcement not too long ago. His gaze turned icy cold. Even if you're an assassin from the Brotherhood, it won't matter. If you dare to cross Kingpin, you will die. Suppressing his frustration, Bullseye pulled 3 high-explosive grenades from his belt and yanked the pins out simultaneously. Without hesitation, he lobbed them toward the elevator, where the shooter was most likely hiding. If you want to hide, then stay hidden forever. The 3 grenades arced gracefully through the air, heading straight for the bullet-ridden elevator. Bang! 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 Before the grenades could land, 3 silver bullets tore through the air, striking the explosives mid-flight. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in midair. The simultaneous detonation of the 3 high-explosive grenades created a shockwave akin to a raging hurricane, obliterating the lavishly decorated elevator hall. Even Bullseye, who had thrown them, was sent flying by the powerful blast, through the swirling flames and debris. For a fleeting moment, Bullseye caught sight of a shadow standing within the firelight. A clown-masked figure, watching him from the flames. Shit! A chilling realization gripped Bullseye's mind. His instincts screamed at him. Every fiber of his being was overwhelmed with an unmistakable sense of imminent danger. With a flick of his wrists, 2 throwing knives, razor-sharp and gleaming coldly, formed a lethal X shape as they shot toward the clown's head and heart. The blades whistled through the air at a speed too fast for the naked eye. At that moment, Eren, still standing in the flames, seemed momentarily frozen in terror. But the instant before the knives reached him, that fearful expression twisted into a playful smirk. Then, in Bullseye's stunned gaze, Eren's entire figure vanished from the firelight, as if he had never been there at all, as if everything Bullseye had seen was nothing but a hallucination. How was that possible? Bullseye's eyes flickered with disbelief. Before he could process what had just happened, his mid-air momentum faltered, causing him to crash onto the ground, rolling twice before slamming into a nearby wall with a heavy thud. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he sprang to his feet with a swift, practiced motion. His eyes darted around warily, scanning every possible hiding spot. But aside from the now-destroyed elevator hall and the scattered corpses, there was no trace of the clown. Nothing standing. No shadows moving. No sign of that eerie figure. Yet, despite seeing nothing, Bullseye knew one thing for certain. The prickling sensation on the back of his neck told him he was being watched. Another sweep of his surroundings revealed nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Bullseye dashed toward a nearby hallway, making a run for it. As he sprinted, his movements were erratic, zigzagging unpredictably. His gloved hands clenched 2 jet-black throwing knives. His entire body was wound tight like a spring. "Where are you, you bastard?" He knew his opponent was still there. He just had to find them first. But then, "Looking for me?" A mocking voice echoed in his ear. Bullseye's heart froze. At the very edge of his vision, that clown mask figure was already standing at the hallway's exit. Arms crossed, expression unreadable. Watching him. "He's blocking my escape." A fierce glint flashed in Bullseye's eyes. "Die!" Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist sharply. The black throwing knife shot forward like a bullet, streaking through the air toward Eren's throat. At the same time, Bullseye dug his heels into the ground, abruptly skidding to a halt. The sheer force of his sudden stop left 2 long skid marks nearly a meter in length across the tiled floor. His body came to a halt, standing atop a red diamond-shaped tile. Fast. His speed. So that's your trump card. Across the hall, Eren's voice echoed softly. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. He couldn't deny it. Bullseye was fast, deadly, but that only made things more fun. As Kingpin's top assassin, Bullseye indeed possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. At the very least, the speed at which he hurled his throwing knives was something even Eren had to admire. The velocity of this black throwing knife surpassed even those conjured by paper soldiers, the magically enhanced paper weapons created through potion effects. And while Eren marveled at the sheer speed of the knife, the black blade plunged straight into his chest. Boom! The instant the knife struck, a massive explosion erupted, far more powerful than even the 3 high-explosive grenades detonated earlier. The sudden burst of flames obliterated the entrance to the underground third-floor corridor, reducing it to rubble. Impossible! Staring at the now-destroyed corridor, Bullseye's eyes were filled with disbelief. But his shock wasn't due to the explosive power of his specially crafted detonation knife. What truly shook him was the fact that the clown's figure had vanished completely in the explosion, dispersing like a mirage. A phantom? Again, what the hell is this guy? Is that all? Just as Bullseye struggled to make sense of what had happened, a disappointed voice suddenly echoed in his ears. If that's all you've got, then this ends now. Hearing the sudden chill in the voice, Bullseye's gaze turned just as cold, with a hint of madness flickering within. Heh, I'll admit, your abilities and bizarre tricks are beyond what I expected. But killing me won't be that easy. You arrogant bastard, die with me. With a wild roar, a glint of insanity flashed in Bullseye's eyes as he pressed a hidden switch beneath his combat suit. The moment he did, a faint electronic beep echoed through the ruined elevator hall. And then, the countless explosive devices buried beneath the area were activated simultaneously. Bombs? How cliché. Before Eren could finish his sentence, the red diamond tile beneath Bullseye's feet suddenly gave way. In the blink of an eye, he plummeted into a hidden escape tunnel, and as he fell, he flicked another black detonation knife upward. If Eren chose to pursue, he would walk straight into the explosion of this terrifyingly powerful blade. Given the sheer destructive force, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured, unless he used a paper substitute to take the blow. Meanwhile, falling into the hidden escape route, Bullseye's frenzied expression faded into one of calculated coldness, and for the first time, a slight sense of relief. From the moment Eren took the elevator down, to the ambush at the elevator, and now this desperate retreat. Barely a minute had passed, perhaps not even that long. Yet within this brief time, Eren had pushed Bullseye to his absolute limits. Until, in the end, Bullseye had been forced to rely on the traps of the elevator hall to deal with Eren. In truth, the moment Bullseye realized Eren had somehow manipulated the security captain and 3 of his men, he immediately decided that a direct confrontation was not an option. As a professional assassin, he knew better than anyone. He could not risk being mentally controlled. Thus, while seemingly engaging Eren in battle, Bullseye had actually been leading him into a trap, including blowing up the corridor leading to Kingpin's location, to cut off Eren's pursuit route, pretending to fight to the death to lure Eren into chasing him, triggering the hidden escape tunnel at the last moment, while simultaneously activating the hall's explosive devices, throwing one last detonation knife to block pursuit and destroy the escape route. Bullseye wasn't just Kingpin's most lethal assassin. He was also a master strategist. Boom! The moment Bullseye hit the bottom of the tunnel, he rolled aside instinctively. Just as the detonation knife exploded, a massive fireball engulfed the tunnel entrance, collapsing it completely. Bullseye, though further inside, was still blasted several meters away by the shockwave. Back in the elevator hall. Standing amid the ruins, Eren watched Bullseye's entire sequence of moves unfold, feeling danger pressing in from all directions. His mind clicked everything into place instantly. All of that was a setup? Everything calculated? But instead of frustration at being tricked, a gleam of excitement flickered in Eren's eyes. So, with strategy and traps now? Now, this is interesting. A wide, twisted grin spread across his face. But, trying to bury me in a bomb-filled room? That's a bit too naive, don't you think? Did you really think I wasn't doing anything this entire time? Meanwhile, in the pitch-black tunnel beneath the elevator hall, Bullseye rolled across the floor, his body battered by the shockwave. The moment he propped himself up, he violently coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he forced himself to his feet. He had to get out of here immediately. If the explosives planted in the elevator hall detonated, and this tunnel collapsed as a result, he could end up buried alive. As he thought about the soon-to-be obliterated elevator hall and the sealed passage he had destroyed behind him, a flicker of complicated emotion passed through his eyes. Kingpin. But just as quickly as it came, Bullseye pushed the thought away. Gripping the wall for support, he limped deeper into the darkness of the secret passage. The tunnel should have been well lit, each section illuminated by rows of overhead lights. But now, everything was pitch black. Did the explosion short-circuit the electrical system? Luckily, Bullseye's heightened vision allowed him to see faintly in the dark. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where to place his next step. Zzzt, a strange electrical crackling suddenly echoed behind him. The noise came from a small button-sized device attached to his back. The moment he heard it, Bullseye's entire body tensed. He was certain he didn't have anything on his person that should make that sound. A split second later, without hesitation, he whipped out a razor-sharp knife from his belt and slashed at the area on his back. But before his blade could reach the button-like device, a bright spark ignited from it. A blazing flash lit up the tunnel, casting a brilliant glow over everything. Bullseye only felt a slight heat on his back, as if something had scorched him lightly. That was all. But when his peripheral vision caught what the fire had illuminated behind him, a small twitch ran through the corner of his eye. The cold gleam of his knife flashed. He skillfully sliced away the portion of his clothing where the strange device had been attached. He made sure to cut only the fabric, not a single millimeter of his own skin. The torn cloth dropped to the ground, still faintly smoldering. Bullseye frowned. That's it. He had expected a high-powered explosive attached to his back. But instead, it was just some cheap trick to startle him. Just as he was processing this, in the flickering firelight, a tall shadow solidified behind him. The glow from the flames cast a twisted silhouette onto the floor. Bullseye immediately noticed the figure through its reflection. Without a second thought, he thrust his silver knife backward. But this time, behind, before the knife could reach its target, a silver thread shot from Eren's fingertips. Like a serpent slithering through the air, it wrapped around Bullseye's body in an instant. A second later, Bullseye found himself bound in an intricate, humiliating rope formation, completely immobilized. His muscles bulged, straining against the binding threads, attempting to break free with raw strength. But the harder he struggled, the tighter the venomous threads dug into his flesh. Within mere moments, deep gashes appeared on his body. The worst injuries were on his arms, where his struggle had been the most violent. The threads had cut so deep they were embedded in his muscle tissue. Had Eren not disabled the thread's devouring ability, Bullseye would have already been consumed alive. Stop struggling. It's useless. Eren's voice was calm, almost amused. He had already noticed how Bullseye was subtly moving his fingers toward one of his hidden knives. But with a mere flick of his wrist, the venomous threads tightened, extracting every single blade hidden within Bullseye's combat suit. A dozen knives of various sizes and designs clattered together and were lifted into the air. Eren inspected the collection with mild amusement. You sure can hide a lot of knives. He chuckled, but before Bullseye could respond, a deafening explosion shook the entire tunnel. Boom! The impact was so massive, it sent stone dust raining from the ceiling. For several long seconds, the tunnel trembled violently. Even Eren had to dig his fingers into his ears, irritated by the ringing sensation. When the explosion finally subsided, he glanced at Bullseye who looked just as dazed from the blast. With explosions that powerful, aren't you afraid of collapsing Fisk Tower? This is your headquarters, after all. Bullseye's ears were still ringing painfully, but he forced a smirk. If anything, I think we didn't plan enough explosives. If we had just a bit more, we could have buried this entire escape tunnel and taken you down with it. Eren snorted, clearly unimpressed. Buffed. Don't act like you're some martyr. If you really wanted to go down with me, you wouldn't have run in the first place. If you'd stayed up there, maybe I really would have been blown to bits. Eren gave Bullseye a pointed look. But you ran. And because you ran, now you're mine. A sinister smile curled on Eren's lips. With a mere thought, the venomous threads tightened once more. Bullseye winced as they dug even deeper into his wounds. His mind was racing. He needed a way out. But, for the first time in a long, Bullseye felt something unfamiliar creeping into his chest. A feeling he hadn't experienced in years. Fear. Eren's venomous threads, manipulated by his spiritual control, shifted the row of throwing knives to the side. Glancing at the weapons, he flicked his fingers again. The threads tightened, forcing Bullseye's head upward, locking his gaze onto the clown-masked figure standing before him. After a few fruitless struggles, Bullseye realized his strength was completely useless against these bizarre threads. So he stopped resisting. Instead, he stared directly at Eren, his eyes filled with resentment. Who the hell are you? Eren met Bullseye's glare, expressionless. That's none of your concern. In that instant, the mind field surrounding Eren silently expanded, creeping into Bullseye's consciousness. His mental defenses began to erode. And soon enough, a flicker of confusion appeared in Bullseye's eyes. But before Eren could begin his interrogation, Bullseye snapped out of it. His pupils burned with rage and shock. Was that hypnosis? You filthy bastard, you try to hypnotize me? Eren ignored his insults. He merely observed, amused. Even after direct exposure to his mind field, Bullseye had managed to break free. He shook his head. I see. So even in this world, villains with actual names can't be manipulated so easily. Hypnotizing people with purpose and will is far harder than controlling nameless cannon fodder. Eren sighed. In that case, look into my eyes, Mutt. Dread gaze. It was the first time Eren had unleashed this enhanced psychic spell since his mental ascension. And the result was instantaneous. A colossal six-eyed dragon materialized within his pupils, its wings eclipsing the sky. Carrying a force of apocalyptic dread, it descended from the heavens. The weight of its presence alone was enough to crush the air. The sheer mental pressure caused Bullseye's breath to stop. And when the dragon's image pierced into his soul, his entire mental landscape was obliterated. Crack! A sound like shattering glass echoed. Bullseye's eyes burst, blood gushing from the ruptured vessels. Eren tilted his head slightly, sidestepping the splattering filth. He observed his captive. Bullseye was now barely alive. His face was drenched in blood, thick crimson fluids seeping from his eyes, nose, and ears. Had it not been for the venomous threads still holding him up, his body would have collapsed like a lifeless husk. HSSSSS. Eren sucked in a theatrical breath. Damn, that was strong. Compared to his previous dread gaze, the power increase was drastic. What once merely shattered the opponent's mind, now it could annihilate their soul. It had become a weapon that could alter reality itself. If an enemy doesn't have some kind of mental protection, just one stare could make their eyeballs explode. Eren chuckled. Not bad, but I should probably tone it down next time. His initial plan was to hypnotize Bullseye for interrogation. Instead, he overdid it and destroyed him. Well, that was inconvenient. Eren approached the dying assassin, rubbing the back of his head in mild annoyance. And, just as expected, the interrogation yielded little information. While Eren was able to hypnotize what remained of his mind, Bullseye's responses were disjointed, fragmented, incoherent. Before Eren could extract any meaningful details, Bullseye exhaled his last breath. Dead. TCH. What a waste. Eren flicked his hand. and the venomous threads lunged. Bullseye's corpse and the fragments of his shattered soul were devoured whole. The moment the feast ended, the venomous threads shivered, almost like they were evolving. Eren squinted. Did they just get sharper? He stretched out a hand, grabbing one of Bullseye's knives from the suspended row of weapons. A finely crafted black throwing knife. Without hesitation, he stored the entire collection into his ring of greed. At the same time, with a casual gesture, Eren gathered a floating sphere of fire from the still-burning debris. The small orange flame hovered at his side, casting flickering shadows down the darkened tunnel. To keep the flame burning, he casually tossed in a solid block of alcohol he had acquired from somewhere. The fireball brightened, and with it, Eren advanced deeper into the tunnel. But as he ventured further, a foul stench began permeating the air, a putrid mixture of blood and rotting flesh. Achoo! The overwhelming stench of decay made Eren sneeze multiple times. The hell? Why does it suddenly stink like a corpse pit? He raised the fireball, letting its light flicker across the tunnel walls. That was when he noticed it. The stench was coming from cracks in the tunnel's walls, cracks that had split open from the explosion earlier. A creeping thought surfaced in his mind. Did Kingpin build this tunnel over a mass grave? Is that why the smell is leaking out through these cracks? But as Eren ventured further inside, that theory quickly changed. Because the deeper he went, the tunnel ahead started to transform. At some unknown moment, the passage ahead of the jester, Eren, became eerily strange. Tap, tap, accompanied by a series of footsteps. From the cracks along the corridor, thin streams of liquid suddenly began to flow. At first, these trickles of water were clear and pure, but they soon turned crimson, red like fresh blood, a thick, overwhelming red. The color of the blood reflected in Eren's eyes, painting his nearly frozen gaze in a sinister glow. No, it wasn't just the cracks along the corridor. Even the corridor itself seemed to be undergoing some unknown transformation. The upper part of the passage, which had been relatively clean and orderly until now, had inexplicably turned old and mottled. The walls, as if soaked in blood, were covered in bulging, swollen patches. Within those bulging patches, something dark red seemed to flow. It was as if, behind those lumps, there wasn't air, but pools of foul-smelling, putrid blood. Above, the lamps that should have been lighting the way, now extinguished due to damaged wiring, seemed to hold cold, malicious black pupils within them, staring icily at Eren as he prepared to step deeper into the corridor. In front of this increasingly bizarre passage, Eren came to a halt. Even his face, hidden beneath the mask, lost its last trace of smile. This feeling, why does it feel so familiar? As he stared at the eerie corridor before him, a flash of realization struck Eren's mind. Potion loss of control, flesh mutation, eldritch corruption. Damn it, why does this resemble those incidents where people lost control due to potion failures and mutated? Or could it be that this was another place tainted by the aura of an eldritch god? As he recalled the source of this familiarity, the corner of Eren's mouth twitched involuntarily. Hell, first there was that eldritch god priest, then that incident at the textile factory with Sloane. Fine, whatever. But now, even Kingpin, a mere gang boss, had this kind of Lovecraftian horror going on? Damn it. Is this still the Marvel universe I remember? Could it be that, aside from those supervillains who constantly try to destroy the world, eldritch gods are now also stepping into this universe? Or rather, have these ancient horrors already extended their claws into this world long ago? As he recalled the strange and unnatural things he had encountered one after another recently, things that shouldn't even exist in this world, Eren's gaze grew serious. Taking one last glance at the half-buried corridor behind him, destroyed by explosives, Eren shrugged. Since I'm here, I might as well see what the hell is going on with Kingpin. Taking a deep breath, Eren moved forward once again. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that, this time, every step he took was much more cautious. Splish! With each step forward, Eren's toes landed in a shallow puddle of blood, sending up small splashes. As one blood-red splash after another bloomed, ripples spread outward from his feet. And as he ventured deeper, the blood coating the passageway became thicker, more viscous. Even its color darkened into a near-black crimson. At the same time, the air grew heavier with the scent of blood and decay. It felt as though he had walked only a short distance. Yet, it also felt like he had spent an eternity trudging through this nightmare corridor. Up ahead, a dim, yellowish-brown light appeared at the corridor's depths. An exit. With a flick of his fingers, Eren sent a thin paper talisman flying, where it stuck to a corner of the corridor's ceiling. Then, he strode toward the glowing exit. With each step forward, his foot sank into the blood-soaked ground, leaving ankle-deep imprints. When he pulled his foot out, the thick, dark red liquid took a long time to settle, as though on the verge of coagulating. In this way, Eren left behind a trail of clear footprints in the passage behind him. Meanwhile, the walls around him seemed to come to life, forming vein-like patterns of flesh. The bulging patches on the walls had now fully transformed into rotting, putrid slabs of meat. Above, in the ceiling, grayish-brown, lifeless eyes stared unblinkingly at Eren's back, radiating an indescribable malice. The moment he stepped out of the corridor, Eren's vision suddenly widened. A massive dining hall came into view. A luxurious black and gold marble dining hall. A long, extravagant stone table. Rows of enormous crystal chandeliers. All of it appeared before Eren's eyes. But everything was cloaked in an eerie, blood-tinged light. A thick, sticky crimson liquid coated the vast carpet in the center of the hall. As his gaze traveled upward, he noticed the dining table, the chairs, and even the grand chandeliers hanging from the ceiling were all wrapped in a grotesque network of veins, forming a web of pulsing, blood-like tissue. The once bright crystal chandeliers, now ensnared by these blood vessels, emitted an ominous red glow, turning what should have been a lavish banquet hall into a scene of pure blood-drenched horror. What's more, the tangled, vein-like blood vessels, forming the grotesque web, seemed to have begun rotting as countless black, mold-like filaments sprouted across their surfaces. Eren's gaze swept across the room, quickly memorizing every detail of this horrific scene. Then, his eyes shifted to what lay beyond the dining hall. Chapter 181, Flesh Monster, Part 2. Hanging above, the sign bore the word slaughterhouse, yet the interior was nothing but an abyss of devouring darkness. As Eren stared into that all-consuming void, an eerie, suppressed voice suddenly echoed from within. Didn't expect you to be the one to make it out of the corridor. Seems like Bullseye ended up dying at your hands after all. What a shame. If I had known. With the abruptness of that voice, Eren, now wearing a finely crafted monocle over his right eye, slowly let his gaze pierce through the dense darkness. At last, he saw the massive figure lurking within, taking in the grotesque form reflected deep in his pupils. Eren let out a sharp. It was hard to describe the monstrosity's appearance. Its entire body was a grotesque mass of flesh, seemingly composed of countless lumps of raw, festering meat. Deep, rotting wounds covered its form, from which twisted, reddish-brown veins slithered outward, like countless grotesque tentacles, writhing madly as they extended. These blood vessels burrowed into the blood-drenched corpses strewn across the slaughterhouse, continuously drawing some unknown substance from their decaying flesh. In places where the rot was especially severe, the thick veins acted urgently, violently dragging a robust corpse into its own decayed form, forcibly stuffing it into the rotting gaps, as if attempting to fill the empty spaces left by its own decomposition. Among the bloodied corpses, there were the massive carcasses of pigs and cattle, but there were also pale human bodies. If I had known he would die by your hands, I should have made him a part of me sooner, truly become one with me. As Eren took in the horrific sight, the bloated, monstrous head at the center of the mass let out a regretful sigh. What a waste. Bullseye's body was far stronger than these useless scraps. Mid-sentence, the enormous, grotesquely swollen head abruptly lifted. From the depths of its fat-encased eye sockets, a ferocious, savage light burst forth. Since you killed my most loyal subordinate, you'll take his place by becoming part of me. As the creature spoke, something emerged from the mountainous mass of flesh. A finely crafted black cane, with a sharp ZZZT. A searing beam of energy shot forth from the tip of the cane, aimed directly at Eren, who stood at the passage's entrance. Wow, a laser! So scary. Eren exaggerated his expression in mock fear. Yet almost as soon as the cane locked onto him, his body flickered sideways, dodging in an instant. The laser punched through the wall behind him, leaving a deep, smoldering crater. Seeing Eren evade his attack, the massive flesh abomination flared with anger. The black cane swung outward in a violent arc. The continuous energy stream transformed into a blade of pure light, sweeping horizontally toward Eren. So terrifying, so terrifying. Eren kept up his exaggerated cries, but his body bent backward in an almost boneless motion, executing a perfect limbo to dodge the slicing beam. As he straightened, his wrist flicked. A black throwing knife, looted from Bullseye, arced through the air like a shooting star. Ding! It struck the black cane with pinpoint accuracy. In that instant, a nearly imperceptible glimmer flashed across the knife's surface. And then, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! The force of the blast, comparable to a C4 explosion, instantly obliterated the cane. A wave of searing heat and shock spread outward in layers, and the abomination, standing at point-blank range, was struck directly. Squelch! Its rotting flesh was torn apart by the sheer force of the blast. Chunks of putrid, reeking meat were blasted into the air, spraying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the massive flesh monstrosity, which had filled most of the slaughterhouse, now had a half-meter-deep crater blasted into its body. As the smoke and heat wave dissipated, a fat, bloated hand extended from beside the creature's massive head. Wiping away the blood splattered across its face, the swollen, grotesque head let out a chilling laugh. Bullseye's explosive knife? A little toy like that won't kill me. As the monster chuckled, twisted crimson tendrils erupted from its wounded flesh, surging outward. In mere moments, the tendrils stretched 7 or 8 meters, quickly wrapping around the bloodied corpses scattered across the room, dragging them back toward the gaping wound in its body. One by one, the corpses were forcefully crammed into the gaping flesh. As the blood-red tendrils wriggled and pulsed, grotesque appendages seemed to grow from the corpses themselves. Within moments, they were fully assimilated, becoming one with the monster. Then, the faces of the absorbed bodies, whether pigs, cattle, or humans, all lifted their heads in unison. Their dead, vacant eyes locked onto Eren, filled with an unnatural, icy malice. Eren let out a curious noise as he observed the still somewhat rational monster before him. Even after mutating into this grotesque mess, you can still resist further corruption and maintain some level of intelligence? Your willpower is actually pretty impressive. But if you have such strong willpower, how did you lose control and turn into this in the first place? Kingpin. Despite its hideously deformed and mutated state, from its words and that recognizable cane, Eren had already confirmed that this monstrous abomination before him was, without a doubt, Kingpin. Become one with me, immortal jester. I can sense the immense power within you. Once I devour you, I will grow even stronger. With Kingpin's furious roar, the entire corrupted slaughterhouse seemed to quake. The next second, wriggling, blood-red tendrils shot forth from all directions. From the furniture, the floor, the walls, even the ceiling. The web of veins that had once simply coated the space now came alive. Like countless bloodied spikes, they surged toward Eren in a frenzied, all-out assault. Scarlet tentacles, shimmering with an eerie glow, radiated an aura of razor-sharp menace. It seemed as if these were not mere fleshy appendages, but rather steel-forged, lethal spikes. Thousands of tentacles recoiled. Like a surging blood-red tide, they brought with them a storm of crimson mist and an overwhelming stench of blood. Joker Eren, encircled by billions of writhing tendrils, had no time to react before they all simultaneously impaled him. Like a heart being pierced by thousands of arrows, his body was instantly nailed to the grotesque, fleshy ground. Hidden within the darkness of the slaughterhouse, Kingpin watched the figure impaled by his countless tendrils. His nearly concealed, fat-covered eyes flickered with cruelty. Just as he prepared to control the blood-red tendrils piercing Joker Eren, opening their mouths to drain the powerful and mysterious flesh, intending to absorb it as nourishment for his evolution. Rip! A sound like tearing paper echoed. The Joker Eren, who had been skewered into an unrecognizable mess, blurred for a moment and then, under Kingpin's stunned gaze, transformed into a pale paper effigy. The effigy bore an exaggeratedly painted smile, staring straight at Kingpin as if silently mocking him. So terrifying. If I had actually been pierced by all those disgusting barbed tendrils, I think I'd die of revulsion. A ghostly voice echoed in the pitch-black slaughterhouse. Standing atop the corpse of a marked beef cow, Joker Eren, his face hidden behind a clown mask, patted his chest in feigned fear while watching the remains of his paper substitute being torn into countless shreds by the furious tendrils. However, the blatant teasing in his tone made it clear that he was anything but afraid. Following the sound, Kingpin quickly spotted Joker Eren, who had somehow slipped into the slaughterhouse unnoticed. Feeling utterly toyed with, an uncontrollable fury surged in Kingpin's heart. The next second, his massive, bloated body, resembling an enormous mass of flesh, writhed as countless blood-red tendrils twisted wildly in agitation, forming a crimson tidal wave. Under the onslaught of the Scarlet Surge, the grotesque mass of flesh he had stolen from countless corpses seemed to come alive. Weaving through the writhing tendrils, the stolen flesh rapidly morphed into a massive, grotesque hand over 2 meters in size. The moment it took shape, the rotting hand, composed of putrid flesh and brittle bones, smashed down at Joker Eren with immense force. Using the crystal eye in his right eye socket, Joker Eren had gradually adapted to the unnatural darkness of the slaughterhouse. Now, he could clearly see that the enormous hand was teeming with worm-like creatures, squirming incessantly. At the sight of those blood-red parasites, a shiver ran down Joker Eren's spine beneath his exaggerated grin. More worms. The sight immediately reminded him of the worm plague he had recently thwarted. It also dredged up the memory of when he had suffered his first wound at the hands of that twisted cultist of an unknown dark god. Damn it! Could it be that Kingpin, too, had been corrupted by the same worm-worshipping deity which caused his mutation? In a split second, Joker Eren burned the name of that foul god into his memory. If Kingpin's mutation was indeed linked to that deity, then this was bad. No, to be precise, this was a disaster for the world. The ability to continuously spread corruption across the Marvel Universe meant that this entity was dangerously close. For Joker Eren, this was anything but good news. Smack! Before he could dwell on it any further, the rancid, decaying hand came crashing down on his position. Squelch! With a sickening thud, the marked beef cow under Joker Eren, intended as Kingpin's future sustenance, was instantly reduced to a splattered mass of meat paste beneath the crushing force. Blood splattered everywhere. Yet the Joker Eren, who should have been crushed alongside the cow, once again transformed into a paper substitute with an eerily grinning face, mocking Kingpin's rage. As the rotting giant hand crushed another of Joker Eren's substitutes, the real Joker Eren, fingers adorned with numerous grenade pins, hurled a large package directly at Kingpin's massive head. Surprise! You've attacked me so many times. Now it's your turn to enjoy a little gift from me. At the core of the massive flesh mound, Upon seeing the package lobbed his way, Kingpin's grotesquely bloated face twisted with a hint of fear. Joker Eren's gift was nothing special. It was merely the entire stash of grenades he had looted from a gangster's armory on his way here. And the pins he held in his hands? Those were the safety pins from all those grenades. Oomph. As the package hurtled toward his face, Kingpin, who had previously tanked Joker Eren's explosive throwing knife, dared not take any chances. Unlike the expendable stolen flesh that had been blasted to pieces by the knife, his brain was a different matter. Although it was no longer his Achilles heel, it remained the one part of himself he least wanted to damage, because his brain was the last bastion of his sanity. If his brain were destroyed, the irreversible mutations consuming his body would strip him of the last remnants of reason. He would plunge into madness, becoming a mindless creature driven only by an insatiable hunger for flesh. At that point, Kingpin would no longer be Kingpin. That kind of power was not what he desired. In an instant, the rotting giant hand that had just crushed Joker Eren's paper substitute abruptly withdrew, shielding Kingpin's massive head, wrapping it tightly in a protective embrace. Simultaneously, near the decayed giant hand, a gaping maw, brimming with jagged, blood-stained fangs, suddenly tore open from Kingpin's grotesque flesh. With a grotesque lunge, it swallowed Joker Eren's gift whole. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. A massive cloud of blood mist burst into the air. Chunks of rotten flesh and sinew were blasted in all directions by the shockwave. At the center of the slaughterhouse, the monstrous 10-meter-tall mound of flesh had been torn open by the explosion, leaving a gaping crater nearly 2 meters wide. Even with his massive form, the damage to Kingpin was substantial. Inside the crater, charred blood-red tendrils twitched and writhed in pain, attempting to recover. A perfect opportunity. Using the silk threads embedded in the ceiling, Joker Eren, who had fallen onto the slaughterhouse floor, had no intention of letting Kingpin off the hook. With a flick of his wrist, 2 explosive throwing knives, weapons that had previously appeared in his hands, materialized once again in Joker Eren's right hand. With a sudden swing, the 2 powerful knives shot out like black lightning, carving twin arcs through the air before plunging into the massive crater left by the previous explosion. The next second, a deafening explosion erupted once more. This time, Kingpin's already ravaged body was blasted apart even further, sending mangled limbs flying in all directions. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere. Even Joker Eren wasn't spared. His entire body was splattered with a foul tide of rotting gore. This smell, absolutely vile. Wrinkling his nose beneath his mask, Joker Eren's face twitched slightly. The stench of decay, blended from human, pig, and cow carcasses, was so overwhelming that it nearly made him vomit up. This is exactly why I hate fighting things like you. As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Raising his right hand to chest level, he spread his fingers wide, then clenched them into a tight fist. Die, you disgusting freak. SCHLK. In an instant, the malicious silk threads, gliding gracefully around Kingpin's bloated form like dancing butterflies, suddenly constricted. The silver threads, sharp as blades, sliced through Kingpin's massive, decaying body, severing chunks of rotting flesh with surgical precision. Roar! Now significantly lighter thanks to Joker Eren's handiwork, Kingpin bellowed in rage. He attempted to resist the thread's relentless assault, forcing his countless crimson tendrils to surge outward, prying apart the tightening silk. Simultaneously, blood-red tendrils burst from his decaying flesh, lunging toward Joker Eren. But the masked trickster, moving as though he were merely strolling through gunfire, effortlessly dodged the incoming tendrils with graceful footwork. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he swung the malicious silk threads again, carving yet another massive chunk of putrid flesh from Kingpin's grotesque form. Over and over, each time, Joker Eren deftly evaded the crimson tendrils and the razor-sharp barbs that protruding from the ground. Even in the claustrophobic space teeming with writhing blood-red limbs, he managed to slip through the gaps, dancing between death and survival. He struck back mercilessly, severing tendrils with razor-sharp precision. At the same time, the other end of the malicious silk threads transformed into deadly whips, slicing even more flesh from Kingpin's enormous, rotting body. A rain of massive, putrid chunks of flesh showered down. But before they could even hit the ground, Kingpin's own tendrils seized the fallen meat and shoved it right back into his festering body. Damn it, I can't keep this up much longer. Despite appearing to dominate the battle, Joker Eren felt no joy. Sure, he was technically cutting Kingpin down piece by piece, but from his spiritual sight, he could tell that Kingpin's overwhelming presence hadn't weakened much at all. The damage he had inflicted so far? Superficial at best. In other words, the flesh he had been slicing away wasn't nearly as vital as he had hoped. It made sense, really. After all, most of the meat on Kingpin's body wasn't originally his. It was a patchwork of stolen flesh from countless corpses grafted onto his rotting form. How important could it really be? If he wanted to truly defeat this monstrosity, he needed to find its core. What a pain. If only the malicious silk threads weren't so picky about what they devour. It would be much easier to deal with a flesh-based monster like this. Asterisk. Annoyed, Joker Eren shot a glare at the malicious silk threads, which continued carving away at Kingpin's form with mechanical precision. Then a thought crossed his mind. If only Oddball were here. With its insatiable appetite, Kingpin wouldn't last a minute, no matter how much flesh he had. At that moment, as if sensing his resentment, the malicious silk threads wavered slightly. A subtle, almost pitiful emotion rippled through their silvery strands. That hesitation gave Kingpin's tendrils just enough time to slip through the defenses. Before Joker Eren could react, a cluster of blood-red tendrils lunged toward him, blocking his escape. Shit! His heart skipped a beat before he could manipulate the malicious silk threads to carve an opening. A massive, clawed hand, woven entirely from blood-red tendrils, erupted from the floor beneath him. It clamped down on his ankle. The next second, a crushing force, strong enough to shatter steel, exploded from the tendril hand. A sharp crack echoed. Paper decoy. Without hesitation, Joker Eren sacrificed another of his paper substitutes. In an instant, his real body swapped places with one of the paper decoys he had planted around the slaughterhouse. He reappeared in a different location. The moment he rematerialized, pain shot through his right ankle. Joker Eren's expression darkened slightly. Although he had used his paper decoy to escape further damage, his ankle had already been injured. Judging from the throbbing pain, his right ankle bone was at least fractured, if not outright shattered. Within moments, visible swelling and bruising spread across his foot. This kind of injury would severely hinder his combat ability. I got careless. Too careless. Seeing the crimson tide surging toward him once again, giving him no breathing room at all, the clown Eren showed a hint of resignation beneath his mask. Well, that's that. No more fun. Even as he spoke, the clown Eren's body froze. In the next second, countless blood-hued tentacles, like a raging crimson wave, swallowed him whole. They tore him to shreds, scattering pieces of paper all over the air like confetti. Another fake. Hiding his bloated head behind that huge, rotting giant hand, Kingpin peered through the gaps in the decaying flesh. Seeing that the shredded body was yet another paper decoy, his eyes flared with rage. The fury roiling inside him threatened to burn what little remained of his sanity. But that spark of anger was forcibly suppressed by his iron will soon enough. Regaining his composure, Kingpin glared at the spot where the clown had once stood. While maneuvering the decayed flesh to form a fleshy shield around his head, he also directed the blood-red tentacles, now spread across the slaughterhouse and the dining area, to sweep in every direction. This broad-range sweep, he believed, would soon flush out that pesky little clown no matter where he was hiding in the butchery or the hall. Only, this time, Kingpin had miscalculated. Judging that he couldn't easily bring down Kingpin, who had already deeply mutated, Clown Eren, with an injured ankle, decided at once to make a strategic retreat. He had secretly planted a paper substitute version of himself near the corridor exit well in advance. At the critical moment, he swapped places with it. The instant his real body landed, he pressed the button on his belt. The next second, a faint electric crackle sounded from a button-like device about 20 meters away. A brilliant spark flared. Catching the flash in the darkness, Eren's eyes glinted with a smile. As a magician, he would never perform without preparations. Realizing earlier that something was off about Kingpin, the clown had been leaving more than a few surprises along the way, from the hidden paper substitute near the corridor to the small incendiary patches stuck here and there, each one a backup plan. Relying on that sudden burst of dazzling flames that lit up the darkness, Eren vanished from the spot in a blink, only to reappear amid the firelight a moment later. Using the incendiary patches he'd laid all along that tunnel, he continuously performed flame jumps, leaping in bursts of flame through the increasingly corrupted corridor. A few such jumps brought him clear of the passage that Kingpin might already have under control. At last, Eren emerged in a relatively untainted part of the hallway. The sharp pain in his ankle made him collapse to a seated position against the wall. A chest assess. He sucked in a breath, the pain in his foot flaring anew. Quickly, he pressed his left hand to his injured ankle. Injury transfer. A strange power rippled out. The wound on his ankle wriggled unervingly, shifting onto the pinky finger of his left hand instead. 10 fingers share one pain. The left pinky swelled up like a radish, its pain so piercing that cold sweat beaded on Eren's forehead. But relief also washed over him. Pain in a finger was every bit as agonizing as an ankle injury, but at least his mobility was restored. Meanwhile, as Clown Eren made his escape through Flame Jump, Kingpin also sensed how Eren had fled through the corridors. Consumed with rage of being toyed with, Kingpin's near-lost sanity sparked anew. Veins bulged beneath his massive head. Roaring in fury, the gargantuan, fleshy Kingpin finally moved his enormous body out of the slaughterhouse drenched in darkness. This time, what little rationality he had left didn't hold him back. His instinct screamed that he absolutely could not let the clown leave the tower. If Eren managed to slip away and expose Kingpin's current monstrous appearance, it would mean endless trouble in the future. He had to keep that meddlesome clown here. With that resolve, wave after wave of pulsating, blood-red veins emerged from Kingpin's flesh, dragging corpses beneath his mountainous body. Countless arms and legs fused into new limbs, propelling him forward. In this nightmarish mass of flesh, Kingpin crawled along at surprising speed, yet it still felt too slow for him. Not enough, not nearly enough. Snarling, Kingpin willed forth more tentacles that fused together into something like caterpillar tracks. These grotesque, living treads wound around his lower body. Additional tentacles latched onto the floor and walls, dragging him onward. With that boost, the enormous mound of flesh lurched even faster. At the same time, Kingpin's giant body stretched out and began to elongate. Part of it forced its way into the corrupted corridor. With Kingpin's gargantuan flesh squeezed into that diseased passage, the rate of corruption skyrocketed. Dark red blood water, already filling the corridor, now gushed forth in torrents. Eren, having transferred his ankle wound and just reached the blasted-out passage entrance, heard the sound of rushing liquid from behind. He turned to see a flood of dark red blood racing his way. Simultaneously, the hallway under his feet trembled. Whatever massive thing lurked deeper in that passage was on the move. The vibrations getting stronger. Don't tell me that big guy is really coming up here. Sensing the steadily intensifying shakes, Eren narrowed his eyes and paused instead of leaving. He stood there waiting quietly. He didn't have to wait long. Before long, a looming presence emerged in the corridor behind him. It was a gigantic sphere of flesh propelled by dozens of pale, rotted arms and countless twisting tentacles, filling the passage to capacity. Eren narrowed his gaze and let out a breath. Though surprised at the sight, he also wore an expression that said, "I knew it." Sure enough, the monstrosity that squeezed itself into this tight hallway was Kingpin, still covered in rotted, blood-red tissue. This corridor's not that big, yet you still managed to cram yourself inside. Guess you're more flexible than I thought. Compared to that colossal form Eren had glimpsed in the slaughterhouse, the Kingpin now before him had shrunk considerably. Perhaps it was just a fragment of that monstrous shape or some blood-flesh clone that had split off. Eyeing the collapsed corridor ahead that had once served as a doorway, the rotting giant head in Kingpin's center twisted into a terrifying grin. "You're not getting away. Become one with me." Eren scratched his ear, which still buzzed from the monster's booming voice. "Sorry, I have no interest in merging with another man. Still," he added lightly, "you've shown such enthusiasm in escorting me out. Let me return the favor. Look at me, lowly spawn." With that bellow, the dread gaze Eren had been preparing unleashed straight into Kingpin's eyes. "Rare!" As dread gaze burst forth, an ancient draconic roar seemed to echo around Eren. A horrific aura erupted, as if Eren had transformed into a six-eyed primordial dragon that blotted out the sky. With an earth-shattering might, that presence plunged into Kingpin's gaze. Boom! Boom! Almost instantly, Kingpin's partially rotted eyes could not withstand the mental shock and blew apart in a gory mess. Yet that was only the beginning. Dread gaze surged into Kingpin's inner world, ramming headlong into the last vestiges of sanity that had kept his monstrous corruption barely in check. Thunder rumbled through Kingpin's mind. A dreadful psychic storm churned his consciousness into chaos. His iron will, once impervious, was thrown into disarray. React, stripped of the last thread of reason, Kingpin let out an inhuman roar. All the blood-hued tentacles hidden in his massive, rotting body went berserk, swelling to many times their former thickness and shooting out like spears in every direction. Meanwhile, a wave of foul decay radiated outward, polluting and corroding everything around him. Walls, pipes, even the rebar hidden within them rotted away at horrifying speed. But by that time, Eren was no longer there to witness it. Right after unleashing dread gaze into Kingpin's eyes, the clown had used flame jump to appear in the wrecked elevator lobby. Thanks to the explosion there, flames and dangling electric wires were scattered around. Fire burned in the wreckage, letting him skip using any backup devices he had planned. A convenient patch of flames let him jump straight into the ruined lobby. Deep underground, the rampaging Kingpin, now lacking any target, surrendered to his ravaging instincts. Spreading an aura of putrid rot, he barreled crazily upward toward the surface. Sensing that terrifying presence surging ever closer from below, Eren paused. In the tower above, chaos reigned. The earlier massive explosion had frightened the criminal underlings into a blind panic. Everyone rushed for the lone exit on the ground floor, desperate to escape. Watching the frenzy, Eren curled his lip into a giddy smile. Wow, what a scene. I love it. Snap. He snapped his fingers crisply. At once, illusions and a psychic field shrouded him, disguising him as just another fleeing figure. Merged seamlessly into the crowd, he surged toward the exit along with countless others. Under the cover of an illusion, Joker Eren blended into the crowd like a drop of water merging into the sea, disappearing without a trace. It didn't take long. Joker Eren's figure reappeared 200 meters away from Fist Tower, inside a room that directly faced the building. From here, he had a clear view of everything happening at Fist Tower. It was the perfect observation deck. The only minor inconvenience was the room Eren had chosen was already occupied. As he leaped inside, using the venomous threads, a voluptuous woman was showering in the bathroom, separated by frosted glass. Glancing at her faintly visible silhouette through the glass, Joker Eren casually remarked, "Nice figure." Just as the words left his mouth, the venomous threads on his right hand suddenly extended, piercing into his wrist in a swift, sharp motion, almost like a warning. "This," You idiot. I don't even have a girlfriend, so why the hell are you stabbing me? It's not like I'm some heartless scumbag. Even if the original me has his eyes on Gwen, what does that have to do with me, Joker? Grumbling under his breath, Joker Eren cursed at the venomous threads, berating them until they hesitantly admitted their mistake and promised not to repeat it. Only then did he let them off with a huff. Though Joker Eren's voice wasn't exactly quiet, the woman in the shower remained oblivious, continuing to hum a tune as she lathered body wash over her fair, enticing skin. She had no idea that an uninvited guest had intruded into her room. The explosion set off by Bullseye caused quite a commotion. Beyond those fleeing the building in fear of its collapse, the deafening blast, which echoed across multiple city blocks, quickly attracted the attention of the NYPD. Harlem's recent disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. At a time when the NYPD was on high alert, any unusual activity in New York City, especially in Hell's Kitchen, a notoriously chaotic area, immediately became a priority. In the past few days, even the smallest disturbances had been scrutinized. Despite its lawless reputation, the massive explosion at Fist Tower compelled the NYPD to dispatch a significant force to the scene. However, due to the tower's special status and their awareness of the power behind it, the police didn't storm in right away. Instead, under the pretense of maintaining order, they focused on evacuating onlookers from the area. At the same time, they waited for Fist Tower's representatives to come forward with an explanation. Given the current tense climate, NYPD leadership was under tremendous pressure. Just recently, they had personally warned every crime syndicate in New York, big or small, to keep a low profile for the time being. And yet, barely any time had passed before this happened. A massive explosion at Fisk Tower. This single event reignited the frenzy among the media, especially reporters who had only just begun to settle down. The NYPD brass didn't need to be told what tomorrow's headlines would look like. Another brutal reminder of their incompetence would be plastered all over the news. This incident had already thrown them back into the fire. If Fisk himself couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, even as the so-called kingpin of New York's underworld, the police would make sure he paid the price. But then, just as the head of the NYPD's 31st Precinct, Chief Loren Clyde, stood outside Fisk Tower with a grim expression, waiting for Fisk to give him an explanation, a sudden wave of blood-curdling screams erupted from inside the building. "Holy shit, Ron! Help! Oh my God! What the hell is that?" Through the tower's glass exterior, Clyde caught a glimpse of the first floor, where an enormous shadow had suddenly emerged. And with its appearance, panic erupted. People who had been descending from the upper floors, still in the process of evacuating, suddenly went mad with terror. Eyes wide with horror, they sprinted toward the exits in a frenzy, trampling over one another in their desperate attempt to escape. The speed at which people fled, the building skyrocketed. But before many could make it out, a grotesque wall of flesh, woven from countless writhing, blood-red tendrils, erupted at the tower's entrance, sealing it shut. Hopeless screams filled the air. Within moments, a dark crimson liquid began seeping through the gaps of the flesh wall, flowing outward like a slow, ominous tide. As soon as one of the more experienced detectives saw this monstrous barrier at the entrance, his face twisted in horror. He rushed to Chief Clyde's side. "Sir, something's wrong. We might need backup now." He stopped mid-sentence, staring at the nightmarish sight before him. The first-floor glass faintly reflected a massive, shadowy figure. Voice grim, the detective muttered, "It looks like there's another monster inside Fist Tower." A monster. Another one. The moment Clyde heard that word, his heart sank. Once upon a time, monster had only been a term used in horror movies. Aside from classified case files, Clyde had never encountered anything truly monstrous in real life. But now, it seemed as if these creatures were emerging from every corner of the world. Not just here. All across the country, the NYPD, the FBI, Homeland Security, even the military had encountered similar horrors. Back then, the monsters that had surfaced were terrifying and powerful, yet they were not an insurmountable threat to humanity's advanced weaponry. In fact, to avoid widespread panic, the federal government had kept all information regarding these creatures strictly classified. Until the Harlem incident. That was when these nightmares stepped out of the shadows and into reality, forcing the public to face their existence. Recalling the monstrosities that had appeared in Harlem, Chief Loren Clyde involuntarily shuddered. Snapping back to the present, he quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. As he hastily dialed a number, he barked an order at the detective beside him. "I'm contacting headquarters for backup right now. Until then, we need..." Realizing that he himself was at the scene, Clyde swiftly corrected himself. "We need to contain that thing inside Fist Tower. Do not let it escape." Lowering his voice, he added in a grim tone, "I don't want to see my officers dying here. Their lives are worth far more than the scum inside that building." The detective standing next to him hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. "Understood, Chief. I know what to do." Without wasting another second, the detective rushed off to relay Clyde's orders. Meanwhile, Clyde contacted HQ, urgently reporting the situation and requesting reinforcements. At the same time, he ordered every remaining officer at the precinct to mobilize and transport all heavy firepower from the armory to the scene immediately. While the police treated the area around Fist Tower as a war zone, hastily evacuating civilians, Joker Eren stood by the window, staring at the building 200 meters away. His eyes gleamed as he sensed something shifting within. "It's here." The next second, a tidal wave of blood erupted. Thousands of crimson tendrils surged outward, shattering the countless glass windows of Fist Tower. At that moment, the horrors inside were laid bare for all to see. Compared to the grotesque sight Joker Eren had witnessed in the underground levels, Fisk's form had undergone a drastic transformation. The once opulent lobby, now resembling a hellish slaughterhouse, was littered with corpses, bodies piled upon one another, forming a gruesome carpet of death. Dark red tendrils, covered in rotting fur, slithered out from the blood-soaked floor, stabbing into the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Each tendril was lined with gaping, fawn-like maws that tore into the flesh, sinking deep into the remains. As the tendrils burrowed in, a network of eerie, vein-like patterns crawled beneath the corpse's skin, writhing as if alive. Under the influence of these nightmarish markings, the body's flesh began to dissolve into a thick, flowing liquid. Siphoned by the wriggling tendrils, the liquefied remains were absorbed and funneled into the building's massive, 12-meter-high lobby. And there, a colossal creature, standing over 10 meters tall, was taking shape. Its grotesque body was an amalgamation of countless faces, limbs, and organs, stitched together into an abomination beyond human comprehension. Gashes of rotting flesh split open across its form, exposing pulsating, dark red arteries that twisted and fused together. From these gaping wounds, flesh and blood siphoned from the dead continuously oozed, filling in the gaps as the monstrosity grew. If one looked closely, faint traces of Fisk's face could still be seen emerging from the creature's forming head. "Not enough. It's still not enough. I need more flesh." Even after devouring most of the corpses in the lobby, the abomination's body remained incomplete, riddled with gaping wounds. Its hungry, rotting gaze slowly shifted, turning toward the crowd outside. "This thing's got to be at least 10 meters tall. That's giant territory." Joker Eren murmured in mild fascination. The new Fisk wasn't just bigger. The stench of decay radiating from its body had intensified to an unbearable degree. The tendrils writhing across its grotesque form had darkened from blood red to a deep, necrotic crimson. And everything around it, corpses, furniture, potted plants, even the walls and glass of Fist Tower itself, was rotting away at an alarming rate under its corrupting aura. Even from a distance, Joker Eren could smell the overpowering stench of putrefaction. It's losing control even more than before. Just as he fell into thought, a deafening roar echoed from within Fisk Tower. "Offer your flesh and become one with me, insignificant mortals." At that moment, A murderous glint flared in the abomination's eyes. Then, with a single, earth-shaking movement, it charged forward, slamming into the tower's outer wall. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic. The concrete exterior, once thought impenetrable, shattered like brittle paper. The monster burst through, emerging onto the streets of New York. Even after demolishing the outer wall, it didn't stop. It immediately rushed toward the densest part of the crowd. Watching the 10-meter-tall horror, a walking mountain of rotting flesh and writhing limbs, Chief Clyde felt his face go pale. With trembling hands, he raised his radio and screamed, "Open fire! All units, fire at will!" Bang! 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 Even without his command, panic-stricken officers had already started shooting. Driven by sheer terror, dozens of police officers unloaded their weapons the moment the abomination emerged. Their aim, however, was wild and erratic. But it didn't matter. The monster was simply too big to miss. Dozens of bullets tore into its grotesque form. However, aside from tiny, oozing holes and splashes of putrid blood, the attack barely seemed to faze it. The rotting giant was simply too massive, and the bullets from the officers' handguns, too small. While the rounds could penetrate its decayed flesh, the tiny bullet wounds were nothing more than pinpricks to the 10-meter-tall abomination. The creature's writhing, blood-red tendrils flexed, tightening around the wounds. In mere moments, the damage was sealed shut, layers of flesh pressing together and erasing any trace of injury. This isn't working. Switch to heavy firepower. Bullets aren't doing a damn thing. Several more composed detectives quickly realized their firearms were ineffective. One of them wasted no time. Dropping his pistol, he reached for a grenade at his waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it toward the monstrous titan. The green grenade arced through the air before landing squarely against the creature's right arm. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a massive chunk of rotting flesh was blasted off its arm. Shredded pieces of decayed tissue splattered outward, creating a grotesque mist of blood in midair before raining down onto the battlefield. Nice shot! Chief Eren Clyde, initially paralyzed by fear, felt a surge of hope. Seeing the grenade inflict visible damage, he began to believe that maybe, just maybe, the creature wasn't invincible. He was just about to order his officers to unleash their full arsenal, grenades, rocket launchers, anything that could tear this thing apart, when a colossal rotting hand came crashing down. Boom! The detective who had thrown the grenade, along with the police car in front of him, was flattened into a pulp. When the grotesque hand lifted again, all that remained was an unrecognizable smear of flesh and metal. Clyde's blood ran cold. The words he was about to shout caught in his throat. The monster had only just begun. It continued its rampage, bringing down its massive hands again and again, crushing several more officers before turning its gaze elsewhere, toward the panicked civilians desperately trying to flee. Flesh! I need more flesh. Just as the abomination took a step forward, preparing to chase down the helpless crowd, two missiles, streaking white smoke trails, shot through the sky. Boom! Boom! The missiles, produced by Stark Industries, detonated directly against the creature's chest. The explosion sent the monster flying backward, massive shockwaves rippling through the street. As the dust settled, a sleek figure in red and gold streaked across the sky, arriving on the battlefield to thunderous cheers. "Mom, look! It's Iron Man! He knocked the monster away! We're saved! We're finally saved! Honey, look! It's Iron Man! We're gonna be okay! Don't just stand there! We need to get out of here." So what if it's Iron Man? He got his ass kicked by Abomination back in Harlem. He's not that six-winged angel. Who knows if he can actually win this fight? He will. He's Iron Man. I know he'll find a way. Boom! The rotting giant crashed into a small fountain, sending debris flying. Buried beneath layers of blubber, its bloodshot eyes snapped open in fury. It lifted its gaze to the sky, locking onto the figure in red and gold armor. "You will die." Hovering above the wreckage, Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. His gaze flickered to the pancaked police cars, the pulped remains of officers, and a mountain of corpses inside Fisk Tower. His voice was cold. "The only one dying today is you, monster." Raising his right arm, he fired a specialized micro-missile, one designed for precise elimination. The missile streaked through the air, hurtling straight for the monster's head. Roar! Refusing to be outdone, the rotting behemoth swung its massive right arm in an attempt to swat the missile out of the air. Watching the slow, sluggish attack, Tony scoffed. "Really? You think you're fast enough?" The moment before the monster's fist could make contact. Boom! The micro-missile struck, detonating directly against the creature's skull. Flames and thick black smoke erupted from its head, engulfing its grotesque form. "Did I get it?" Tony was just about to confirm the kill, when a rotting fist shot out of the flames. Faster than he could react. Bam! The monstrous fist slammed into him, sending him hurtling across the cityscape. From atop a distant high-rise, Joker Eren watched as Tony Stark was sent flying. Shaking his head, he sighed. Guess he still hasn't learned his lesson. Clearly, getting manhandled by Abomination in Harlem hadn't been enough of a wake-up call. Sure, Stark's armor might be strong against normal enemies, but against monsters that could withstand high-caliber firepower, going toe-to-toe with them was just asking to get ragdolled. And sure enough, he'd just gotten punched through half a skyscraper. Crash! Tony slammed through multiple floors of a corporate building, tearing through offices and cubicles before landing in a pile of rubble. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, the wreckage shifted. A battered, groggy Iron Man slowly pushed himself up. Goddamn, that was a hell of a punch. It was only thanks to the vibranium-infused plating in his suit that he wasn't dead. The vibranium had absorbed most of the impact, dispersing the energy before it could turn his organs into paste. But still, his head was spinning. Shit, this is going to be a long night. As the dizziness gradually faded, Tony activated his Mark armor, taking off amidst the horrified screams of office workers inside the building. The moment he emerged, Tony immediately noticed the sheer scale of devastation that had unfolded in the brief time he was down. The streets outside Fisk Tower were soaked in blood. Corpses littered the ground, covering the pavement like a grotesque mosaic of death. And across the blood-stained streets, countless vein-like tendrils slithered and pulsed, spreading like a vast, tangled network. These writhing veins extracted liquefied flesh from the corpses, channeling it through their grotesque tunnels, directly into the rotting giant. As the Abomination absorbed fresh blood and flesh, the massive craters left by Tony's missiles began closing at an alarming speed. Within seconds, the wounds had completely disappeared. Worse still, the monster wasn't just healing. It was growing. Tony's face paled. Shit, how long was I out? An hour? JRVS calmly responded. Sir, from the moment you were struck until now, exactly 37 seconds have passed. 37 seconds. Tony's expression darkened. 37 seconds. In barely half a minute, this thing had caused an unimaginable massacre. It was even worse than he had predicted. Sir, based on my analysis, the creature is absorbing organic matter through those blood-red tendrils. If it continues, it will continue to grow exponentially stronger. You must stop it from consuming any more flesh. Tony grimaced as he eyed the pulsating network of tendrils spreading across the city. This thing wasn't just killing people. It was feeding on them and growing stronger every second. JRVS switched to Inferno mode. Understood, sir. Taking a deep breath, Tony ignited the Mark suit's thrusters, launching into the sky with twin blue flames. As he flew over the battlefield, both of his repulsors ignited, spewing torrents of scorching fire downward. Hellfire engulfed the streets, incinerating the slithering blood tendrils below. The grotesque, vein-like network blackened, shriveled, and disintegrated into charred husks. From a distance, the rotting giant froze mid-slaughter. It could feel its feeding network burning away. Its bald, festering scalp rippled with movement. Then, 6 slits suddenly tore open across the back of its head. Within moments, Three pairs of enormous blood-red eyes emerged from the fissures, glaring murderously at the armored figure soaring above. Seeing the very same enemy that had wounded it earlier, the monstrosity let out a ground-shaking roar. "You again!" As it bellowed in rage, the rotting titan swung both of its enormous, decayed arms. The grotesque limbs twisted in impossible angles, hurtling toward Tony with crushing force. But Tony had learned his lesson. With a precise aerial maneuver, he spun midair, veering away at the last moment. Narrowly dodging the putrid fists, he continued his assault, torching every tendril still writhing across the streets. Now that he understood their purpose, his top priority was eradicating them. Not just to stop the monster from regenerating, but to ensure that he wouldn't have to fight a continuously growing nightmare. Of course, even as he moved, Tony never stopped attacking. His shoulder-mounted missile pods deployed, launching a barrage of micro-missiles straight at the abomination's bloated torso. Each impact sent chunks of rotten flesh flying. As he weaved through the sky, Tony barked out another command. "JRVS, get the military on the line. We need heavy firepower ASAP. I'll hold this thing off until they arrive." JRVS responded immediately. "Understood, sir. Contacting the Department of Defense now." Before JRVS could finish, the enraged, rotting giant launched another frenzied attack. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon, Department of Defense, the emergency request for firepower support had reached the highest levels. "General, a gigantic hostile entity has appeared in Clinton, New York. It's causing massive civilian casualties. The NYPD and other agencies have officially requested federal military intervention." The officer's report continued. "Sir, Tony Stark, Iron Man, is currently engaging the monster. However, he has also sent an urgent request for military firepower support." The aging general standing at the command console frowned. As he listened to the report, multiple satellite feeds displayed real-time footage of the battle. The massive 9-screen display was dominated by one horrifying image: a grotesque, decaying titan. It towered over the streets, butchering civilians with terrifying efficiency. Multiple screens showed Iron Man darting around the battlefield, struggling to contain the monster. One feed even replayed the moment Tony was struck, sent crashing through a skyscraper, only to disappear under a pile of debris. The general snorted. "Oomph. I knew these so-called superheroes were useless. They talk big about protecting the world, but when it really counts, they're just in the way." His eyes narrowed. If Stark had handed over his Iron Man tech to the military, we wouldn't be in this mess. If we had an army of Iron Men, we wouldn't be so damn helpless against these monsters. With a cold grunt, he issued the order. "Send word to the nearest military bases. Deploy immediate airstrikes on the target in Clinton. We are wiping that thing off the map." "Yes, sir." Under the orders of the Department of Defense, alarms blared simultaneously across multiple military bases near New York. Shortly after, warplanes loaded with heavy artillery took off from these bases, soaring into the sky. After mobilizing aircraft from several nearby military bases, the military, determined to prevent the monstrous rotting giant from growing stronger and spreading its corruption, bypassed the now court-martialed General Ross. Instead, they redirected the soldiers under his command, who were still cleaning up the aftermath in Harlem, toward Hell's Kitchen as reinforcements. The soldiers Ross had stationed in Harlem were originally there to clear out the remaining mutant worms lurking in the sewers. Given the unpredictable nature of the situation, they had been equipped with formidable firepower. Perhaps that was precisely why they were chosen to be reassigned. Harlem was not far from Clinton, where Hell's Kitchen was located. Once the troops were assembled, military armored vehicles swiftly made their way to Hell's Kitchen. Even before reaching the battlefield, many soldiers inside the armored vehicles caught sight of the colossal, decaying giant. Seeing that enormous figure, almost as tall as the buildings lining the street, sent shivers down their spines. Damn it! First, there were the terrifying creatures in Harlem, and now, They had to deal with this grotesque giant. Why did all the worst situations seem to land in their laps? Sensing the plummeting morale in the vehicle, a middle-aged officer leading the team immediately barked out, "If you don't want to die on this battlefield, get your heads in the game. Quit looking like you're attending your own funeral. If we complete this mission and hold the monster in this district until the Air Force arrives, there will be medals and bonuses for all. So, give it your all." What happened if they failed? The officer didn't say, but every soldier in the vehicle knew the answer. Against a monster like this, failure meant only one thing: death. The fear of death quickly snapped the soldiers out of their days. As soon as they arrived on the battlefield, the armored vehicles came to a screeching halt, and fully armed soldiers poured out. In mere moments, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers were prepped and aimed at the massive, rotting giant. A brief moment of targeting. Fire! With the command, over a dozen rockets streaked through the air, roaring toward their target. Eat this big guy. Through JRVS's surveillance, Tony had already spotted the incoming federal troops. Just as the soldiers pressed their triggers and launched their rockets, Tony, clad in his mark armor, fired off a repulsor blast he had been charging. The blast struck the rotting giant, disrupting its movement and preventing it from dodging. At the same time, Tony's suit maneuvered with precision, avoiding the incoming projectiles with JRVS's calculated assistance. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The relentless firepower forced the rotting giant to stagger backward, its towering frame obscured by thick clouds of smoke and dust. Meanwhile, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, sending debris and wreckage flying in all directions. Nice work. Inside his suit, Tony let out a celebratory cheer as he saw the monster riddled with wounds from the barrage. While his marked suit was powerful and equipped with cutting-edge weaponry, the sheer volume of firepower that an army could unleash was unmatched. And that first volley of rockets was just the beginning. As the smoke began to clear and the rotting giant's form reappeared, heavy machine guns mounted on armored vehicles had already adjusted their aim. The moment the monster came into view, the guns roared to life, spewing a hailstorm of bullets. Rounds powerful enough to pierce steel sliced through the air, leaving spiraling shockwaves in their wake. Rip! The relentless barrage of bullets tore through the monster's decaying flesh, shredding chunks of rotten meat into a gruesome mist. Next came the monster's blood-colored tendrils, vein-like appendages writhing unervingly from its body. Despite their unnatural resilience and ability to whip through bullets like paper, they ultimately stood no chance against the unyielding storm of firepower. One by one, the dark red tendrils lost their eerie glow, severed and torn apart by the barrage, reduced to nothing more than tattered scraps of flesh. Gone was their previous menacing aura. Seeing the rotting giant overwhelmed by their firepower, the Federal soldiers felt their spirits soar. Their fear evaporated, replaced by the raw adrenaline of combat. With renewed determination, they unleashed everything they had: rockets, bullets, grenades, hurling them at the monster as if ammunition cost nothing. But no one noticed. Deep within the monster's grotesque, decayed eyes, a flicker of something unexpected emerged. Something cold, something aware. Go, reload now. The Air Force is almost here. We can't give this thing time to recover. Got it, sir. We won't let that thing catch a break. Hell yeah. I won't lie. I nearly crapped myself when I first saw this thing, but turns out it's just a big weakling. Compared to the freaks in Harlem, this guy's a joke. Big for nothing. Seeing the seasoned veterans regaining their usual confidence, even cracking jokes with him, the officer leading the team couldn't help but smile. But just then, the blood mist, blasted into the air by the heavy machine gun fire, began to slowly drift downward. It rained down, drenching the soldiers. The moment the blood mist touched their bodies, a wave of unbearable stench, so putrid it made them gag, rushed into their noses and mouths. Ugh, this smell is goddamn awful. Damn it, it got in my eyes. This is unbearable. It's burning. What the hell? My face is burning. My eyes. Wait, something's not right. Everyone, take cover. Don't let the blood touch you. The federal officer, who had initially dismissed the blood mist as harmless, realized something was terribly wrong. But by then, it was already too late. He and everyone else whose skin had been touched by the blood mist felt an intense burning sensation. Within seconds, their flesh started to corrode as if drenched in acid, exposing raw, bleeding wounds. For those whose eyes had been contaminated, the situation was even worse. They clutched their faces, screaming in agony as blood trickled through their fingers. Clear streaks of crimson leaked from beneath their hands, evidence of the damage done. Damn it! Get to cover. Drag all the injured into the armored vehicles. Roaring his command, the officer ignored his own pain and rushed into the mist, grabbing a soldier who had collapsed, clutching his eyes in agony. He pulled him back into the vehicle, but in those few seconds his exposed skin had already been eaten away, leaving raw, bleeding flesh. Even his uniform showed visible signs of corrosion, and the horror didn't stop there. The worst part was the area around his wounds had begun rotting. Signs of necrosis had already set in. Shit! Inside an armored vehicle, a colonel who had been acting as the temporary field commander saw the unfolding disaster and cursed under his breath. He immediately changed tactics. He ordered all soldiers to take cover from the blood mist while continuing their assault. At the same time, he assigned a specialized team to rescue those suffering from the corrosive effects. One wave of blood mist. That was all it took to cripple the rocket launcher team. And without the rockets hammering it down, the rotting giant, who had been forced into retreat, finally had a chance to breathe. However, instead of using this opportunity to counterattack, the now-aware Wilson Fisk, whose had resurfaced within the decaying monstrosity, made a completely unexpected move. He turned and ran. No, damn it. Stark's face darkened the moment he saw the creature fleeing. His mind immediately raced through the consequences of letting this monster escape. Without hesitation, he blasted forward in his mark armor, cutting off the giant's escape route. JRVS, target the head. Channel 50% power into extermination mode. Understood, sir. The moment extermination mode was activated, the arc reactor at the chest of the mark armor flared brilliant blue, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. Danger! Sensing the threat, the rotting giant lunged forward, raising a massive, decayed hand to swat Tony out of the air. Just as the rotting hand was about to smash into Tony, a blazing blue energy beam erupted from his chest, tearing through the air. The colossal arm, unable to withstand the blast, exploded into fragments, flesh and bone disintegrating in the beam's path. But the attack didn't stop there. It shot straight for the giant's head. Boom! For a split second, as the blue beam reflected in the rotting giant's eyes, a look of fear flashed across its decayed face. But before that fear could fully form, its head was obliterated, shattered into 1,000 pieces. I did it. Tony Stark allowed himself a brief moment of relief. 50% of his suit's energy had been well spent on this devastating attack. But, splat! From the monster's severed stump of an arm, a dozen blood-red tendrils shot out, writhing like a living net, lunging straight for Tony. Oh, come on. You're still not dead. Cursing, Tony ignited his thrusters, attempting to shoot straight up. But, before he could escape, two of the tendrils wrapped around his legs, yanking him downward with immense force. Feeling himself being dragged, Tony had one thought flashing through his mind. Shit, here we go again. Just as Tony braced himself for another round of getting smacked around. Whoosh! An AIM air-to-air missile streaked through the sky, traveling at supersonic speeds, and slammed into the rotting giant's severed limb. Boom! The ensuing explosion tore the blood tendrils apart, blasting them into bloody chunks. Taking the chance, Tony shot into the sky, escaping the danger. And then, over his comms, a familiar voice came through. Hey, buddy, save your ass again. Gotta say, you look pretty damn pathetic just now. Recognizing the voice, Tony glanced at his radar and spotted 7 or 8 fighter jets rapidly closing in. Relief washed over him, until he actually processed what Rhodey had just said. Tony's expression darkened. Oh, perfect. I was going to add you to the guest list for that party next week. You know, the one with all the beautiful women. But now, I changed my mind. Hey, come on, buddy. I just saved your ass. Don't be petty. Tony smirked. Petty? Huh. Not only am I taking you off the list for next week, but the week after that too. You ruthless bastard. After a brief exchange of banter, Rhodey's voice turned serious. Tony pulled back. We'll take it from here. What? Before Tony could ask further, he immediately understood what Rhodey meant. Because, in the next second, he saw a dozen heavy missiles streaking through the air, heading straight for the rotting giant. Boom! The massive explosions rocked the battle. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the city like the end of days. Within moments, a mushroom cloud ascended over Hell's Kitchen. The sheer, devastating force of the blast spread in all directions, seeming capable of obliterating everything in its wake. Within a 1-kilometer radius, every window shattered under the violent shockwave. Even Tony, who had ascended to higher altitudes to avoid the blast, felt his pupils contract as cold sweat formed on his forehead. Missile bombardment in New York? Rhodey, as the military lost its damn mind. Rhodey, who had just banked his fighter jet and launched another missile, briefly muted his comms with the other jets and command center before responding to Tony. This isn't madness, Tony. We're dealing with a creature that can devour, evolve, and corrupt everything around it. If we don't hit it hard now, and it manages to escape, we'll be the ones going crazy once it grows stronger in the shadows. There are things I can't say right now. Let's talk next week at your party. Without waiting for Tony's response, Rhodey cut the comms. Then, he locked on the shattered remains of the rotting giant below and fired 2 more missiles. What a shame. From a window overlooking the destruction, Joker Eren sighed in mock disappointment. The overwhelming firepower being unleashed by the military was so intense that even from a distance, he could feel the waves of heat and smoke rolling towards him. With that kind of relentless bombardment, this was no time to rush in for a last hit. If he tried, he'd probably end up losing his own head instead. Shaking his head, Joker Eren turned his attention to the voluptuous woman wrapped in nothing but a bathrobe in his arms, one who bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Aunt May. With an oddly tender gesture, he laid her down on the bed and tucked the blanket over her. Then, without hesitation, he strode out of the room, leaving the door wide open behind him. Thanks to the intense bombardment outside, he had already implanted a false memory into her mind. Even if she woke up in a few minutes, she wouldn't realize she had just shared a room with a complete stranger. Just as Joker Eren exited the building, ready to leave the area, an intuition struck him. Something felt off. Acting on instinct, he turned his head back toward the battlefield, his eyes narrowing at the fiery ruins. And then, in the very center of the bombardment's wreckage, a weak, flickering aura suddenly sank underground and began moving rapidly beneath the surface. Oh, that energy signature. His lips curled into an intrigued smirk. Even after all that, you still managed to escape? Damn, I have to give it to you. You're a true Marvel villain. Surviving that level of destruction was impressive. There was no doubt about it. That aura belonged to Wilson Fisk. Even after being pushed to the brink of death by the military's full-scale bombardment, he had found a way out. Instead of frustration, Joker Eren felt something else. Excitement. Oh, this is just too good. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, Joker Eren didn't hesitate. Without caring about the filth, he ducked into a dark alley, pried open a sewer cover, and slipped underground. Using the trace of Fisk's lingering aura, combined with divination magic to navigate the tunnels, he pursued the fleeing kingpin. 15 minutes later, at an unknown sewer junction, Joker Eren finally found his prey. There, deep in the darkness, a disgusting mass of rotting flesh, riddled with blood-colored tendrils, was locked in a desperate struggle with a sewer rat. Pathetic. Can't even handle a rat? Smirking at the tiny, fist-sized lump of flesh, Joker Eren's lips curled in amusement. Without hesitation, He lit 2 cans of solidified alcohol, their flames casting a warm glow in the darkness. The moment the heat reached the rotting mass, a crimson eye snapped open from within the fleshy tendrils. The instant it saw Eren, it abandoned the rat, recoiling in terror. Dozens of blood-red tendrils thrashed wildly as it tried to leap into the sewage to escape. But, whoosh! A massive serpent of fire burst forth, jaws wide open, and swallowed it whole. Sizzle. Minutes later, after burning the last scraps of the rotting flesh into ash, Joker Eren gracefully bowed to the smoldering remains. I sincerely appreciate you surviving the military's bombardment, because it gave me the chance to settle our little grudge. To be honest, if Fisk hadn't split off this core fragment and escaped into the sewers, Eren wouldn't have had a chance to land the finishing blow amidst the military's onslaught. Without missing a beat, he turned his gaze to the sewer rat, which had been left battered and pierced by blood-red tendrils. Sorry, little buddy. Without hesitation, he burned it to ash as well, erasing all traces of Fisk's final remains. With a flick of his wrist, he snuffed out the flames. Then, vanishing into the darkness of the sewers, he disappeared without a trace. At that exact moment, after completely incinerating Wilson Fisk, Eren's true self received a notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain corrupt Wilson Fisk and received Fate's reward. Fate points plus 2,000. Seeing the numbers flash before his eyes, Eren couldn't help but grin. A quick trip out, and I've already earned enough to rebuild my body? Is this what it feels like to be favored by fate? Not bad at all. Still smiling, he reached out and turned off the news broadcast covering the events in Hell's Kitchen. Then, returning to his desk, Eren picked up a piece of paper and once again began folding a paper effigy. The next morning, driving his Aston Martin, Eren pulled up to Midtown High, drawing envious stares from students and teachers alike. The moment he stepped into the classroom, his chubby friend Doug eagerly dragged his chair over, sitting next to him with a conspiratorial grin. Hey man, have you heard? The winter dance date is finally set. Already? That was fast. School dances have been a long-standing tradition in federal high schools, part of their unique culture. Most of these events were student-organized, with the school only providing the venue and minimal supervision. Rumors about the upcoming winter dance have been circulating for a while now, but the official date needed administrative approval. Naturally, any news about the dance was a hot topic among students. So the moment the student council got approval yesterday, the news had spread like wildfire across Midtown High. Seeing Eren's mild reaction, Doug grinned smugly. Of course, the student council was already at the gym last night, setting up decorations. Any day now, the school's going to make the announcement. So, have you found a date yet? With the date confirmed, the next big concern was, of course, finding a dance partner. The days leading up to the event were always the liveliest in school. For the good-looking guys and popular girls, getting a date was no problem. But for students who were less attractive or socially awkward, finding a suitable dance partner could be a nightmare. Every year, school fights over dance invitations made headlines, even at elite schools like Midtown High. Not that Eren needed to worry about any of that. With his sharp features, commanding presence, and impeccable fashion sense, he stood out effortlessly among his peers. And after training in the cosmic brain meditation technique, his once lean physique had become noticeably stronger. His one-sided takedown of school bully Freddy had only added to his reputation, giving him an aura of dominance and masculinity. Not to mention his luxury car and the subtle air of wealth surrounding him. All in all, Eren had no shortage of admirers. Some girls had even confessed to him outright. So finding a dance partner wouldn't be an issue. But the moment Doug mentioned it, a certain blonde came to mind. Gwen. Well, they had shared a bed once, after all. It wasn't strange to feel a little sentimental. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The math teacher walked in, cutting off Doug's chance to hear Eren's answer, and he grudgingly returned to his seat. By the time the first class ended, the winter dance date was officially announced. The moment the teacher made the announcement, excited cheers erupted across the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, Some students couldn't even wait and immediately started asking their crushes to the dance. There was no time to play the waiting game. If you hesitated, someone else might steal your ideal partner first. Hey, Eren, would you be my date? As soon as class ended, Eren received several invitations from girls. One of them was even a cheerleader. She was tall, gorgeous, and had a pair of legs that could put supermodels to shame. Among their grade, she was easily top 10 in looks. Eren, slightly surprised by the sudden attention, politely declined every single one. Even the cheerleader, Hillary. Doug, watching from the side, turned bright red with jealousy. That was Hillary. If she had asked him, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second. Hell, even if her fanboys beat him up afterward, it'd be worth it. So when Hillary walked away, clearly disappointed, Doug couldn't help but ask, "Dude, what the hell?" That was Hillary. Those legs alone, man. I could live off those for a year. Ahem. Eren cleared his throat. Doug froze. Then, as if sensing something, he glanced up, only to see Hillary, who hadn't walked too far yet, giving him a look of utter disgust. Oomph. With a sharp glare, she flipped her hair, turned on her heel, and stormed out of the classroom. Doug's face turned ghostly pale. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. My reputation. It's over. Eren patted his shoulders sympathetically. Cheer up. You never really had a reputation with her to begin with. Though, if she tells her friends what you just said, then you're really screwed. Hillary was a cheerleader, one of the most socially connected girls in school. If she spread Doug's little comment around, his chances of finding a date for the winter dance would plummet. For someone like Doug, who was neither handsome nor athletic, this was a disaster. Doug's face went even paler. After a long but eventful day at school, Eren parted ways with a still distraught Doug, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and grabbed his car keys, heading toward the parking lot. Today was the day Eren and Gwen had planned to visit the hospital to treat Mrs. Helen's injuries. So, right after school, Gwen had rejected every single guy who tried to invite her to the winter dance and headed straight for the parking lot. To avoid any more interruptions, she even stood right next to Eren's iconic Aston Martin, silently warding off anyone else who dared approach. Seeing the beautiful figure waiting by his car, Eren greeted her with a casual wave before quickening his pace to meet her. With a smirk, he said, "I thought I'd be the one waiting for you this time. Didn't expect you to beat me to it." Gwen, holding a few books in her arms, brushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and flashed a sweet smile. "Well, I'm asking you to help treat my mom. I can't exactly show up late, can I?" Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she added, "But honestly, I thought you'd take longer today. I heard you got quite a few invitations for the dance. Even Hillary asked you, didn't she?" She gave him a knowing wink as she spoke. Eren simply shrugged. "Your intel is outdated. I turned them all down." Gwen's eyebrows raised in mock surprise. "Really? I thought you'd say yes. Hillary is one of the hottest girls in school, you know?" Watching her perfectly executed expression of surprise and sensing absolutely no emotional fluctuation from her, Eren was silent for a moment before sighing internally. Women are natural-born actresses. If I couldn't read emotions, I might have actually believed that. Shaking his head, he didn't bother addressing her teasing comment. Instead, he opened the car door and gestured toward her. "Let's go. If we wait any longer, there won't be any parking spots left at the hospital." Hospitals always had a parking crisis, especially after work hours, when visitors surged in. Getting a spot late in the evening? A near impossible task. Gwen immediately recalled the countless times her dad, George, would rush to the hospital only to struggle for parking, his frustrated expression replaying in her mind. Without hesitation, she opened the passenger door and slid in. Once she buckled up, Eren stepped on the gas, guiding his Aston Martin smoothly toward the hospital. Meanwhile, a heartbreaking sigh echoed behind them. A chorus of disappointed admirers watched helplessly as Eren drove off with Gwen. After leaving the school parking lot, Eren suddenly turned to Gwen and said, "By the way." She glanced at him curiously. "Next Saturday's dance. Will you be my date?" Gwen was caught off guard. She turned her head to look at Eren, who sat behind the wheel, his handsome features glowing in the golden sunset. Tilting her head slightly, she asked, "Are you asking me to the dance, Eren?" "Of course." Eren met her gaze without hesitation. "Gwen Stacy, I'd like you to be my date for the dance." She paused, pursing her lips. "Why me?" Gwen held his gaze, her blue eyes studying him intently. After a moment, she sighed. "Don't you guys prefer girls like Hillary?" At Midtown High, Gwen was seen as the untouchable genius beauty. With her high academic performance and the looming presence of her father, Captain George Stacy, she was the kind of girl most admired from a distance rather than approached. Sure, many guys had a crush on her, but few actually confessed. In contrast, Hillary was bubbly, social, and effortlessly flirty, surrounded by male friends all the time. To most girls, someone like Hillary seemed far more popular with guys. That was why, when Gwen heard that Hillary had invited Eren to the dance, she had felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling she couldn't quite explain. Maybe even a hint of worry. Eren, however, shut down that line of thought immediately. "Hillary? I don't even know her that well, and she's not my type." Then, looking straight at Gwen, he said, "I like you better. I like you better." Was that a confession? Gwen felt her cheeks flush. Her lips curled into a soft, delighted smile, and just like that, the odd discomfort she'd felt earlier completely vanished. Her mood lifted. Turning her head toward the window, she deliberately avoided his gaze and said, "Fine. Since you turned down Hillary, I'll accept your invitation." Though she looked away, her voice carried a hint of joy she couldn't hide. Eren, picking up on her subtle excitement, smirked. With exaggerated enthusiasm, he said, "Wow, what luck. So I got this date only because I rejected Hillary? Does that mean there's some rivalry between you two?" "Of course." Hearing Eren's question, Gwen nodded firmly, replying without hesitation. "And it's the kind that can never be reconciled." Eren smirked. "I see. Well, whatever the case, I'm honored that you accepted my invitation, Miss Gwen Stacy." 30 minutes later, after applying another round of holy light healing, Helen's legs had almost completely recovered to how they were when Eren first saw them. Even the deep scars on her calves, which had once looked ghastly, slowly faded away under the warmth of the glowing light, until they disappeared entirely. Watching those horrid scars vanish, as if by magic, Helen's body trembled slightly. She reached out, gently touching her now fully healed legs, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. "This is unbelievable. Ever since I saw those scars, I never thought my legs could look normal again. You know, I was actually planning to go home and throw away all my skirts." Overwhelmed with emotion, Helen spoke in a choked voice, struggling to form coherent sentences. It took her a long while before she could calm down. Holding Gwen's hand tightly, Helen let out a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Eren, watching her reaction, finally spoke. "How do you feel, Mrs. Helen?" Helen exhaled, a smile breaking through her tears. "I feel amazing. I think I could walk right now." With slight effort, she moved her legs off the bed, clearly intending to stand up and take a few steps. After being bedridden for so long, even someone as strong-willed as Helen had started to feel restless. Now that her legs were healed, the first thing she wanted to do was walk. However, her sudden movement startled Gwen. "Mom!" Seeing Gwen's instinctive concern, Eren simply chuckled. "No need to panic. Mrs. Helen's injuries are almost fully healed. As long as she gets enough nutrition, calcium, and does some rehab exercises, she'll be able to leave the hospital soon. She can walk now if she wants, though. If you're worried, we can support her while she takes a few steps." Gwen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, still hesitant. "Are you sure?" Eren met her gaze and said simply, "Trust me." 10 minutes later, by the time George Stacy rushed into the hospital room after leaving the police station, he was greeted by a scene he never expected. There, by the window, his wife, Helen, was standing, arms outstretched, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. A radiant smile adorned her face. George froze. "Oh my God, am I dreaming?" He rubbed his eyes vigorously, but no matter how many times he blinked, the image remained unchanged. Helen, standing tall, looking happier than he had seen her in ages. Maybe I'm just overworked. Maybe the stress is making me hallucinate. To confirm his reality, George pinched himself hard. The sharp pain made him wince, but nothing changed. He stood there, frozen, trying to process what was happening. Across the room, Gwen, seeing her father's dumbfounded expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sound snapped George out of his daze. This pain, that means this is real. Helen, who had been waiting with open arms, finally lost patience. She rolled her eyes before glaring at him. Of course it's real. Haven't I been standing here for long enough? Hurry up and help me back to bed. Oh, okay. George hurried forward, carefully guiding Helen back to the bed. Once she was settled, reality finally sank in. His wife's legs were fully healed. She could walk again. Still struggling to believe what he was seeing, George instinctively turned to Eren and asked, "This is—" Before Eren could answer, Gwen quickly jumped in. "It's thanks to Eren. He got some experimental medicine from Oscorp. It worked wonders." Oscorp. Experimental medicine. George immediately picked up on the key details. For the first time since stepping into the room, he shifted his gaze away from Helen's healed legs and focused on Eren. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he asked, "I thought the medicine Oscorp developed to treat millions of people was already impressive enough. But I've never heard of anything this miraculous. This drug, I've never seen it on the market. So how exactly did you get your hands on it?" George never suspected his daughter would lie to him. So he took her explanation at face value, that Eren had somehow gotten this miracle drug from Oscorp. Now, the only question left in his mind was, how? From what George knew, Eren was just a high school student. Sure, he had connections with Pepper Potts, the new CEO of Stark Industries. But Stark Industries specialized in military tech, whereas Oscorp was focused on biomedical advancements. Even if Eren had ties to big corporations, it shouldn't be Oscorp. It should be Stark Industries. If anyone in the room had a connection to Oscorp, it was his daughter, Gwen, since she was interning there. Did that mean Eren had pulled strings through Stark Industries to get this medicine from Oscorp? But even then, getting access to something this powerful shouldn't be easy. And why was he so invested in Helen's recovery? Unless a sudden thought struck George. His expression froze. Then, as he subtly glanced at his daughter, he caught something. The way Gwen was looking at Eren. There was something different, something that made his stomach drop. Oh no! Inside the hospital room, Helen and Gwen were still basking in their joy, completely unaware of the sudden shift in George's expression. But Eren, who was facing George directly, caught everything. The rapid change in his face, and more importantly, the way his eyes now resembled a father scrutinizing his daughter's suitor. It was a look Eren had seen before. The gaze of a father sizing up the threat to his precious daughter. However, with his mind having reached a state of meditative tranquility, Eren felt zero pressure from George's intense glare. Still, to avoid unnecessary questioning, Eren decided to address the situation head-on. "Oh, I never mentioned it. I own 5% of Oscorp's shares. As a shareholder, it's not surprising that I have access to experimental medicine that isn't mass-produced due to material costs and pricing issues, right?" The moment Eren said those words, the entire room fell silent. 5% of Oscorp's shares? Oscorp was one of the largest biomedical corporations in the nation. Although its market value wasn't as high as Stark Industries, since it wasn't in the arms industry, it was still a $200 billion giant. And 5% of that? That translated to over $10 billion. For ordinary people, that was a completely unreachable fortune. Even for someone like George, who had climbed the ranks to become the chief of police, $10 billion was an amount beyond his wildest imagination. After the initial shock, George's gaze toward Eren became even more complex. On one hand, he was amazed. He had assumed that Eren was just an orphan with no background, yet he actually had such an enormous fortune to his name. On the other hand, he was troubled, because this wild boar trying to snatch his precious cabbage suddenly seemed a lot harder to deal with. In this country, money could buy almost anything. If Eren decided to use his immense wealth to win over Gwen, could she really resist? And worse still, they had already gone through a life-and-death crisis together. To his daughter, Eren was undoubtedly a hero who had saved her mother. He had called for help just in time, rescued Helen from a cult, and now he had miraculously healed her legs. Damn it, the more I think about it, the worse I feel. Feeling an unfamiliar sense of anxiety, George also realized that, despite everything, he owed Eren a debt of gratitude. Because as he looked at his wife's fully healed legs, as he saw the genuine joy on Helen's face, he knew Eren's help had been invaluable to his family. Unlike George, who increasingly disliked Eren the more he looked at him, Helen's gaze toward him had softened considerably. She had far more life experience than Gwen, and she understood what it meant for someone to own 5% of Oscorp. More importantly, she understood what it meant for Gwen. Helen was not the kind of person who judged based on wealth, but as a mother, knowing that her daughter liked someone so outstanding, someone capable of providing a better life for her, how could she not feel happy? With that thought, she glanced at the darkening sky outside, and then turned toward Gwen and Eren. Since George is here, you two should head home soon. It's getting late, and I don't want you staying out too long. You have school tomorrow. I'd hate for my situation to interfere with your studies. Then, turning to Eren, she added, "Oh, and Eren, would you mind giving Gwen a ride? The crime rate in New York hasn't been great lately, and I'd feel safer if you took her home." Before George could even react, Eren casually patted his chest and agreed. "Of course, Mrs. Helen. You don't even have to ask. I'd take her home regardless. I can't let my winter dance date run into any trouble, can I?" Hearing Eren say that out loud, in front of her parents, Gwen's face instantly turned bright red. "We're already calling each other dance partners in front of my parents." Helen, on the other hand, simply smiled knowingly. It seemed that her daughter's relationship with Eren was even closer than she had initially thought. Glancing at Gwen with a playful smirk, Helen then turned back to Eren. "In that case, I'll leave Gwen in your care." But before Eren could respond, George immediately cut in, voice firm. "It's already late. I'll drive her home myself. No need to trouble anyone else." Helen, seeing right through her husband's intentions, rolled her eyes. "And if you leave, what happens if I need something?" George, Before he could find an excuse, Gwen, her blush still lingering, spoke up. "Dad, if you go, who's going to take care of Mom?" Eren added casually, "It's on my way home anyway, so it's no trouble. On your way." Helen and George both did a mental calculation, thinking about where the hospital was, where their temporary residence was, and where Chinatown was located. After a moment, they realized it actually was on the way. George, losing his last excuse, could only watch as his face darkened. How convenient. "Well then, Gwen, I'll leave you to Eren." Helen smiled. "Take care, you two." "Don't worry, Mrs. Helen. I'll get her home safe." Saying their goodbyes, Eren led Gwen out of the hospital room, all while George's glare remained locked onto his back. Gwen noticed her father's expression and quickly realized what was happening. Feeling flustered, she hurriedly grabbed Eren's hand and practically dragged him out of the hospital before George could say anything else. What neither of them knew was that the moment Gwen took Eren's hand and led him away, George had rushed to the hospital window, arriving just in time to see them disappear down the hall, hand in hand. Watching his precious daughter unknowingly become so close to Eren, George's face turned completely black. His breathing hitched for a moment. No. This can't be happening. That damn wild boar had actually taken his precious daughter. George clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. He was just about to storm out of the room and give that bastard a piece of his mind when Helen rolled her eyes and sighed. "Oh, enough. Let the kids do what they want. Didn't you see the way Gwen was looking at Eren? Instead of worrying about them, why don't you focus on explaining my miraculous recovery to the doctors and figuring out how to get me discharged?" "Thank you, Eren." Inside the hospital's underground parking lot, Gwen turned to Eren and spoke with genuine sincerity. Seeing her serious expression, Eren stopped walking and smiled. "As long as I didn't disappoint you, that's all that matters. After all, I did get paid in advance by a certain someone. If I didn't do a good job, how could I possibly deserve such generous payment?" Then, with a casual shrug, he added, "Though I didn't expect the treatment to be this effective. Even Helen's scars disappeared completely. Looks like we won't need the restoration wax we prepared from the textile lab, after all." Even though holy light healing was the most basic healing ability from the Angel's Scepter, its effectiveness in treating external injuries had exceeded even Eren's expectations. Especially the fact that Helen's scars had faded so quickly, leaving her legs looking completely unblemished. It was a surprising but welcome outcome. Just as Eren was about to say something else, Gwen suddenly stood on her toes, leaned forward, and pressed her lips against his. Once again, Eren felt the warmth of her lips, and just as he was about to wrap his arms around her waist, hoping to savor the moment, she slipped away like a golden fish, skillfully dodging his embrace at the last second. Seeing the hint of disappointment in his eyes, Gwen smirked playfully. Eren licked his lips slightly, reminiscing about the brief but thrilling sensation, before flashing a grin. Was that a reward? Gwen winked. Take a guess. A few minutes later, standing beside his Aston Martin, Eren opened the passenger door for Gwen. "Let's go, I'll take you home." "Thanks." As they pulled out of the hospital parking lot, Gwen turned to him. "Do you need me to give you directions?" Eren chuckled. "Of course not. I've already memorized the route to your house." Gwen raised an eyebrow, giving him a meaningful look. Catching her subtle glance, Eren immediately clarified. "Don't get the wrong idea. Well, I got this car. I memorized the entire map of New York to make driving easier." Technically, that wasn't a lie. Ever since he started practicing the cosmic brain meditation technique, his memory had improved significantly. To prepare for any situation, he had committed the entire map of New York to memory. With that mental reference, he could easily determine the best route to any location, including Gwen's house. "Is that so?" Gwen pursed her lips slightly, as if not entirely convinced, but she didn't press the issue further. Instead, she shifted the conversation toward her mother's recovery process. Although Helen's visible wounds had healed, she still felt some weakness when walking. "That's normal," Eren explained. "It's just the aftereffects of being bedridden for so long. All she needs now is some rehab exercises, proper nutrition, and increased calcium intake. I'll give you a meal plan. If she follows it daily, her recovery will be much faster." Gwen's eyes lit up. She immediately pulled out a pen and paper, jotting down the meal plan as Eren dictated it. It was actually a simplified medicinal diet that Eren had adapted from the nutritional guidebook he had studied. The ingredients were chosen to promote blood regeneration and accelerate bone healing. Not only that, but Eren had carefully adjusted the portions to suit Helen's specific condition. By following this plan, Helen's recovery time could be cut in half. With her background in biomedical studies, Gwen could immediately tell that this meal plan was scientifically sound. Most importantly, it didn't seem too medicinal. It looked like something that would actually taste good. "This actually sounds delicious." Excited by the prospect, Gwen made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would cook this meal for her mother. "Before you take me home, can we stop by the grocery store?" Eren nodded. "Of course." 30 minutes later, carrying several bags of groceries, Eren dropped Gwen off at her home in Queens' Harlem neighborhood. Harlem was a middle-class residential area, known for its tight-knit community and relatively good security. This was largely because the 13th precinct of the NYPD was located nearby. If anyone called the police, officers could arrive in under 5 minutes. It was one of the safest places in the city. Ever since Helen was attacked and kidnapped in their previous home, George had completely lost trust in that apartment. For a while, they had been staying in a hotel, but to ensure his family's safety, George had used his connections to rent a house in Harlem, right next to the 13th precinct, where he worked. The house was equipped with Stark Industries' advanced security system. After personally inspecting the design and security features, George was so impressed that he wanted to buy it outright. If only he had the money. With Stark's security system in place, combined with being so close to his own police station, George felt that there was no safer home in New York for his family. From the very first day they moved in, George quietly increased police patrols in the area using his deputy chief privileges. In the past, George had been strongly opposed to using his position for personal gain. But after multiple incidents where his family was targeted, he finally understood why so many high-ranking officers secretly increased patrols around their own homes. It wasn't about corruption. It was about protecting their families. After all, in a country where shootouts happened daily, security was never guaranteed. For police officers, whose job was to hunt criminals, their families often faced more danger than the average person. What George didn't realize was that this single decision made him more integrated into the NYPD than ever before. Previously, George's rigid sense of justice had made him respected by lower-ranking officers, but somewhat alienated from the higher-ups. They had even been hesitant about promoting him to police chief after the retirement of the old captain of the 13th Precinct. But now, seeing that George had finally started acting like one of them, the higher-ups began to trust him more. As Gwen unlocked the front door, she turned to Eren. "Want to come in for a bit?" Eren shook his head with a smile. "Better not. Your dad's already called you 7 or 8 times on the way home. If I step inside, I'm afraid he'll grab his gun and drive straight from the hospital to shoot me." Because they had stopped by the grocery store, Gwen was home much later than usual, which had thoroughly worried her overprotective father. George had called so many times that it felt like he thought Eren was going to abduct his daughter. Hearing that, Gwen's ears turned slightly red, and she quickly defended her father. "He's not that dramatic." Just as she said that, the sound of small footsteps came racing toward the door. Her younger siblings burst out of the house, faces full of excitement. "Big sis, you're finally home. Dad called us so many times, asking if you were back yet. We almost thought something happened to you." "Ugh, we were so worried." The younger one nodded furiously, then added, "Yeah, we were so stressed out. We need a big bar of chocolate to heal our wounded hearts. And cheese sticks too." Gwen, who had just denied her father's excessive worrying, was now completely speechless. She rubbed her temples. "Oh my God, he even called you too?" Meanwhile, Eren, chuckling at the scene, casually reached into one of the grocery bags. He pulled out a stack of snacks, including chocolate bars and cheese sticks, and handed them to the kids. Their eyes immediately widened in pure joy. The younger one even swallowed nervously, resisting the urge to snatch the snacks immediately. But instead of taking them right away, they both turned to Gwen for permission. With a sigh, Gwen rolled her eyes before saying, "Go ahead." The moment she gave the green light, the 2 kids snatched the snacks with lightning speed and ran inside the house, shouting excitedly as they went. "Thanks, brother-in-law. We're good at our room now. Whatever happens next, we totally don't know anything. Don't worry, we won't tell Dad anything." Before Gwen could even react, their door slammed shut. Bam! The room fell silent. Gwen's entire face turned bright red. "Brother-in-law." Before she could even start explaining herself, Eren had already burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Those 2 are hilarious. They even know how to cover for you." Gwen, still flustered, crossed her arms. "Oh, please. They just got bribed with snacks." Even as she complained, a small smile crept onto her face. Just then, her phone rang again. Eren, already knowing who it was, pointed at her phone and smirked. "All right, it's late. I should go before your dad actually loses his mind." With a final goodbye, Eren turned and walked away. As he disappeared into the night, Gwen picked up her phone and sighed. "Dad." Time passes. Days went by. After the Harlem Cold incident and the Hell's Kitchen rotten giant disaster, New York finally experienced a rare period of peace. At least on the surface. During this calm period, Eren lived a relatively normal student life, going to school, training, and waiting for the next big event. Until one particular weekend arrived. Today was the funeral for Eren's Joker clone. Early in the morning, Pepper, dressed in a simple black dress with light makeup, arrived at Eren's place to attend the ceremony with him. The funeral was held at Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn, one of the most prestigious burial sites in New York. Originally, Tony had planned to bury the Joker at an exclusive private cemetery for billionaires. But Eren had refused, saying, the Joker liked crowds. The real reason? The private cemetery was too far away, and Eren didn't want to travel that far. So Tony had made new arrangements, securing a plot at Greenwood Cemetery, one of the most famous and well-kept cemeteries in the city. This place was the final resting spot for countless influential figures, including politicians, artists, and musicians. However, because the cemetery was already full, it had stopped accepting new burials years ago. Nobody knew how much Tony had to pull strings to convince the cemetery administration to accept the Joker's tombstone. But one thing was certain. When Eren arrived at the cemetery, it was already packed with people. At the northeast corner of Green Shade Cemetery, silhouettes gathered before a brand new tombstone. A black and white photograph was affixed to it, depicting a jester-like figure with a smirk that seemed to mock fate itself, or perhaps sneer at its injustice. Pepper Potts stood solemnly in front of the open grave, waiting for something. If one looked closely, they could see a hint of moisture in her eyes. Before long, Eren, Tony, Happy, and a young priest from St. John's Cathedral carried a black coffin containing a handful of ashes, walking over from short distance away. The sides of the funeral procession were densely packed with mourners. The line stretched from the entrance of Green Shade Park all the way to the deep northeast corner of the cemetery, extending over 1,000 meters. They were dressed in solemn black attire, standing in silence along the path, bidding farewell to the casket as it proceeded forward. Among the tens of thousands attending the funeral, most were residents of Harlem. Upon learning that the hero who had saved them, Joker, was having his funeral at Green Shade Cemetery today, these people had gathered early in the morning to attend the ceremony, to pay tribute to the hero who had sacrificed his life to save them. Eren and Tony, carrying the coffin, walked at the front of the procession. Even without using spiritual vision, Eren could clearly sense the sorrowful and heavy atmosphere around him. Seeing the solemn expressions and mourning faces of the crowd on both sides of the road, he felt a twinge of peculiarity. Back when Joker Eren had intervened in the catastrophe of the writhing worms in Harlem, his goal was simply to disrupt the blood sacrifice for the evil god's ritual. Saving people had barely crossed his mind. Of course, his actions had inadvertently saved many lives. At the time, neither Eren nor his Joker persona had given it much thought. And because of that, Eren never expected that after his doppelganger's death, so many people would voluntarily come to see him off. This was truly an unintentional seed bearing unexpected fruit. However, if these people knew that the hero they were mourning, the one who had sacrificed himself to save them, was not actually dead, would they be angry enough to flip open that coffin? After Eren, Tony, and the others carefully placed the coffin containing the ashes into the grave, Father Pierre from St. John's Cathedral read a eulogy for the deceased Joker Eren. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, under the weight of the solemn and heavy atmosphere. As the sound of earth being shoveled echoed in the air, the black coffin was slowly buried, inch by inch. Once the grave was filled, the mourners who had come of their own accord to pay respects to the hero Joker stepped forward one by one, bowing deeply before placing their flowers beside his grave. 100 meters away from the Joker's burial site, with his exaggerated clown makeup removed, his face altered and disguised as an ordinary person, Joker Eren watched from afar as people laid flowers upon his tombstone. Silently, he pulled down the brim of his magician's hat. The experience of watching his own funeral was quite interesting. With a chuckle, Joker Eren casually turned away and walked toward the cemetery exit. Blending into the crowd, he disappeared. Not long after he stepped out of Green Shade Park, a black Audi pulled up steadily in front of him. As Joker Eren opened the car door and slid inside, the vehicle started up again, smoothly leaving the cemetery. Inside the black Audi, on the driver's seat, Bucky, his left arm fitted with a prosthetic limb, glanced at Joker Eren in the back and asked, "Boss, how does it feel to attend your own funeral?" Joker Eren looked up at Bucky, smirking. "Oh, are you getting that good at using your persuasion ability now? Practicing on me, huh? You sure you're not just eager to become a witch?" Bucky had long since pledged loyalty to him, so Joker Eren didn't bother hiding the next step of the witch pathway from him. Not long ago, After taking down Kingpin, while sorting out the aftermath and consolidating Kingpin's criminal empire with Bucky, Joker Eren had revealed to Bucky what lay beyond the instigator sequence. He still vividly remembered when he told Bucky that the next stage after instigator would turn him into a witch, meaning he would biologically become a woman. Bucky's face went through a full spectrum of colors, an expression so complex it could only be described as a chaotic mix of emotions. He had even pointed at Eren's face, nose red with anger, and cursed, "Fuck you." What Bucky had wanted was a fresh start, but not in this way. Joker Eren had merely shrugged in response to his outburst. Let him curse all he wanted. After all, any man learning that he was going to physically transform into a woman in the near future would probably have the same reaction. So let him vent. It wasn't like Eren was losing anything over it. It wasn't like Bucky could actually fuck him, right? Wait, it was said that every person who transitioned into a witch developed an extraordinary allure. If Bucky really did turn into a witch and used that charm to seduce him, to complete that so-called curse on him, then wouldn't that mean Joker Eren could actually get fucked by Bucky? At that thought, the mocking smirk on Joker Eren's face froze instantly. His gaze toward Bucky suddenly turned wary. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Bucky, who had just barely managed to avoid choking to death on his boss's earlier remark, suddenly felt a shift in his instigator potion digestion. The information feedback from the potion suggested Bucky suddenly felt something strange. It seemed that his previous remark had truly stirred something in his boss's heart, an underlying emotion and even a flicker of malice. The thought alone made his usually unfathomable boss briefly consider killing him. And since his boss was far stronger than he was, the moment his words were deemed a successful provocation by the potion, his instigator potion was instantly digested by a significant degree. The sensation of his strength growing immediately washed away any lingering annoyance over Joker Eren's earlier taunts. After all, the question he had just asked had been a deliberate attempt to squeeze a little power boost from his boss. With that in mind, Bucky deliberately adjusted his expression. With a tone that carried a hint of anticipation, he said, "I've thought about it, and honestly, becoming a witch doesn't sound so bad. Back when Hydra controlled me, I did a lot of terrible things. Even after regaining my freedom, I've lived with guilt. Agreeing to help you take down Hydra was, in a way, my attempt at redemption. If one day I truly transform into a witch, and if by then we've successfully crushed Hydra, maybe there'll be the day I completely say goodbye to my past and embrace a new life with a fresh identity. Come to think of it, I've been looking at some women's fashion lately. I wonder what I'll look like if I do turn into a witch. I don't even know if the clothes I picked will fit me then. If I really do become a witch, boss, how about I be your secretary?" What the fuck? Joker Eren, who had already been on high alert due to his previous thoughts about Bucky's strange remark, completely lost his composure. That trademark Joker grin of his? Yeah, gone. The hell do you mean? Be my secretary? Get the fuck away from me. With his mind deeply attuned to meditation, Joker Eren could clearly feel that Bucky had used his instigator ability while speaking. That final line about being his secretary? It was nothing more than an attempt to stir up malice within him, to provoke him into lashing out. And Joker Eren could pretty much guess what Bucky was up to. No doubt, the bastard was trying to manipulate his emotions, spark a conflict, and get beaten up, all in the name of speeding up his potion digestion. To think that Bucky had taken an ability meant to provoke others into committing bloodshed and chaos and flipped it around to provoke himself into getting beaten up for power gain. Joker Eren had to admit it was somewhat impressive. He wasn't sure if this method would actually work, but the creativity alone deserved some recognition. Not that he minded. If Bucky could grow stronger faster, that meant Joker Eren would have a more capable subordinate sooner. As long as things didn't get too out of hand, he didn't mind playing along. Worst case, once Bucky fully digested the instigator potion, Joker Eren would beat the shit out of him as payback. However, under his mental perception, Joker Eren could tell Bucky wasn't joking. The man who had previously flipped out upon learning that his next stage would turn him into a witch was no longer resisting the idea. In fact, he had even started actively browsing women's fashion. That was what sent chills down Joker Eren's spine. He wasn't sure whether this was a side effect of the Witch Pathways potion subtly influencing Bucky's mind over time, or if Hydra's torment had twisted his psyche beyond recognition, sending him down an unhinged path. Either way, Joker Eren wanted no part of it. Waving his hand frantically, he hurriedly said, No, I don't need a witch as my secretary. If you got time to pull this shit on me, why don't you go back to instigating those hopeless gangsters in Hell's Kitchen? Get them to kill each other instead. At least thinning out that scum is actually useful to us. Bucky, who hadn't received any potion feedback this time, glanced at Joker Eren through the rearview mirror, his gaze filled with an unreadable emotion. What a shame. Lately, Joker Eren had been making full use of his meditation-enhanced mind power. He had hypnotized and brainwashed a portion of Kingpin's elite criminal underlings, converting them into his own high-tier disposable forces. However, as the former underground emperor of New York, Kingpin's empire was massive. Among his ranks were plenty of unimpressive thugs, cowards who preyed on the weak but had no real skill. These worthless lowlifes had lost all restraint following Kingpin's death, and they had gone completely feral. Not just in Hell's Kitchen. The entire city of New York had seen a massive surge in crime over the past few days. With no one left to keep them in check, gangsters and criminals had been breaking into stores and homes, looting, rioting, and constantly engaging in shootouts. At first, it was just Kingpin's old men venting their frustrations through reckless crime. But soon, more and more gangs caught wind of the chaos and joined in. And the city's instability exploded overnight. The past 2 nights, as soon as the sun set, New York had turned into a living hell of robberies, assaults, and shootings. Even with the entire police force mobilized, the NYPD was struggling to contain the chaos. Compared to the overwhelming wave of criminals, their numbers were simply too few. Joker Eren didn't particularly care about the city-wide madness. But Hell's Kitchen belonged to him now, and he wasn't about to let a bunch of useless trash turn his turf into a playground for their degeneracy. So, over the past few days, while Joker Eren had been hypnotizing and converting new subordinates, he had also sent out Bucky, now a fully fledged instigator. Bucky's task? Sow discord among the gangs, fuel their greed, ignite their bloodlust, and push them to slaughter each other, all while helping him digest his potion. Of course, instigating a bunch of low-level criminals was nothing compared to provoking Joker Eren himself, which was precisely why Bucky felt disappointed. Seeing Bucky's regretful expression, Joker Eren, wary of this increasingly unhinged man, decided to distract him with something bigger. And so, he dropped a bombshell. By the way, I just got some news. Your dear old buddy, Steve Rogers. He was dug out of the Arctic ice not too long ago. And most importantly, after being frozen for 70 years, he's still alive.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.